Her influence can cover the entire city of Qinggong. This safe room is only effective if she cooperates. In internal documents, the codename for doll is currently the nuclear weapon of Qinggong. A secret thought flashed through Lu Xin's mind. My mission is to take care of a bomb. He continued to ask, I can pay attention to these things, but there is a meeting at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Cheng Qing spoke up. You still remember that? Don't worry, I'll tell Han Bing to send you the meeting minutes later. You are worried about your stage 2, right? He replied, that's right. Cheng Qing announced, the report has been approved. Very soon a specialist will contact you. This matter has very high security. Even I don't know how far it has progressed. Of course.
I will try my best to balance things out. I won't let Doll's mission delay your matters, Lu Xin spoke up. Oh, all right. I thought you were in charge of stage 2. Chen Qing began to explain. That job has exceeded my capabilities. The person in charge is Professor Bai. Lu Xin asked. Professor Bai is that person who likes to quote famous sayings, right? Then he added, there's still one very important matter. Are the results of the interrogation of Vice President Xiao's stepmother available yet? Chen Qing asked. You still care about this matter? He replied. That's right. After all, this is my mission. I must be the one to complete it. Chen Qing spoke. The results have been submitted. I haven't read them yet. If you are in charge of this, I will ask the higher-ups to let you carry out both missions at the same time. Lu Xen muttered a sentence. King Gang's nuclear weapon. A train of thought appeared in his mind. Such a beautiful girl, looking so harmless, even a bit cute. Why is she called something like that? But strictly speaking, I just need to be here with her, say a few words when necessary, and it's counted as a level B mission with a reward of several million. This time it's quite big. He saw Doll go into the bathroom without closing the door. She put on pajamas and climbed straight into bed. Lu Xin asked himself, going to sleep? Then what should I do? Chen Qing offered an explanation. Doll always has a fixed schedule. A room downstairs has been arranged for you. Now you can rest. Lu Xin replied. Oh, okay. He turned back to say to Doll, don't move around. I have to rest too.
Doll pointed to the empty space beside her, signaling for him to lie down with her. Lu Xin spoke to Chen Qing in a panicked tone. She is saving a spot for me on the bed. That's not very good. Chen Qing spoke up. That's right. I'm not used to sleeping with others either. Try asking her to stay. Lu Xin's face turned red. He turned to speak to Doll. You stay here and sleep. Don't follow me. At that moment, Doll's eyes welled up with tears. Lu Xin spoke up. By the looks of it, I can't leave. Chen Qing asked. Why? Lu Xin replied. She looks like she's about to cry. He began to analyze the situation. The mission this time is not to let her have emotional fluctuations. If I leave now, her emotions will be negative, right? No other way. I'll sleep here tonight. This sofa's too small. I can't stretch my legs. He comforted himself. Oh, seems like I overthought it. Chen Qing put his hand to his forehead. At the emergency combat meeting room, a professor spoke up. Single Soldier is still a very honest person. I think he is worth trusting. The requests he makes are not many at all. A question was raised. What about the stepmother matter? Someone replied. It was a case caused by a dream creation system user. Chen Qing explained more thoroughly. The perpetrator has been controlled, but there are still a few suspicious points. Single Soldier has a habit of seeing missions through to the end. A form of obsessive-compulsive disorder, perhaps? The City Lord officially made a decision. If that's the case, then handing it over to him is fine. Level 1 warning temporarily cancelled.
You can go ahead and select suitable people to establish a specialized task force. This conference concerns the future development direction of Qinggong. It cannot be taken lightly. He continued speaking. In addition, the expert team from the Maritime Nation will arrive in Qinggong tomorrow noon. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, What? The City Lord continued his speech. This time they are bringing research documents related to Level S ability users. The leader is a veteran captain. We must welcome them, but also guard against any ill intentions. When treating friends, hold a wine glass in one hand and a gun aimed at them in the other. Information was announced. Approval for Single Soldier to simultaneously execute 2 missions. Main mission, stay with Doll. Side mission, investigate the case of Lu Didi's wish. Lu Xin repeated that name. Lu Didi. Isn't that Vice President Xiao's stepmother? In the interrogation tape, Lu Didi spoke with a face full of panic. I really didn't expect it to be this serious. I was just worried he would take over the company and treat my child badly. I heard people say there was a very effective type of wish, so I went to try it. I only wished for him to meet with an accident or die. But after that I had nightmares every day. I dreamed that he ate my child. He is a demon. You people have to catch him. Lu Xin sank into thought. It seems she isn't a real ability user, just that I don't know how.
It has been lured to another pollution source. In the dream, I saw a white shadow. It was indeed her, but someone had borrowed her mental power. This wishing business started after she went to the main city to visit the wife of a leader. The content of the report stated very clearly that the wife mentioned a mystical belief, saying that the deity was very efficacious, granting whatever was prayed for. One day, Lu Weihe heard that boss Xiao intended to hand over the business to Xiao Yuan. Anxious and momentarily confused, she went to make a wish. Lu Xin read the lines in the report aloud and came to a conclusion. So it seems the key lies with his wife. But his wife is already dead. A beeping sound from the earpiece suddenly rang out, and Chen Qing asked, finished reading the report? Lu Xun replied. Done. I was just about to read it again. He silently mused. The boss is truly scary, knowing exactly how long it takes me to read a report. Chen Qing spoke up. Leave that for now. I will disseminate the points to pay attention to when taking Doll on a mission. I have combined the two missions, so you and Doll will temporarily form a squad. Lu Xun couldn't hide his astonishment. So Doll is a member? Even a level B lizard is only a vice captain. Chen Qing questioned back. Do you think with Doll's personality, she is suitable for any other role? Lu Xun laughed. True enough. He told himself, as a captain, you must understand your members. Chen Qing's voice turned serious. For Doll to execute a mission, there are 3 important principles. 1. When not on a mission, she can only stay in dedicated safe spaces. If she appears in front of others, she must be covered immediately. 2. Use a sincere attitude and clear words to make requests, and she will automatically switch to working mode. 3. If anyone shows abnormal emotions towards Doll, the top priority is to protect her. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. In addition, whenever Doll goes out, there will be 3 support squads, or more accurately, a nanny team following her. But now that you are the main person in charge, they will hide themselves. You don't need to pay attention to them, but if you have any questions, you can call them out. Lu Xun responded. All right, I've noted it all down. Chen Qing spoke up. Just now, I received the latest documents from the City Defense Department regarding Lu Weiwei. The person who spoke of a wish to her was named Yu Chen, 41 years old, a housewife. She is dead, so we investigated her social network deeper. I've sent you the results. You can start the mission. Lu Xun glanced quickly over the file. Yoga studio. Likes to walk alone on the street. Participated in a leadership wives club, but didn't fit in. It seems she didn't have many friends. Chen Qing added. After the incident with Yu Chen, the security department conducted an interrogation.
All these people were checked, but nothing unusual was detected. She emphasized a detail worth noting, the stress relief and release course. She began to explain. This is one of the city's projects aimed at preventing pollution cases, as stress and negative emotions are the main causes leading to mental mutation. This course uses sophisticated methods to help citizens recognize and resist the effects of mental pollution. Lu Xun asked, "Can I go there to take a look?" Chen Qing expressed approval. Okay, the class that Yu Chen participates in will start at 10 a.m. tomorrow. At 8:30, I will send a car to pick you up. The next morning, Doll was sitting quietly on the bed.
The little girl quietly looked out the window. Lu Xun yawned a long breath. Good morning. You just handle your personal hygiene here. I'll go out for a bit and come back. Really. Outside the door, the care team had already prepared breakfast. Lu Xun asked himself, is this the legendary nanny squad? Chen Qing explained through the walkie-talkie. Doll can already take care of herself at a simple level, but complex matters still need professional team support. Their job was initially just eating, drinking, sleeping, and resting, but over time they even started designing dresses for her. Lu Xun gave a thumbs up in praise. Worthy of being the support team, they know everything. Chen Qing continued. When Doll goes out, there are 3 items that must be prepared. 1 is her clothes. The outermost layer has special fiberglass. 2 is a hairpin, hiding a mini mental fluctuation detector inside. If it exceeds the threshold, it will automatically play her favorite song. 3 is a blindfold, made of special material, which can minimize the impact of her gaze on people around her. She specifically noted. Later, the driver picking you up is also a specialized person. They have taken mental control medicine and are only allowed to drive for a maximum of 30 minutes before changing shifts. Lu Xun blurted out, "How troublesome!" Those words reached Doll's ears. The little girl immediately turned around and shot him a sharp look. Lu Xun hurriedly pointed at the 2 care staff standing nearby. I meant them. That morning, Lu Xun took Doll to the location of the course. Just as he set foot there, he bumped into the man surnamed Lu with glasses again. The man enthusiastically approached. "Hello, Brother Lu. I've been waiting for you." Lu Xun husked. "Aren't you the servant for the Su family's child?" The man surnamed Lu lit a cigarette for Lu Xun and explained. "I also opened a tutoring class."
Mr. Lu, anyway, everything we are doing is legal. Providing free psychological counseling to everyone can be considered creating benefits for society. At the same time, by going deep among the masses, if we discover any bad seeds, we will immediately report them to the superiors. Lu Xun made a remark. "Why do I feel like you look a bit guilty? You said we should just go in and take a look, right?" The man surnamed Lu thought to himself. Am I guilty? Clearly I am scared. Inside the classroom, a lecturer with glasses was droning on. Everyone must pay attention to a long-existing misconception. Do not view mental illnesses as an insult, nor think that it is hard to talk about. It is also an illness just like the flu or fever, needing time to recuperate, and we must face it directly. Just by a glance, Lu Xun felt something was wrong in this room. He took Doll outside and contacted Chen Qing directly.
Team Leader Chen, there is a problem here. I saw 2 people showing signs of mental abnormality. May I ask, should I handle them directly or bring them back first? Chen Qing ordered immediately without hesitation. Special Task Force, get up there immediately. What are you standing there for? Notify the City Defense Department. Seal off this entire building. At the same time, a delegation from the maritime nation consisting of scientists and ability users had just docked at the city port. The visit to Chenggong officially began. The special task force stormed in with lightning speed, making the atmosphere instantly tense. Lu Xun thought for a moment, then turned to say to Doll, "They look too tense. You don't need to be tense. It's not time for you to hit anyone yet." The soldier asked Lu Xun, "Brother Lu Xun, who are the problematic ones?" Lu Xun spoke up, "Ah, I forgot. You guys can't see it." He stepped forward and pointed to a specific location. "It's the auntie in the wool coat sitting in row 4 and that man in the sportswear looking like an insomniac over there." One person shouted loudly, "Why are you arresting me? My dad is the logistics chief. You made a mistake. What are you doing?" The soldier reported that the suspect had been neutralized. No abnormal mental amplification level was detected. They were preparing to escort them to the city defense department for urgent interrogation. Lu Xun thought, "Caught so simply? Something isn't right." Chen Qing asked via the communication device. "Nothing detected? Lu Xun, tell me clearly how you can see their abnormality. What is it that you see?"
What do they look like? Lu Xun stroked his chin, looking deep in thought. Just like when I saw Xiao Yuan's stepmother last time, there is a very obvious abnormality about them. Although the shapes are different, the feeling is of the same style. Only last time it was one person, and now there are two. Chen Qing spoke up. "Has it spread already? I have a bad feeling about this. Lu Xun, go immediately to the other counseling facilities and try your best to investigate the situation." Then Chen Qing issued an order. "Everyone follow me." Lu Xun turned to speak to the special task force. He patted the shoulder of the man surnamed Lu. "It's fine, you're just being requisitioned now. Let's go check the other classrooms." Lu Xun reported the situation. "This room has 3 people. This room has 4. He asked himself, "Why are there so many?" Chen Qing spoke up. "Is there a problem with this type of psychological counseling?" The man with glasses, sweating profusely, replied, "How is that possible? Everything we do is legal." Chen Qing said, "This isn't the time for you to cry injustice. What kind of curriculum do you usually arrange?" The man hurriedly replied, "It's all approved scientific knowledge popularization and a few small tips to relieve stress."
Besides, we also encourage students to interact in a friendly manner. Sometimes they gather together, drink, curse at others and such. Chen Qing could not hide her anger. "You encourage students to curse people?" The man with glasses, tears welling up in his eyes, began to explain. "Well, is there any better way to relieve stress than cursing people behind their backs?" Chen Qing turned to Lu Xun and said, "Go downstairs. The specialized vehicle for you and Doll is already parked below. Proceed to the next location for screening." The convoy was moving when it suddenly stopped. Lu Xun opened the door and stepped out of the vehicle. Surrounding them were countless people showing signs of pollution. The girl wearing a pale blue dress sitting at the coffee shop opposite, the sanitation worker more than 30 meters away, the male driver in the SUV with license plate 87.430 that just drove past, and even the security guard smoking in that booth. They all have issues. Chen Qing immediately ordered, "Arrest them all." Lu Xun asked, "Do you really want to arrest all of them?" Chen Qing replied, "If there are abnormal signs, naturally they must all be arrested. Only when it is guaranteed they are 100% safe can they be released." Lu Xun spoke up, "But if you really want to arrest them all, I'm afraid you'll have to send more people here." Elsewhere, the chubby city lord was joyfully welcoming a guest. "Welcome, Brother Ye. Long time no see."
Hearing that experts from the maritime nation wanted to come and share their latest research results, we in Chenggong welcome you most warmly. As soon as we received your telegram, we immediately arranged for a group of experts to participate in the conference. The guest replied, "We still must thank Mr. Su for giving us this opportunity." Professor Ye spoke and turned towards Professor Bai. Having finished greeting the city lord, "This must surely be the illustrious Professor Bai. Your research report on special mental types has been published into books and widely circulated in the maritime nation." Professor Bai replied, "Ah, you flatter me, you flatter me." The city lord spoke up. "Let's go. Let's enter the city and discuss this in more detail." On the observation deck, Director Shen asked, "Did you find anything?" A surveillance staff member replied, "There are a total of 3 ability users following them. However, they haven't detected anything unusual. According to the data, there is only 1 ability user in the opposing group."
Name is Shen Ming. Mental amplification level from 600 to 1,000. Energy system not yet analyzed. Director Shen spoke up. "That is not too important. What I need to ensure is that if they have any abnormal thoughts, we can stop them and ensure not a single one escapes." A report was presented. "Control layout around Donghai Hotel is complete, awaiting orders at any time." Director Shen said, "Very good." At Donghai Hotel, Chenggong's high-level talent training conference opened at 3 p.m. Professor Ye asked, "Is this your ability user training congress? With an expert like Professor Bai here, surely we won't be behind the times this time. The emergence of ability users has become an issue." He continued, "But none of us can take it lightly. Among our high-wall cities, we must set aside prejudice and work together to resist this fluctuation. I came this time to promote the exchange relationship between the maritime nation and Chenggong." Suddenly, an employee rushed in breathlessly. "Mr. Su, this call, perhaps you should take it." Director Shen showed clear annoyance. "Why is this happening?" An employee reported, "It's Captain Chen of the Special Pollution Handling Department. Within 1 hour, she has ordered the arrest of over 100 main city citizens, while simultaneously blockading 3 buildings, 2 shopping malls, and an administrative office. And this isn't over yet. Now she is requesting reinforcements from the City Defense Department." Director Shen asked,
Arresting so many people, what is the cause? An urgent report was submitted. The arrested individuals are all suspected of being polluted by some kind of anomaly, but among them quite a few are family members of officials. Now they are complaining, demanding their release. Director Shen shouted, "Tell them to shut up. No matter who it is, if they are polluted, they must be arrested." The employee replied, "Yes, but the problem is that currently they cannot prove that those people have been polluted." Someone was reporting the situation to Chen Gong. "Team leader, there are too many people arrested. It's about to exceed our authority." Chen Gong asked, "What are the interrogation results?"
The other person replied, "No results. Whether it's psychological or mental power, we can't see any abnormality in them." Chen Cheng spoke up. "So the people we arrested are all normal people, with no abnormalities?" A person answered. "A few admitted to having contact with prayer, but even more denied it. We don't have enough people and equipment to verify. Most of the people from the Special Pollution Handling Department are at Donghai Hotel, so we can't arrest any more right now. It might make others think we are doing something shady." Chen Cheng fell into deep thought, then asked, "What did the City Defense Department say?" A person replied. Still no response.
Chen Qing spoke up. "I know. She issued an order. She went to the vehicle and asked Lu Xin via the walkie-talkie, 'Single soldier, how many abnormal people have not been caught yet?' Lu Xin spoke up. 'There are still a lot. It's so stimulating. Everyone look, that man holding the camera over there is also abnormal. The closer we get to the center, the more people like that I see.' Chen Qing's brows slightly furrowed. 'Aside from seeing it, do you have any other evidence? If not, it will be very difficult for us to convince others. All the people we have arrested showed no signs of abnormality during inspection.' She looked straight into his eyes. 'How sure are you that they are contaminated?' Lu Xin asked back, but there was no blame in his voice. 'You don't believe me? I understand. When my family members appeared, I myself suspected I was having hallucinations. It's the same now. I see their abnormality, but you guys can't detect it, so it's reasonable for everyone to suspect me. Regarding this issue, I cannot prove it. Anyway, my job is to detect abnormalities, and whether to believe me or not is the decision of leaders like you.' Chen Qing silently thought. He is very calm.
He did not care at all whether others believed him or not. Since things had come to this, she suddenly stepped right in front of the man holding the camera. The guy muttered softly, "What is it now? Is the administration arresting people again?" A punch like a thunderbolt from Chen Qing landed on his face. She spoke in a voice so sweet it gave one goosebumps. "Listen, even though I just hit you, you can hear that my voice is very gentle. That is because I like you. In your whole life, you only have one single chance to be liked by me. So shouldn't you be honest with me?" The man was dizzy from the punch, hurriedly raising 3 fingers to swear. I swear, I might cheat my parents out of money, but I wouldn't cheat you." Chen Qing spoke up. "Very good. I heard that recently there is a trend of praying in the city. Dig deep into your memory and answer me. Then you will have my affection." He stammered in reply. "I don't know anything about praying, but I know about a cursing dame. You just need to curse someone, and that person will definitely face bad luck. It's true. Last time, I cursed the old lady next door. A week later, she fell and broke her leg." At the surveillance room, a researcher sweating profusely was reporting to Director Shen. "Sir, all actions of the department—"
The current special handling is based on the subjective speculation of an ability user suspected of having dissociative identity disorder. No testing method can prove his words. Director Shen roared in anger. "Are you saying we can't trust the words of a madman? Do you think the important thing right now is whether to believe him or not? The important thing is that Qinggong is about to face a large-scale pollution incident. Someone has discovered the seeds, yet you still hesitate? A grenade might be a dud, but would you dare pull the pin and sleep holding it?" Another staff member rushed in, looking panicked, and reported, "Director Shen, Mr. Su Sivi trusts your judgment." Given full authority to handle the situation, Director Shen did not hesitate for a moment. He ordered the mobilization of all forces at Base Number 3 to coordinate the pursuit. The order also required establishing an emergency quarantine detention area at the abandoned industrial park, while simultaneously issuing an internal Level 1 warning and implementing a comprehensive blockade of the main city. All ability users and special task forces received orders to sortie, and finally, the ion cannon system was also activated in an emergency state, with the barrels calibrated to aim straight at the main city. At that moment, a message was transmitted by Chen Qing via walkie-talkie. "Information Analysis Team, attention. Preliminary interrogation results. 1. All suspects have participated in a ritual similar to prayer or cursing. 2. This ritual is spreading widely on the internal network. 3. Immediately quarantine all suspects and cut off all forms of communication with the outside."
A thought flashed through Lu Xin's mind as he sat in the car. This perfect order resembled a city from the civilized era of the past, but now it was being occupied by monsters, and he could only stand by and watch. Doll's hand suddenly tightened around his. Was she trying to say that she believed in him? Chen Qing turned around to assign tasks. It was an emergency mission. Immediately find all the mutants, spare no one. In the high-level meeting room, Professor Ye spoke up. "Compared to those crazies who want to become gods, the only thing ordinary people like us can do now is unite. There must be mutual trust. Not like how it is now, where every city and every faction builds its own defenses and secretly fights one another." Professor Bai continued,
Brother Ye is quite right, but there's no need to be so pessimistic. Nowadays, many people have realized the importance of cooperation. The Third Academic Exchange Conference shared a lot of important resources, increasing the understanding of mental mutation among all parties. Professor Ye stood up excitedly and said, "Ha! It is precisely because of this increased understanding that everyone is rushing to proceed with Stage 2, isn't that right? As I see it, this order based on an alliance of cities is inherently an anomaly. It is merely a temporary choice following the Red Moon disaster, while everyone waits for a true civilization to be rebuilt. What we need now is to become a unified system once again. This old man has experienced countless upheavals in his life. Pardon me for saying something harsh, but those stupid people out there, just one look from me is enough to terrify them. But what about the ability users nowadays? A single glance from them can cause people to commit suicide, let alone a level S, which is rumored to be even more terrifying. This time, I have also brought a level S ability user with me." The city lord of Qinggong, Mr. Su, smiled. "I'm sure Brother Ye is aware that casually bringing a level S ability user into someone else's territory is not a polite action at all. In the draft plan you sent a month ago, there was no mention of this either. Now you can state your true purpose."
Only when you arrived in Qinggong, right? Old Ye replied, "I was afraid that if I said it beforehand, you wouldn't agree. I came here to cooperate." It is still that same saying. If we want to confront the changes about to happen, we need limitless cooperation. And among so many choices, the one the maritime nation has set its sights on is Qinggong. You possess the most advanced agricultural production lines and research on mental mutations ranked in the top 5. The best choice for us to return to the mainland is this place.
Professor Bai frowned slightly. "It seems your desire to return is very urgent." Mr. Ye nodded. "That's right. Because we turned to the sea early, we only suffered minor losses during those years of the long night. But it is true that some problems appeared. For example, a type of curse that makes humans no longer look like humans." "Do you mean that some kind of degeneration has appeared in the maritime nation?" Mr. Su interrupted. "Regarding the cooperation issue raised by the maritime nation, I think Qinggong has shown enough sincerity." Mr. Ye spoke provocatively. "Clearly, this level of cooperation is not enough. If the maritime nation really returns, surely some dirty business will arise. Everyone has their own selfish motives, so I chose a different method of cooperation. The maritime nation will take over everything of Qinggong." Mr. Su's face turned gloomy. "So the disturbances in our city right now were arranged by you people? Are you trying to start a war?" "Wasn't what I said clear enough?" The other guy replied with contempt. "This is indeed a war." Han Bing's voice came through Lu Sen's earpiece. "For now, we can't capture any more mutants. We have 2 things to do. 1, prepare to deal with large-scale mental mutations. 2, find the potential threat from these mutants and come up with countermeasures beforehand. Lu Sen, basically right now, you are the only one who can see their abnormal condition, so your cooperation is very much needed." Lu Sen replied with a serious expression. Yes, he landed beneath a rock while the doll beside him did not let go of his hand. Is she afraid of heights? Lu Sen calculated inwardly. That's not right. The first time we met, didn't I see her flying down from above? Could someone like that be afraid of heights? But right now, this isn't the most important issue. These people with mental mutations, how will they change in the end? Even though in my eyes they have turned into all sorts of monsters, right now they still know fear, know how to cry, and maintain their own thinking. When the mutation truly happens, what will they become? Who gave them these abilities? And for what purpose? At the military command center, the head of the military asked, "How certain are we that we can destroy him in the blink of an eye?" A report rang out, reporting 3 heavy sniper rifles are locked on, 1 with live ammunition, 1 with anesthetic rounds, and 1 with special ammunition. We are certain of a hit, but the target is an ability user. It is uncertain if certainty in the conventional sense applies or not. 3 special task force squads had entered the meeting room. The weapons they carried were all special items targeted at ability users.
But in any case, the opponent is an S rank. None of us know if they can counter it or not. Mr. Su and Professor Bai, please leave the area first. Our ability users will strike first. Additionally, adjust the angle of the ultrasonic frequency guns. Aim precisely at the Donghai Hotel. The secretary patted Mr. Su on the shoulder. Sir, please leave here first. Mr. Su waved his hand. No need to rush. Go check the security measures again first. He turned to old Ye. Brother Ye, you are a very capable man. I respect you and am willing to be your friend. But right now, concerning the safety of Qinggong, I have no other choice. I don't know how confident you are in this S-rank person, but while we in Qinggong respect the power of ability users, we are not so afraid as to cower. If you truly want to start a war, then Qinggong will make you a corresponding price. Arrest all these people. Standing behind old Ye, the 10 fingers of the ability user turned into sharp blades, radiating intense killing intent. He didn't need any guns. His ability was activated to bind all those belonging to the Qinggong faction. What is this sensation? Someone was lifted into the air, screaming in terror. Oh, everyone was writhing in agony. Only old Ye continued to grit his teeth and endure. I will not kneel, even if I die. This is my last shred of self-respect before an ability user. Mr. Su signaled with his hand. Don't make it hard for these gentlemen anymore. Control this ability user. An inhibitor collar was placed on the neck of the red-hooded person. The security officer spoke up to remind him, Mr. Su, you should go now. He showed absolutely no sign of resistance. Mr. Su stared unblinkingly at the hooded figure. What exactly is your plan? Old Ye was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. This child was born in the maritime nation.
His mental amplification level hasn't even reached 1,000, yet his energy is absolutely terrifying. Originally, we wanted to nurture him into a guardian god, but unfortunately he has a major issue that we cannot resolve. He has absolutely no will to live. Old Ye spoke with a bitter voice. Every hour, every minute, he has to endure incomprehensible suffering. His only wish is to die so his soul can return to the true hometown. Professor Bai frowned tightly. True hometown? We have tried every possible way but still couldn't persuade him to live on. To constantly force a person who wants to die to live in misery is also very immoral. Therefore, we allowed him to go to a designated location to commit suicide. Consider it a contribution to the maritime nation. Mr. Su spoke up. So he plans to use his life to launch a surprise attack on King Gang. What about you guys? Do you plan to die here too? Old Ye let out a cold laugh. Look at my state. I can't even smoke my favorite pipe anymore. Is this life of mine even worth anything? I came this time to see my masterpiece with my own eyes and to witness what a true god actually looks like. The red-hooded figure suddenly released energy. Can I be freed now? Mr. Su, Professor Bai, you two really must leave here. Just as the red-hooded figure was about to make a move, he suddenly collapsed from his chair. He was struck down by the electric current from the inhibitor device. However, his energy had already detached from his body, surrounding everyone present. The soldier observing from afar couldn't help but be astonished by the scene. What is this? The alarm sirens wailed piercingly. Reinforce defensive measures.
I want to receive logical analysis and a solution within the shortest time possible. On the high-speed train 300 meters above the ground, Mr. Su let out an angry curse. Immediately interrogate the old captain. Spare no methods. That dog, that idiot. Professor Bai commented calmly. It is not surprising that such a situation occurred. Now is the time to test our preparations. A voice rang out in the combat command center. Have Highwall Cities number 14 and 7 finished preparing the Einstein artillery shells? Report. A massive mental monster has appeared near Donghai Hotel.
The mental amplification level is rising ceaselessly. From 1,000 it has reached 7,000. Very soon it will break through to the tens of thousands level. How exactly is it increasing? About 10 units of artillery shells are needed to resolve it. Then prepare 12 for me. The attack from the maritime nation has already begun. Professor Bai spoke over the phone line, saying there are many mutants in the city. The leader replied that most have been taken to the quarantine zone. What is that red monster? It is the mental body left behind after a level S ability user of the maritime nation committed suicide. How to handle it? Naturally prepare high-frequency bullets and shoot it twice first to see. Professor Bai shook his head, dismissed this thought. In a situation where we still don't understand its logical connection, using such a crude method directly has too many variables. What about adjusting to superfrequency state? Prepare 20 units. It hasn't reached that level yet. The old captain understands the defense measures of Qinggong very well. We cannot leave such a big loophole. I suggest waiting for the interrogation results of the old captain first, and simultaneously starting the unconventional emergency defense plan that I proposed. The military leader ordered his subordinates, saying, I am still not very assured. Just raise the artillery capacity to 20 units and be ready to adjust to superfrequency at any time. An announcement was transmitted to every corner of the city. Please quickly evacuate to the nearest emergency shelter. Below, the streets had turned into a hell on earth, where mutants frantically attacked ordinary people amidst screams echoing through the space. The team leader ordered at the temporary quarantine zone. Lucin, report the situation. Lucin replied, I see monsters appearing on the bodies of the mutants.
Small spirits, their amplification level is very weak, only a few dozen units. But when the host is killed, they do not disappear, but instead combine with each other. Their mental power accumulates, seeing no limit. He came to a conclusion. Killing them now would instead accelerate the formation of a giant monster. The team leader shouted over the walkie-talkie. Blockade personnel attention. Try your best not to shoot to kill. Use anesthetic rounds. Information analysis team. What is the status? A voice spoke up. The preliminary testimony of the old captain has been sent to file number 1. Data regarding the true hometown case in satellite city number 4 has been extracted. Professor Bai's analysis report has also been sent. The atmosphere inside the command center was thick with tension. One person spoke. Our understanding of the maritime nation's level S ability user is too little. We can only use the true hometown case as a breakthrough point. Another frowned. Their missionary can command 2 mental monsters. Where did those monsters come from?
Could another world actually exist? The main screen lit up, displaying the image of Professor Bai. I have heard everyone's analysis. The thought of another world is very interesting, but I believe it is just a concept. He continued, investigation into the incident at Satellite City number 4 shows that the abilities of those monsters originate from negative emotions. Could true hometown actually be a mental world, a collective subconscious ocean of humanity? Another professor looked puzzled. By this logic, are the abilities of those related to true hometown all about summoning? Do they create a rift, link to that place, and call the monsters here? Professor Bai proposed another hypothesis. There is still another possibility. The monsters on the victims do not have a direct connection to that level S entity. It is a different type of attack. The Maritime Nation has mastered a method to manipulate monsters related to True Hometown. The prayers and curses from before were just bait. When that level S entity used his own death to activate his ability, he lured these monsters out. Once they all manifest, Qingdong will turn into a place of demons, and that level S entity can take advantage of the chaos to achieve the ultimate goal, increasing his mental amplification level infinitely. This is a perfect coordinated combat plan. Mr. Su issued an order, 5 minutes to provide a handling recommendation. All teams are waiting for everyone's analysis results.
Beneath the quarantine zone, Lu Xun silently pondered. The number of people going mad was increasing, but they couldn't kill them. This invisible monster made him feel disgusted and annoyed. Doll, standing next to him, also clearly showed her discomfort. A sweet voice came through Lu Xun's earpiece. "Brother Lu Xun, are you there? It's me. Good evening, Brother Lu Xun." "Good evening. Due to the sudden mission during the training conference, I couldn't meet you, which is a pity. But right now, the most important thing is to resolve this attack. After everything is over, I hope I'll have the chance to treat you to a meal. After all, I must fulfill my role as the host." Hearing those words, Lu Xun froze. Seeing him force a smile, Doll also felt happy. The team leader's voice cut in. "All right, everyone, save the reminiscing and colleague meetups for later. The action proposal has been issued. Lu Xun, I need you to carry out a mission now, asking Doll to take action. The Maritime Nation has secretly created a large number of mutants through prayer rituals. When their red-robed envoy activates his ability, the monsters on them will awaken, be sucked towards him, and simultaneously infect more people. The urgent task now is to deal with the mutants in this quarantine zone first and destroy the monsters on them. Doll has the ability to control the situation on a large scale, but the problem is we're not sure if she can understand such complex requirements. Therefore, I need you to explain it clearly to her." Lu Xun replied, "I understand." He turned to Doll. "Can you control these people so they don't run around? There are many monsters on them right now, meaning the pollution sources are merging together and becoming larger. Can you destroy them?"
Doll still maintained her smile, her voice clear as glass. "Possible." Chen King couldn't help but be astonished, because Doll had once again responded to Lu Xun's question. She immediately issued an order, causing the special task force and the support squad to withdraw from the scene at once. After Lu Xun's words, Doll shot up into the air, her soulless eyes staring intently down at the chaotic crowd below. Immediately, all of them froze. Lu Xun couldn't help but be surprised. It's so quiet. They really did stop completely. In just the blink of an eye, Doll had suppressed the mental monsters parasitic on them. They roared in anger and frantically targeted her. Lu Xun was terrified and intended to rush up, thinking, they are rushing towards Doll, I have to protect her. But when he looked up, he was completely stunned. It turned out Doll was intentionally attracting the monsters to herself to protect him. This team member is so good, much stronger than Lizard. Doll retracted the umbrella and then suddenly opened it. A terrifying wave of energy, invisible yet tangible, spread through the space, causing all the mental monsters to vanish like smoke. Lu Xun's jaw dropped in amazement. Is it resolved? Just like that? So many monsters. I thought even Doll would take a lot of time. Just closing and opening the umbrella is enough? She must have borrowed the mental power of the monsters just now, then used the motion of opening the umbrella to release it. He thought, although she looks very obedient, smiling now, that performance just now was truly fierce. She is really a formidable person. Chen King's voice rang out. Doll did a very good job. Lu Xun, make sure there are no remnants left in the area.
Gone. It was truly handled very cleanly. High up above, a white-haired girl with blazing red wings was gazing intently down below. "You killed them. I must take your life to pay for theirs." Inside a subway train moving at a depth of 300 meters, the head of the military asked a question. "How do we deal with that monster? Should we let Doll handle it?" Professor Bai replied, "I do not recommend letting Doll handle it, for the same reason I stopped you from using the ion cannon. Its mental amplification level has now exceeded 20,000 and is approaching 30,000. Mr. Su looked puzzled. "Why is it so high?" Professor Bai began to explain. The special task force reported that whenever a mental monster gets close to the red-robed apostle, it gets devoured to enlarge itself. Moreover, we can all see it clearly. Can we speculate that its ability is to devour the spirit of other things? Just by looking at it, a portion of our mental power is requisitioned by it. That is why its amplification level is about to surpass 30,000. Part of it is from mental monsters. The other part comes from Qingdong itself, from every single person looking at it. This kind of ability." He continued to present, similar to Doll's, but it is not borrowing, it is devouring. If we let a person with great mental power like Doll attack it, on the contrary, it is very likely they will be devoured by it, further strengthening the pollution source. This is the insidious part of the Maritime Nation. Mr. Su offered an analysis. There is still another insidious point. Even if we eventually resolve it, Qingdong will already have had a large number of people whose mental power was devoured by it.
The consequence will be masses of people falling into uncontrollable depression. Large numbers of civilians, even the military, will commit mass suicide. The head of the military appeared angry. Bastards, Professor Bai said. The comparison results have confirmed my speculations. Since things have come to this point, I now formally ask for permission.
Initiate the emergency defense plan, not following standard rules. The pollution level from the red-robed apostle is escalating rapidly. Therefore, the information analysis team recommends not letting Dahl join the battle. Lu Xin is weighing the options. On the contrary, I don't feel like I'm in danger at all. I even really want to rush straight there and fight it. But I don't know why. I just feel that if I do that, the result won't be good. That monster is too strange. At this moment, Mr. Su, Professor Bai, and the head of the military approached. Professor Bai took the initiative to shake his hand. Hello, Lu Xin. My surname is Bai. I am the director of the Research Institute. Is this the Professor Bai famous for his philosophical sayings? The professor asked, if you were to cast off all restraints and give it your all, are you confident you can resolve that monster? It is predicted that in 10 minutes, we will face a monster with an amplification level exceeding 60,000. Qinggong can be said to be on the brink of survival. I hope you can accept this level-ass handling mission. Of course, I know you have your own thoughts. He continued. Therefore, my proposal is, right now, immediately proceed with Stage 2 enhancement for you. Lu Xin looked skeptical. Stage 2? So suddenly? Right here? There isn't even a bed. Professor Bai offered his analysis. Not like what you imagined, right? Actually, Stage 2 is just a concept. Essentially, it is the enhancement and stabilization of the ability user. Normally, a series of modification surgeries need to be carried out to help the person withstand greater mental power. But, right, Lu Xin nodded incessantly in agreement. I think so too. Professor Bai spoke in an admiring tone. But you are different. You yourself already have a very high mental amplification level. For you, learning to control emotions is the most important thing of Stage 2. Therefore, I will use a new method, extremely harsh and expensive. Before proceeding, I want to ask one last time. Single Soldier, do you truly want to undergo Stage 2? Single Soldier just bowed his head in silence. Instead of an answer, Professor Bai took out a suitcase. Inside was a contract and a pen. Very good. Sign here first. Single Soldier was speechless. I was fully mentally prepared, yet now I have to sign a contract. He put the pen down and signed the document. Is this okay? Lu Xin asked doubtfully. What exactly is the new method that the professor mentioned? Professor Bai pushed his glasses, his tone calm, but hiding a profound authority. Do you remember the painting you confiscated from the knights outside the city? I believe you have heard the concept of mental parasitic items. They are special creations capable of containing and amplifying human willpower. When an item contains mental energy for too long, it begins to bear traces similar to its owner, or worse, becomes an independent source of mental pollution. That painting, called the Stare of the Red Moon, after our appraisal process, has been confirmed as one of the extremely rare high-level parasitic items. Based on the Alliance Research Institute's database, only a mere 30 similar creations have been recorded. Each of these items contains one of the 30 most abnormal and terrifying types of mental powers. The ability hidden within your painting is named the Stare, and it possesses a power to control emotions to a terrifying degree. Just a fleeting glance is enough to stir up the darkest corners of the human soul, turning them into monsters dominated by primal desires. If revealed to the public, it could easily ignite a large-scale chaotic tragedy. However, he said, no matter how destructive the power is, it is not impossible to exploit. Your Stage 2 enhancement plan involves borrowing the power of the Stare. Through analysis, I discovered that its nature is to devour positive emotions, so I reversed that process. Using complex techniques such as extraction and transfer, we have crafted this special parasitic item for you. At that very moment, an ear-piercing siren tore through the space, covering everything in an emergency red light. A panic-stricken voice came from the communication system. The red-robed apostle has restarted the attack. Mental waves are spreading. Almost immediately, everyone in the command center collapsed, clutching their heads tightly in unbearable pain.
Professor Bai gritted his teeth, struggling to stand up. We only have 2 minutes left. Proceeding with the Stage 2 enhancement not only requires us to trust that you won't lose control, but also requires you to place absolute trust in us. You made the proposal, and we trusted you enough to create this item. Now, the plan is ready. The final choice belongs to you, Single Soldier. Single Soldier's eyes wavered slightly, showing hesitation. He told himself that their choice to trust him meant they were not afraid that he was actually just a madman trying to control himself. The head of the military suddenly spoke up, tossing a military bag and a gun to Single Soldier. Even if you are a madman, his voice was hoarse but firm, you are a madman who belongs to this Qing gang. Single Soldier opened the bag and saw it was filled with specially crafted magazines. The commander frowned, his eyes showing a complex expression. To be honest, I have always been wary of all of you, but I also understand better than anyone and must admit that this city has always been protected by madmen like you. Single Soldier looked up, a question suddenly popping up. When this mission is completed, will the remuneration be enough for me to buy a house? Mr. Su, who had been silent until now, suddenly smiled. I guarantee it is enough. A holographic screen appeared, displaying mission information in cold text. Level S mission. Handle the influence of the Level S mental entity from the maritime nation and its remnants. Personnel. Main force. Single Soldier. Analyst. Han Bing.
Support the squad members. Without a moment of hesitation, Single Soldier picked up the specialized glasses and put them on. I accept this mission. Han Bing's voice came from the information processing department. Brother Single Soldier, are you ready? He replied briefly, ready. At that very moment, the world through the glasses completely changed. Lines of data began to scroll across his vision, recording retinal data, establishing initial emotional threshold, initiating primitivization sequence. An unusual sensation was invading his entire body. Single Soldier murmured softly as his consciousness gradually became blurred. There was something wrong with this feeling. Brother Single Soldier, do you copy? A voice suddenly rang out right next to his ear. Single Soldier reached up to the frame of the glasses. It turned out it also integrated a headset function. Truly advanced technology. He thought to himself, all right, it's time to handle the job. Turning around, he saw the sad look in Doll's eyes. He stopped and gently instructed, you wait here for me. I'll be right back. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. Go wait inside the car. Having said that, Single Soldier charged straight toward the giant monster. A question arose in his mind. Could he really deal with such a terrifying mental entity? What if he could stop thinking completely? Amidst his chaotic thoughts, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. It was his little sister. With a bright smile, she flew toward him. I'm here. Her clear voice was like a cool stream, washing away all his insecurities. Immediately after, his mother also approached. She looked at him with affectionate eyes. Those glasses suit you very well. Mom, is this enough? Single Soldier asked. Whether it's enough or not isn't important, his mother replied gently. The main thing is, now that you've reached stage 2, you should also start mending your relationship with your father. We are a family living under the same roof every day. What's the point if we keep guarding against each other? Single Soldier nodded. Yes, I haven't seen him in a few days.
With everyone here today, I feel much more reassured, but there is something I must deal with first. In the command center, witnessing Single Soldier advancing toward the monster with the mother and younger sister, the head of the military could not suppress his rage. You old fraud, didn't you say his family was just an illusion, that they would disappear along with the stage 2 enhancement? Then explain to me what the hell those 2 women are. Mr. Su also frowned deeply, his eyes revealing clear dissatisfaction. There must not be such mistakes next time. Despite being grabbed by the collar, Professor Bai maintained a strangely calm demeanor. How can you call me a fraud? Everything I said was logical speculation based on factual grounds. Naturally, since it is speculation, discrepancies appearing in certain aspects are completely normal. Meanwhile, Single Soldier had gotten very close to the red-robed apostle. He clearly felt an immense mental pressure, swirling like a screaming storm from his body.
The entity in front of him was truly a nightmare, as the red-robed apostle stood towering like a mountain of flesh, with a red cloak that seemed woven from blood and terror. It kept expanding, swallowing smaller mental monsters that were frantically rushing towards it, merging them into a part of that disgusting body. Single Soldier frowned. He turned to his younger sister, who was clinging tightly to his hand. You can let go of me now, right? The little girl giggled. I don't want to. I have to protect you. Single Soldier sighed and pointed at the red-robed apostle. It's not about protection anymore. We have to get to work. It's too huge. Can you do like last time? Directly contaminate its body? His younger sister tilted her head, her eyes gleaming with mischief. You want to lend me your power? Lu Sen rubbed his sister's head. You are my sister. What's this about lending or not? Hearing that, Xiaoshiki enthusiastically rushed towards the envoy. Lu Sen felt an invisible connection. Something from his body was being rapidly transferred to his sister. She climbed onto the monster. What a cute red doll. However, the red-robed envoy immediately detected it. A burst of energy shattered Xiaoshiki's body into pieces. Immediately after, the fragments automatically reassembled, and she returned to being whole as if nothing had happened. It pushed me away, not like those toys before at all. Lu Sen thought, it seems his sister couldn't handle this monster. The mother stood by the side, showing no sign of worry. She's still young, after all. Look, when she gets beaten up by people, she looks so happy. Lu Sen said, let's go up first. When they reached the 34th floor, the sound in his earpiece rang out again. Lu Sen, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I am in the elevator. The signal is affected because I am too close to the monster. Han being asked, he is still taking the elevator at a time like this? Looking at the massive red-robed envoy before him, Lu Xun muttered softly, the issue I am most concerned about right now is what exactly is its nature. Just now it had the ability to resist my younger sister's pollution. Han Bing's voice rang out, relaying Professor Chen's analysis. Monsters can also be polluted if the entity polluting it is of higher quality or possesses countering abilities. However, when its amplification level is high enough, it can self-recover and eliminate the pollution to maintain stability. Lu Xun understood, so that is why my sister could not handle it. Mom, do you have any suggestions? The mother spoke up. I have discovered many issues, but the most important thing is that right now you are talking to me. Surely they can hear it all. Lu Xun appeared helpless. If they hear it, let them hear it. After all, my family members are real. The mother began to explain. This guy is very interesting. Clearly he is alive, but he does not want to live. Some might think he wants to die because of excessive suffering, but why not understand it as he has wanted to die all along? Only by dying can he release his own negative feelings, right? Lu Xun frowned. Mental power possesses the property of life, yet he wants to die.
Is this contrast the reason why it has the characteristic of devouring the power of others? If so, the solution lies in the mental threads. He suddenly noticed countless threads constituting this mental body, with one thread even connecting to himself. Mother, can you help me? The mother glanced over. We are family. What is this talk about helping or not helping? But if we solve this problem, another problem will appear. Lu Xun smiled. Just solving them one by one is enough. The mother picked up the scissors, and with a snip sound, she cut the thread connecting to Lu Xun, looking extremely skilled. He breathed a sigh of relief, a sense of lightness spreading, and the red-robed envoy in front of him suddenly lost its enchanting allure. However, immediately after that, countless other threads appeared. The mother said, "Oh my, I was too hasty too." Almost instantly, dozens of other mothers appeared from all directions, surrounding the red-robed envoy and raising their scissors at the same time. They quickly snipped away all the mental threads, causing the small monsters rushing in to stop. The form of the red-robed envoy began to dissipate. In the command center, Mr. Su appeared delighted. It disappeared. Professor Bai spoke up to warn. Please pay attention. The red-robed envoy has not been resolved yet. Lu Xun only cut off the logic connection between us and it. We are no longer polluted by it, nor can we see it anymore, and its amplification level increase process has been interrupted. He continued with a voice full of concern. But the most terrifying thing is that the mental monsters it has absorbed will definitely disperse widely. Right at this moment, an urgent report came in. Report. The concentration process of mental monsters towards Donghai Hotel has collectively stopped.
The monster is spreading out into the surroundings, mostly heading west, Mr. Su said anxiously. It seems to be attracted by the citizens in the city. It is time to test our ability to handle large-scale pollution sources, the head of the military ordered. All special task forces, suppress collectively, blockade the area within a 3-kilometer radius around Donghai Hotel. Usage of intermediate-level weapons is authorized. Absolutely do not let the pollution source spread. All ability users must immediately enter the blockade zone and dispose of all mental monsters. Professor Bai smiled. To be so fully prepared, did you anticipate this? The other person frowned. That's right. However, it was originally prepared for the guests participating in this high-level talent conference. On the other side, the red-robed apostle was frantically shooting threads toward Lu Xun's mother. She only gave a scornful smile. It's useless. She reached out her hand, creating a strange bubble circle around the monster, blocking all attacks. The threads could not continue to spread to connect with others in the city. Only Lu Xun remained, feeling the red threads still wrapping around his body.
They were especially concentrated in the head. A terrifying emptiness enveloped him as every desire for this world seemed to be fading away. Ultimately, the only thing he could think of, facing the line between life and death, was to walk straight to room 401. Without a moment of hesitation, he unlocked the door and entered, where his father was waiting. At this moment, his appearance looked extremely hideous. Lu Xun faced his father directly and spoke. "This time, I need your help. Don't laugh like that. Acting like that will make me feel that trusting you is a mistake." He growled. "You will really trust me?" Lu Xun nodded. "Of course. After all, we are family. I know as long as there is a chance, you would leave this house, and so would I. But in the end, you didn't get that chance, and I decided to accept my family. So why do we have to continue guarding against each other? Wouldn't it be better if we changed to a different way of living together and helping each other? You are saying these things to me because you have obtained the important item of stage 2, obtained power, right? No, I trust you. That is why I'm saying these things."
The reason I trust you, Dad, is because every time I approach you, I can feel your feelings. What I sense on you isn't anger, but pain. The kind of pain from hating your own helplessness, hating that you are a failure. "You're talking nonsense. You're the failure. You don't know a damn thing," he screamed, simultaneously channeling his energy to strangle Lu Xun's neck. He remained completely calm. "Perhaps it is true that I know very little, but I have thought carefully. My feelings are real. Therefore, I will truly regard you as my family, feeling your pain. And if one day I have enough strength, I will help you escape them. What about you, Dad? Right now, I really am sincerely asking if you can act like a true family member, or do you insist on making everyone unhappy? Xiaoshiki screamed, "Big brother, watch out!" The red-robed apostle had formed a giant hand, ready to crush both father and son. Lucin's father used his hands to block the attack and spoke, "Get the hell back to your void."
Immediately after, he swung a giant blade, chopping off the monster's arm. Xiaoshiki expressed her excitement. "Such a big arm! This is fun!" Both Lucin and his father simultaneously pointed at the monster, bursting into mocking laughter. Truly a piece of trash. Consumed by rage, it immediately used its remaining hand to attack. However, both of them continued to hurl insults incessantly. Trash! Trash! The father continuously swung his blade, causing fragments of the red-robed apostle to fly everywhere, as if it were about to crumble into dust. Mr. Su looked astonished. What exactly is that? Professor Bai Hailong spoke up to explain. That is the greatest expectation I have for Lucin, the power nicknamed Tyrant. Lucin pronounced his judgment. Truly boring. However, witnessing the fragments gradually reassembling before his eyes, he couldn't hide his surprise. It has self-regeneration ability? He continued to control the father to attack frantically, telling himself, "Let's see how long you can hold out." "Big brother is so amazing, conjuring so many toys." Xiaoshiki laughed while collecting the monster's parts. A member of King Gang was making a report. Purification of the mutant individuals is underway. The mental energy of this entity tends to fuse. Therefore, the goal is not merely destruction. The reporter was a haggard-looking old man. Following him, two mental monsters with grotesque shapes were walking unsteadily. He calmly took off his wide-brimmed hat, revealing a horrifying sight, a second mouth with jagged fangs located right on top of his head. The mouth on top of his head spoke in a distorted voice. To completely resolve this mental filth, there are only two ways. One is to completely cleanse the twisted spiritual energy parasitic on the host. The other is to destroy both the host and the parasite. The mouth licked around its lips.
Or there is a third way. Their taste is actually not bad. A rather exotic dish. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying energy burst from the top of the old man's head, crushing the two mental monsters into spiritual fragments. Those fragments drifted and converged towards a red-robed figure meditating nearby. This person remained motionless, only slightly waving a hand to dissipate all the filthy energy. He muttered, "Delicious? I don't see it that way." In another area, the veteran member Ma-Men was trying to stabilize with a security team. "Those things are delicacies?" He's joking. "Come on, boys." He grinned broadly. "Don't be afraid. Just follow this old man's words and it'll be fine. Hey, do you guys like playing fruit shooting?" A team member stared in shock at the gun in his hand. It had turned into a pea shooting toy. The glass of water a girl just brought to him also turned into a pot of sunflowers. "What is happening? My weapon."
Another old man suddenly appeared right next to him. "Just shoot. Use that special ammo." The soldier was startled. Who are you?" The old man explained, ignoring his question. "The flower gun in your hand is the special ammo. Changing perception like this will reduce the psychological pressure for you guys. It even effectively relieves stress." Meanwhile, a blonde guy from the Qinggang Special Task Force was performing a clumsy play right in the middle of the battlefield. "So dangerous, so dangerous," he screamed. "I'm about to die. Ah!" Then he casually blew off the head of a monster rushing at him. "Oh, the dead one isn't me? I thought so." He smirked, then turned on the communication mic. "Lisa, my dear Lisa, do you see? I'm risking my life for our future. So can you fulfill a hero's last wish?" Lisa's voice rang out, full of condescension. "What is going on with that 20-something-year-old child of yours? A child is a child. Don't you want me to raise our child? If you finished cleaning up your area, consider moving to Donghai Hotel to support Single Soldier. This Level S mission is led by him. You and Doll are both members of the squad. Go coordinate with Single Soldier." The blonde guy laughed confidently. "I have plenty of experience with that. I finished dealing with the small fry here, so resting on the spot is fine. I coordinated with him exactly like that last time. By the way, where is Doll, our team's favorite member?" Lisa sighed wearily, then switched the communication channel. "Doll, there's no need for you to act yet. That's right, just sit quietly in the car and observe. Continue monitoring Single Soldier." Inside the armored vehicle, Doll silently nodded. At the command center, the team leader was reporting the situation to Professor Bai. The purging of mental monsters was progressing very smoothly. "We have controlled the situation, ensuring they cannot break out of Qinggang's Third Ring Road." She seemed to hesitate. "Currently, the only worrying thing is..." Professor Bai interrupted, his eyes never leaving the surveillance screen. "No need to worry about the red-robed apostle. If Single Soldier were truly in danger, Doll wouldn't be able to sit still like that." Mr. Su spoke up with curiosity. "I really want to see how he fights." The head of the military bluntly rejected with a cold tone. "Absolutely not. Mr. Su had to agree. All right. Then connect me to the old captain of the Maritime Nation. I want to see that old man's face with my own eyes. I have to ask clearly, does he really think our Qinggong is soft mud that's easy to mold? At the same time, at a secret research institute in North City, old Ye, the ringleader from the Maritime Nation, was sitting in an interrogation room, speaking disparagingly with a face full of contempt. It's useless. Qinggong has definitely lost. To deal with ability users who can distort reality, the only way is to prepare everything in advance. They can change memories, sensations, even the human spirit, but there is one single thing they cannot change: the established truth. Just establish an unshakable foundational logic, and everything will develop according to the trajectory already mapped out. That child Shen Ming will use his own death to bring the only chance of survival for the Maritime Nation. You don't need to interrogate me anymore. I have said everything that needs to be said. Monsters from the abyss have been attracted to Qinggong. Shen Ming will borrow their power to grow endlessly until he becomes a true god. At that time, the fate of Qinggong will lie entirely in his hands. The interrogator sitting opposite was a woman with a face as cold as ice. She curled her lips slightly. I hope you understand that the things you consider certain can also encounter accidents. Regarding the scattered mutants you mentioned, we detected abnormal activity 8 hours ago and have initiated the Level 1 emergency defense sequence.
She spoke slowly, every word striking down like a sledgehammer upon old Ye's arrogance. Before they could fully transform, over 70% were neutralized and detained by us. Level A ability users were deployed to thoroughly deal with the rest. The remaining 30% were also located and neatly disposed of by our network of freelance ability users. The number that actually managed to reach the Apostle was negligible. She continued. Furthermore, the moment one of our Stage 2 ability users took action, the link between the red-robed Apostle and the mental monsters running rampant in the city was completely severed. She smiled contemptuously. Therefore, its maximum mental amplification threshold could only reach less than 50,000. Oh, actually, the detail you deliberately hid just now was that the red-robed Apostle can devour the mental power of ordinary people, right? It doesn't matter. We've already analyzed that point. That monster you call a god is currently being beaten out of human shape by our people. She let out a dramatic sigh. Oh, what a pity. We originally intended to use it to test the power of the newly researched ion gathering cannon. Who would have thought that sending just 2 ability users would basically solve the problem? Old Ye expressed shock, unable to believe what his ears had just heard. Impossible. The interrogator pressed a button on the table. The opposite wall faded, turning into a transparent window. Outside, the sky was dyed a brilliant blood red. She spoke, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I deliberately chose this room for you. From here, you can look straight at the location of the Donghai Hotel. Look, do you see any trace of your monster there now? Old Ye shook his head frantically, trying to deny the scene unfolding before his eyes. Impossible! It can't end like this.
Our plan was prepared extremely meticulously. It couldn't be solved by you guys so easily. The interrogator leaned back in her chair. Her cold eyes shone with unshakable confidence. Ah, right. There is still another secret, since you won't have a chance to tell anyone anyway. Revealing a shocking secret to you doesn't matter. The world mistakenly thinks that our Qinggong only possesses 1 level A+ ability user. But in reality, we have up to 2 level S super ability users. One has had their real rank concealed, and the other, her existence has never been reported to the superiors. Old Ye stared blankly, rage rising to overwhelm the horror. He roared, the chains on his hands clanking. You are playing with fire. You will burn yourselves down. A city cannot contain 2 level S entities. He gasped for breath. Then, as if remembering something even more terrible, he continued with a wavering voice. Impossible. Furthermore, do you really think that child is that easy to deal with? Once you force it to release its ultimate ability,
Qinggong will forever sink into a hell of nightmares. The interrogator's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that so? Just a simple phrase, yet it caused the entire room to fall into a deathly silence. The atmosphere became thick and chilling to the bone. Old Ye suddenly shuddered, realizing he had just misspoken. Cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. What did I just say? The interrogator didn't answer. Instead, she received an urgent report. The final interrogation results were in. The red-robed apostle might still have an unexecuted ability. Single soldier is requested to maintain high alert. It is suspected that the subject's third ability involves the release of a mass of spiritual entities. Additionally, mobilize an expert capable of extracting deep-level memories here immediately. Clearly, he is still hiding something. In the control room, Han Bing immediately connected to Single Soldier's private communication channel, her voice clearly showing urgency. Brother Single Soldier, do you copy? Latest information from the captain's interrogation. She reported very quickly. The red-robed apostle might have a hidden ability. When cornered, he has the capability to release a large number of spiritual monsters, which might be completely different from the current mutants.
Prepare a plan to deal with his counterattack. Single soldier, please be extremely careful. On the other end of the line, after a few seconds of signal interference, was the calm voice of single soldier. Received. The signal was a bit choppy just now. Han Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, we will strengthen this transmission line. How is your mission situation? Do you need any support? Single soldier replied briefly, it's almost done. But another stream of thought was flowing through his mind. Although they are trying to support, right now I really don't want to be distracted. Everyone doesn't need to worry. I will notify you when it's resolved. Hearing the confidence in his voice, Han Bing also felt more reassured. Yes, we await your good news. When the mission is completed, I will definitely treat you to a very sumptuous meal. I will even bring dumplings wrapped by my own hands. Single soldier smiled slightly. I will wait. The call ended. Single soldier returned to the chaotic reality before his eyes. He began to analyze the monster, the red-robed apostle in a state of disintegration. He thought, its core characteristic is the ability to regenerate and neutralize energy, a troublesome ability, but the father's ability tends towards absolute destruction. He made a judgment. As long as even a single ray of activity remains, it cannot regenerate under his power. It seems that the final trump card is about to be revealed. He continued his line of reasoning. The red-robed apostle, after having its energy source cut off from swallowing other entities, had to resort to the poor strategy of dispersing its own power into countless smaller monsters. If it could swallow, then disintegration is also logical. But what is the point of doing that? Around him, the family was turning the battlefield into an extraordinary stage. The younger sister appeared extremely excited, gliding like a flash of lightning amidst the swarm of monsters.
The little girl grabbed them with evident delight. Toys aren't allowed to run away. Stay here with Big Sister and the others. Single soldier thought to himself. The little girl still liked collecting toys, just like in the old days. In another corner, his mother had just gently subdued a monster in the shape of a giant octopus. She smiled a gentle smile. Hey there, little boy, why the rush? Drop by our house to play when you're free, okay? Single soldier happily thought. Mom is always so enthusiastic. As for his father, he seemed completely immersed in the fun. Every one of his attacks caused spatial tremors, wiping out patches of monsters thoroughly. Amidst the chaotic storm, Single Soldier suddenly realized a different existence, a silent white shadow, radiating an unusual sorrow and tranquility. That was the main body of the red-robed apostle. Single Soldier gently landed on the cracked ground and pondered. Shen Ming, looks like I can only borrow a bit of my little sister's power. He approached the white shadow and greeted it, his tone as calm as if they were meeting at a coffee shop. Hello, nice to meet you. Realizing his father was about to unleash a devastating blow aimed at the white shadow, Single Soldier immediately raised his hand to stop him. Don't touch him, Dad. He turned around, looked straight at the white shadow and began to speak in an emotionless tone. Look at what you've caused. All the glass windows of the hotel are shattered. The road surface is cracked like a spider web. The railings are twisted and deformed. Do you know how much money it will cost to restore all of this? He let out a sigh. Originally, I loved this city very much. So many people have worked tirelessly to create such an orderly and beautiful place. In just a moment, you destroyed it all. It seems you have always craved death. I can understand that suffering. I used to have similar feelings, but I was luckier than you. I had my family by my side early on. However, you have committed too many mistakes, so it is fair for me to end you, isn't it? Single Soldier took another step forward. In a moment, I will use a special method to let you die one more time, completely ending this existence. But before that, I need you to help me with something. He smiled mysteriously. Anyway, everything is about to end for you. You will happily help me, won't you? Thanks in advance. Without waiting for a response, Single Soldier placed his hand on Shen Ming's neck. Then lend me your body for a moment. His energy transmitted into Shen Ming, using it as a key to penetrate the opponent's spiritual realm. Amidst the myriad deformed images of entities, he found what he needed, a woman with long hair standing there. Single Soldier spoke to the woman. Found you. Hello, we meet again. In an instant, Single Soldier and the ghost appeared before a mysterious door. The heavy metal door was pushed open, revealing a stark white laboratory where cold mechanical sounds echoed rhythmically. A soulless robotic voice rang out from the PA system. Status report. Vital signs of test subject 17 are completely stable. Indicators are showing a positive growth trend. Another researcher shook his head, his eyes filled with skepticism. Unbelievable. The body has been separated to that extent, yet the vital signs are even better. Can this thing still be considered human? The project leader issued an order. We must find the mechanism behind the little girl's autonomy and extraordinary recovery speed. This ability has far exceeded normal biological limits. Looking at the way it crawls on that wall, I thought I was facing the legendary Sulaco. A colleague objected. Sulaco is terrifying because she is a vengeful spirit possessing supernatural power, but what we are researching is a biological mystery, and our mission is to decode that mystery. The world around Single Soldier suddenly twisted, transforming into the cruel scene of that laboratory from years ago. A sharp pain tore through his mind, a pain that did not belong to him, but to that little girl, terrifyingly real. A panic-filled scream rang out. Report, the anesthetic has worn off. The subject has woken up earlier than expected. Should we proceed with a second anesthesia?
No, the experiment has begun. The baseline data has been recorded. Any interference now will skew the results. The voice of the one giving orders was cold as ice. Continue. It has no ability to resist anyway. Take this opportunity to test the subject's pain threshold as well. The sharp scalpel slit into the tender flesh. The girl's heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the room. Blending with the pain tormenting their minds, Single Soldier and the little girl cast looks filled with hatred towards the white figures. A roar of resentment burst from Single Soldier's throat, a curse engraved into the soul. I will kill all of you. His punch was thrown. And then the illusion shattered into millions of fragments. Single Soldier returned to reality, breathing heavily, his rage not yet subsided. It boiled in his chest like a volcano waiting to erupt. The grasses on his eyes began to heat up. Their function had been activated. He muttered in a chilling voice, "It's time to end the prelude." Without any hindrance, Single Soldier moved up the tower like a ghost. The body fragments of the red-robed apostles screamed, scattering in panic as they sensed his presence. Down on the ground, the security team reported continuously. Reporting to the center, the 3-kilometer perimeter around Donghai Hotel has basically been cleared.
Most of the mental monsters and mutated individuals had been eliminated or controlled, but their joy did not last long. Report, the energy grid is under extreme pressure. There are entities trying to breach the defense line. Suddenly, a soldier pointed at the sky in horror. Look, what is that? The sky, already crimson, was now torn apart by thousands, tens of thousands of glowing red mental creatures. They bore the shape of evil dragons, diving down like a frenzied tide. Requesting urgent backup, we can't hold out. At the command center, everyone was stunned into silence. The head of the military spoke speechlessly. Is this the trump card of the maritime nation? Mr. Su clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. Bastards. They calculated it all. If they can't weaken Qinggang, they will completely destroy us. Professor Bai frowned, quickly analyzing the situation. With these numbers, we have no ability to resist. Once the defense line is breached, Qinggang will turn into a living hell. Amidst the despair covering everything, someone suddenly shouted, "Look over there! What is that blue light?" From the direction of the tower, a giant black shadow began to rise, blotting out the sky. It was a magnificent giant shadow, woven from pure power. It was none other than Single Soldier. The giant shadow raised its colossal arm, and a stream of deep blue energy surged out. That energy wove into a giant mental web, covering the tsunami of crimson monsters. Catching them all, they screamed in despair before being dragged back by the web and swallowed into the endless darkness. A security soldier stammered a report over the walkie-talkie, his voice still trembling. That black shadow has devoured them all.
In the command center, Mr. Su felt his knees trembling, cold sweat running down the back of his neck. Help me up a bit, he stammered. My legs have turned to jelly. The person beside him wasn't doing any better, replying shakily. Actually, me too. Professor Bai had to take off his glasses, rubbing his eyes as if he couldn't believe this magnificent and terrifying scene. He whispered the word, tyrant. He understood that this was a kind of power that no mortal could ever desire or control. When the dark shadow dissipated, returning silence to the sky, Single Soldier finally breathed a sigh of relief. The streets were clear. He walked towards his mother and sister. The younger sister looked around wildly, her tone full of regret. Where did all my toys go? You blocked them all. Single Soldier knelt down, hugging the little girl tightly in his arms. Seeing her brother trembling, she patted him to comfort him. It's okay. Consider it a gift from me to you. Don't cry and don't be afraid. Getting hurt is fine too. Once there are many wounds, you won't feel the pain anymore. Single Soldier stood up straight, looking at his mother with eyes both determined and cold. I want to know what really happened back then. The mother asked. And then? Single Soldier replied, his voice sharp as a knife. Then, I will make every single one of them pay the price. Not a single strand of hair will be spared. The mother smiled, a smile full of satisfaction.
Very good. This attitude proves that you are ready to read that document. The command room was immersed in an unusual silence. Why? Why is there no movement anymore? Mr. Su asked. Professor Bai replied, although he himself was not certain. Perhaps it has been resolved. If it is finished, then where is Single Soldier? The head of the military looked worried.
Inside the car, Doll was still focused on observing. The image transmitted from her camera showed something strange, a completely unfamiliar head. Han Beng's voice rang out again through the communication system. "Brother Single Soldier, do you copy?" Suddenly, Single Soldier appeared right in the middle of the command center, carrying something in his hand. He was surprised to see everyone standing frozen, staring at him. "I'm back. What's wrong with everyone?" The team leader was the first to regain his composure. "Single Soldier, how is the mission handling going?" He replied casually, "Oh, it's been resolved." The security personnel standing behind him instinctively stepped back, trembling violently. Single Soldier held up the object he was carrying. It was Shen Ming's head. "Just now, the mental entity nicknamed the Red-Robed Apostle was handled by me. I discovered it had a connection with the corpse of the maritime envoy. To prevent the possibility of him regenerating or becoming a new pollution source, I brought his head back." He tilted his head, adding in a very logical manner, "Ah, that's right. His body was too bulky. Carrying it was very troublesome, so I only brought the head back. This is probably very logical, isn't it?" The team leader stiffened, taking a few seconds to speak. Regarding this issue, you don't need to explain in such detail, but just now, why didn't you answer the information specialist's call?" He looked a bit confused and hurriedly explained.
Just now my family helps me handle the monster, so I was thanking them and didn't notice my surroundings." He thought to himself, "Damn it, could it be that the bosses are unhappy because I didn't answer the walkie-talkie immediately?" Contrary to his expectations, Professor Bai burst into hearty laughter. "Ha, you have completed this mission excellently. During this malignant pollution attack by the maritime nation, you and Doll successfully eliminated 2 key pollution sources. Qing Gang will record this great merit, and the reward will be calculated fairly after everything is over. Now, the 2 of you can go to the designated location to rest. The remaining work will be handled by the support squad and other ability users." Mr. Su, another high-ranking official, affectionately held Single Soldier's hand. "Young man, you've worked hard." Single Soldier hurriedly shook his head, looking a bit flustered.
"Not at all. This is what I should do." He took the opportunity to remind him tactfully, "Sir, about the house mentioned last time." Mr. Su forced a smile, but still spoke to reassure him. "Qinggong will not forget. Just go rest first. We will discuss everything else later." Single Soldier's heart was filled with joy. The feeling of being recognized by the highest leaders was truly wonderful. He turned to Doll, who was standing quietly beside him, and said, "All right, let's go." The little girl nodded slightly, a faint smile flashing across her lips. On the rolling armored vehicle, the atmosphere became heavy. The head of the military turned to question Professor Bai, his voice becoming hard. "Professor Bai, you have gone too far this time. I am certain you have concealed quite a bit of classified information regarding Single Soldier. I even suspect your previous analyses were all to mislead us." He slammed his hand on the table. "This behavior has seriously violated the principle of transparency that the Special Pollution Handling Department has set forth since its early days of establishment. You must give us a reasonable explanation." Mr. Su hurriedly spoke up to soothe the situation. "Calm down. Although the professor's choice helped Qinggong overcome the disaster, an explanation is necessary." Professor Bai remained calm, showing no sign of wavering. "It is true that I held back some information, but those were secrets I accidentally accessed when I was a doctoral student at the Alliance Academy. The Academy itself forced us to sign absolute confidentiality agreements to protect them. Therefore, my failure to disclose them cannot be counted as a violation of principles. Of course, after everything is settled, I will present a detailed report. Please rest assured." Mr. Su appeared serious. "So it seems we have a more important issue to solve right now." In the cold prison cell, Mr. Su faced old Ye. His expression was a mix of gloating and hatred. "Mr. Ye, I must disappoint you. The mental monsters you people scattered throughout Qinggong have been almost completely wiped out. Even the super entity left behind by your level S ability user after death has been neatly handled by our special task force."
The damage has been minimized. Old Ye lowered his head, his voice exhausted. "If that's the case, what else is there to say?" Mr. Su gritted his teeth, pointing his finger straight at the old man's face. "What else is there to say? Of course there is. Even though Qinggong didn't turn into a dead land as you people wished, this attack has taken the lives of over 3,000 of our citizens. I want to ask, how does your maritime nation intend to compensate for this blood debt?" Inside the safe room, a security officer handed Single Soldier a suitcase of personal effects and advised with concern. "Mr. Single Soldier, because the incident happened so suddenly, this is just a temporarily converted safe room. We didn't have time to prepare the items that Doll is used to using. If her emotions become unstable, please comfort her gently. Remember not to speak too loudly." Single Soldier nodded. "I understand. Thank you. You all go ahead and do your work." The staff member pointed at several cardboard boxes piled on the floor. "We are working right now. These are toys we just ran all over the place to collect for her. Now we are going to prepare a late-night meal for you two." Single Soldier responded sheepishly. "You guys have worked too hard. Thanks. I'm actually really hungry too." When the staff had left, Doll immediately took off her outer costume, revealing the comfortable clothes underneath.
She used her teeth to tear open a toy box, making Single Soldier jump. "Hey, you should tear it like this." He leaned back in the chair, letting his thoughts drift endlessly. During the mission just now, his emotions had fluctuated violently. Fortunately, this item supported him, otherwise he would have lost control. It was truly useful. He took off the pair of glasses he was wearing. He stared at it and whispered, "You performed very well this time, so I temporarily accept you as a friend. Your characteristics are very useful, but I also sense insincerity from you. You have an ambition that a pair of glasses shouldn't have. You even tried to guide my thoughts just now." He brought the glasses closer to his face. "Of course, we haven't known each other long. Let's get to know each other slowly in the future, shall we?" Faced with words that were both like coaxing and a warning, the glasses seemed to vibrate slightly.
Dahl looked up, eyeing him with a puzzled gaze. Single Soldier hurriedly explained, "Ah, nothing. I was just checking its quality. Haha." He put his glasses back on, closed his eyes to rest, but his mind was anything but quiet. The image of the violent father appeared again, imprisoned within those rigid rules. "Don't you feel tired? Those are chains hindering your freedom. Clearly you could possess everything, including her." Single Soldier calmly replied in his mind, "Dad's thinking has always been extreme like that, but I still believe there are things one shouldn't do. Rules are what define a human being." Just then his phone vibrated. It was the team leader calling. "How are you two doing?" Single Soldier glanced over at Dahl. "She's playing a puzzle game, and I'm waiting for a late-night snack." The team leader's voice sounded very satisfied. "Good. The final screening work is underway, but basically the pollution points have been handled, and the situation is under control." Single Soldier spoke up. "That's great. So if everything here is fine, can I return to the satellite city first?" "When?" Single Soldier replied, hesitating slightly. "Ideally right now. I'm on the mission to monitor Dahl, but honestly, I have some urgent personal business to attend to at this moment." The team leader said with a somewhat awkward tone, "Then let me report this to the superiors first. I know you're in a hurry, but just stay calm." Elsewhere, Professor Bai sat opposite the head of the military, his eyes full of contemplation. Just now, he emphasized that it wasn't convenient for him to be with Dahl. Can it be understood that after entering Stage 2, Single Soldier has undergone some kind of mutation? He pushed up his glasses frames. For example, he's starting to find it more difficult to resist Dahl's potential influence. The commander replied, his voice decisive, "If that's the case, we must separate them immediately." Professor Bai frowned, but the core feature of the glasses, the watchful gaze, is emotional stability. Theoretically, it should have made it easier for him to resist. Therefore, this issue still stems from the Single Soldier's own internal state. This is also quite normal. If Stage 1 and Stage 2 did not demonstrate clear changes, then conversely, it would prove that our project has failed. Mr. Su put out a cigarette, exhaling a puff of white smoke. "Leave these complex technical issues for you all to handle. I only care about one thing: how to absolutely ensure no incidents occur. A young man with such high ideology and awareness is truly rare. Absolutely ensuring no problems occur is a very vague concept," Professor Bai explained, a mysterious smile appearing on his lips. "I suggest everyone shouldn't worry too much." The whole room fell silent, sharing the same train of thought. Is it time for the professor's famous quotes again? The professor continued, "Just handle it according to the rules. If there are personal feelings involved and you want to help, then go ahead and help."
If you are dissatisfied or even hate him, it doesn't matter. Outside the scope of work, everyone has the right to express their true emotions. In the future, when treating other ability users, it should be the same. No one needs to camouflage their own thoughts and attitudes. He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. Ensure absolute authenticity. You must know that it is not only pollution sources that can pollute others. Another professor sitting opposite retorted, "Everyone is a potential pollution source. We influence them, and they also influence us." Professor Bai laughed out loud. This old man. The team leader informed Single Soldier, "Your leave application has been approved by the superiors. The mission to monitor Dahl is not urgent either. If you want to go, just go. The high-speed train has temporarily suspended operations, but if needed, we can arrange a helicopter." She paused for a moment, her tone somewhat regretful. "However, having come to the city center for a trip, don't you intend to have a meal and stroll around the streets with your colleagues?" Single Soldier smiled. "Actually, initially I also planned to do so, taking this trip to gather with everyone, look at the city and buy some gifts for my family. But right now the colleagues are all busy, aren't they?" He thought to himself, surely everyone has a mountain of work to solve right now. Although having come here but not being able to walk around a bit is also slightly regretful. Just then he noticed Dahl staring at him unblinkingly. Her eyes, though always soulless, this time shone with a strange glint of expectation. Single Soldier hesitated, pointing at himself. "You mean you want to go for a walk on the street with me?" The team leader was astonished. "What? Dahl wants to go with you?" Single Soldier replied. She didn't say it, but her expression seems to suggest so. "But can she go out for a walk?" The team leader shook his head decisively. "Of course not. Given Dahl's particular nature, if she were to go for a walk or eat like a normal person, there would be too many people coming into close contact with her. No one can foresee the potential risks. Moreover, Dahl has always carried an inherent silence and has never once revealed a desire to go out. Stepping out of the safe room seems to be solely for the purpose of executing missions."
This has almost become her limit. An indescribable emotion welled up in Single Soldier's heart as he observed Doll, because this lifestyle was clearly abnormal.
He had intended to leave, but then felt a twinge of guilt knowing she genuinely wanted to go out, so Single Soldier suggested, "How about having her wear a mask?" A heavy sigh escaped from the team leader. "I'm afraid that won't work. We've tried designing many types, but Doll's skin is extremely sensitive. Moreover, she suffers from claustrophobia to a certain extent. Wearing a mask is torture for her. Using an umbrella to shield her face is already the maximum limit." Single Soldier could only force a wry smile. If that's the case, it really is difficult. Hearing the refusal, Doll's small shoulders slumped, and she silently turned and walked away. Looking at her solitary back, Single Soldier involuntarily thought that although he really wanted to take her out, safety was still paramount at this moment. Just a few minutes later, Doll returned. She was barefoot, her head wrapped tight in a cotton blanket. Faced with this scene, Single Soldier didn't know what to say, so he picked up the communicator to report. "Team leader, she has wrapped her head like a sticky rice dumpling. How about I just take her out for a bit?" The other end of the line fell into silence for a long time, then a heavy sigh was finally heard. "All right, let me arrange it." Single Soldier stepped closer to Doll.
You can't wrap it like that. People who don't know might think there's a funeral in the family. Is this better? He removed the blanket and replaced it with a wool scarf and a wide-brimmed hat, a combination that looked much more aesthetic than covering the whole head. A security officer had just brought a late-night meal. He hesitated a bit upon witnessing that scene. This towel looks too ugly. Then the whole team gathered around. Some offered opinions, others searched for items. How can we let her go out wrapped in that towel? This is the doll of our Qing gang after all. Finally, Doll reappeared with a completely different appearance, her face hidden behind an exquisite veil. "It really is a bit better than before," Single Soldier muttered softly. "But you can't blame me. Just now she even intended to use a bath towel to cover herself." A security officer handed Single Soldier an umbrella. "We will take you two to the busiest street in the city. Just enjoy yourselves to the fullest. No need to think about anything." Doll gently tugged at Single Soldier's sleeve. She stepped forward, but the street in front was desolate without a single soul. "It's really empty," Single Soldier spoke up, while holding Doll's small hand tightly. "This place just went through a battle as well, but oh well, walking is fine too. If I had known earlier, I would have finished the late-night meal before leaving." Suddenly, the faint light from a small eatery nestled by the roadside caught his attention. "Huh, they are still selling over there. Boss, give me a large portion of fried noodles, add eggs, lots of meat, and lots of bean sprouts." Single Soldier asked with curiosity, "Boss, such great chaos just happened in the city, yet you still dare to open for business?" The shop owner was a middle-aged man with arms covered in scars. He laughed heartily. "What the hell is there to be afraid of? Wasn't it just a few crazy rebels? Back in the day when I followed the Third Corps to reclaim land and build the city."
The scene was much more terrifying. You just don't know. The more chaotic it is, the better business gets. You think the urban management team wouldn't catch me if I set up my stall here normally? What's that saying again? High risk, high reward. You have to take risks to get rich. At the command center, the team leader frowned as she listened to the conversation through the surveillance device. The psychological resilience of those who have been through hardships is truly different. She added, "But his business is only this good today. Wait until the situation is completely under control. Tomorrow, the curfew will be gradually lifted, and everyone will open for business again. In less than a week, this place will return to its original bustle, and perhaps in a few months, everyone will forget the chaos of this night." Her eyes turned to the monitoring screen, where Single Soldier and Doll were having a meal under the warm yellow light of the eatery. Her voice involuntarily softened. "King Gong will still be King Gong, still orderly, just like when you first entered the city. Pedestrians will still obey traffic signals, and these ordinary yet resilient people are the ones that you and Doll have protected." Single Soldier understood the implication and immediately replied, "It's not just us. I know the superiors have also worked very hard, perhaps even more tired than us." Hanging up, Single Soldier turned to look at Doll, who was sitting silently. "Eat something. It's very delicious." He hesitated for a moment before continuing in a gentler tone. "I have to leave tomorrow. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely come back to find you, okay?" Hearing this, the light in Doll's eyes seemed to extinguish. She lowered her head, her gloomy demeanor clearly visible.
Single Soldier hurriedly spoke words of comfort, secretly acknowledging that this little girl was truly not stupid. She was even very sensible. "Let's go," he stood up. "Now that we're full, let's go for a walk. I need to buy some gifts for my family members, but I don't know what to buy yet." Upon hearing the phrase about choosing gifts, Doll suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling. She decisively tugged at Single Soldier's sleeve and gestured. "You mean you'll help me choose gifts?" Single Soldier asked in surprise. Without replying, the little girl pulled him straight to a high-end handbag store. "That's right." Single Soldier suddenly realized. Buying a bag for the mother would be the best. Take this one, the most beautiful one. Immediately after that, the little girl dragged him to a toy store, pointing at a giant stuffed chicken. Younger sister will definitely love this. Single Soldier appeared extremely excited. The little girl had been wishing for it for a long time. The final destination was a men's fashion store. Doll selected a jacket with a simple yet sophisticated design. It was strange. Single Soldier hesitated for a moment, but felt it really matched the father's aura. Surely he would like it too. The next morning, Single Soldier stood at the door with a suitcase, carefully instructing, "I'm leaving now. I'll visit you again when I have time." Doll just sat silently assembling Lego, not raising her head to look even once. Single Soldier sensed something unusual. Why did she suddenly stop being clingy? After living together for a few days, was there really no affection at all? The announcement loudspeaker pulled him back to reality. The train doors are closing. Passengers, please board quickly. Stepping onto the train, Single Soldier's heart was heavy with regret. This journey still had too many unfinished businesses. He hadn't had the chance to meet familiar teammates like Lizard, Han Bing, and Na Min again, nor had he admired the central street during its most bustling moments.
But the biggest regret was still missing the appointment with Han Bing, who had promised to treat him to wonton she made herself. He rubbed his forehead lightly, thinking about the girl who had been so kind to him. Was it because she truly liked him, or was it because... His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a gentle voice. "Excuse me, are you Brother Single Soldier?" A female attendant smiled and placed a thermal box on his table. Inside were wontons still steaming hot. "A girl at the station platform asked me to pass this to you," the attendant said. Single Soldier hurriedly looked out the window and caught sight of Han Bing standing on the station platform, waving ceaselessly. She mouthed the words, "Brother Single Soldier, next time it's your turn to treat me." Single Soldier couldn't help but laugh, nodding vigorously in response. "Okay." At that same moment, at the command center, a security officer reported, "Report, subject Doll stayed up all night last night. Her mood shows signs of instability." In the safe room, Doll was diligently using Lego pieces to create Single Soldier's face. A strange noise rang out, making the little girl startle and look around, but seeing no one, sadness once again filled the space. "I'm back!" Single Soldier had just opened the door when he immediately jumped, as a crimson creature looking like it stepped out of hell rushed straight at him. "What the hell is this?" "You're back?" His younger sister smiled radiantly. "Who is this?" Single Soldier pointed at the dog with a ghostly appearance. "Don't you recognize it? It's the one you brought back from the main city." Single Soldier was astonished for a moment, then suddenly understood everything. So it was it, the puppy. "Come here," his younger sister called out. His father stepped out of the kitchen with a murderous look on his face. "We don't even have enough to eat, and yet you're raising a dog? We might as well slaughter it." Hearing this, the dog shrank back in fear. The aggressive look from before completely vanished, leaving only extreme terror. Single Soldier looked at it and thought to himself, the glasses that Professor Bai gave him hosted a spiritual ability named the Watchful Gaze.
When I decided to keep it, I wondered if any changes would occur, for instance, adding a member to the family. It seems this dog is now considered a family member. His mother walked out, speaking in a gentle voice. "Raising a dog is good too. Having this little creature running back and forth makes the atmosphere in the house much more cheerful." "That's right," Single Soldier nodded. "Ah, right. I bought gifts from the main city for everyone." "Oh, you even know how to buy gifts for the family now," his mother looked surprised. I want one," his younger sister cheered happily.
However, his mother didn't seem satisfied with the bag, and his younger sister was punching the stuffed chicken with all her might. Single Soldier frowned involuntarily. "Don't you guys like it? It took me a long time to choose." He brought the jacket to his father. "This is for you, Dad. I saw your apron was torn in a few places. You like cooking, so this will look very good on you." The man didn't turn around, just silently accepted the jacket. "I bought some food. Let's eat early today. I'm starving." Single Soldier smiled and spoke. Seeing his father put on the jacket, he immediately praised, "It looks very suitable for you, Dad." The meal passed in silence, until his mother suddenly spoke up. "You look very hurried." "It's okay. Everyone understands. You will know about these things sooner or later. Being patient until now is already very good." "Yes," Single Soldier nodded. He took a key, opened the sealed document folder, and solemnly placed it on the table. "Indeed, I really want to know." The document was titled, Runaway Laboratory, Level S Mission from the Eclipse Research Institute. In October of the 17th year after the Red Moon event, the Eclipse Research Institute organized a large-scale relocation. During the relocation process, a carriage containing important data and test subjects disappeared without a trace. This carriage was in the middle of a high-speed train, which never stopped, and no security personnel noticed anything. The recorded damage included all 19 employees of Laboratory Number 3, an undetermined number of test subjects, and all research documents. The ringleaders were Director Wang Jinyin and 2 assistants. Anyone providing whereabouts or clues related to the runaway laboratory will receive the highest reward from the Alliance, potentially worth hundreds of millions or equivalent intelligence items. This mission has a permanent duration and applies to everyone.
Single soldier cannot help but be astonished. Meanwhile, at the headquarters,
Professor Bai placed an identical file on the table, facing Mr. Su and other high-ranking officials. Before beginning, he spoke in an extremely serious tone. I need to remind you, what is about to be revealed may far exceed our rank and understanding. Knowing these secrets is not necessarily a good thing. Please be mentally prepared. He continued, from the first time I read Single Soldier's file, especially the details regarding the Red Moonlight Orphanage, I had some speculations. After investigating further, I found a crucial piece of evidence. That seemingly ordinary orphanage is very likely directly linked to the Alliance's runaway laboratory from years ago. You should explain more clearly. The head of the military frowned tightly, his voice dropping low, hinting at impatience. I want to know exactly what you have discovered. Professor Bai did not answer immediately, but silently slid a file across the table.
on the first page of the document, a signature appeared prominently. It is a handwriting sample, he said. This handwriting reminds me of someone I once met. He continued with the demeanor of a professional analyst. Studies have shown that everyone's handwriting is unique. Moreover, this person's handwriting is so special that it is unforgettable because it is characteristically sloppy. So who is the person you recognized? Mr. Su asked, leaning forward. The director of the runaway laboratory, Professor Bai, replied. His tone remained even, but every word spoken felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Wang Jingyun. He was also one of the 4 researchers with the highest academic level at the Eclipse Research Institute. In the beginning, when I was just an intern, I had the opportunity to study a few curriculums under his direct guidance. Therefore, my impression of this handwriting is extremely deep. If that is the case, Mr. Su interrupted him, with a gaze as sharp as a knife. Why didn't you warn us from the beginning? Professor Bai pondered for a moment. First, when I left the Research Institute, I signed a non-disclosure agreement with absolute binding force. Only when you yourselves discovered the problem with Single Soldier could I reveal this information without being considered in violation of the agreement. Second, and more importantly, there were a few hypotheses I needed to verify myself. He paused to let those present in the room absorb the information. The importance that the Eclipse Research Institute attaches to the runaway laboratory is not just because of the absurd disappearance of an entire experimental carriage, nor is it just because it held 19 special test subjects inside. The deeper reason, more important than all, is that the special mental entity nicknamed Tyrant was also in that laboratory. Single Soldier's body involuntarily tensed up when he read the 2 words Tyrant. He quickly skimmed through the profile pages introducing the mission named Runaway Laboratory. The name Wang Jingyun no longer caused a ripple in his mind, but then, from the middle of the file, a faded photo suddenly fell out. The moment his eyes touched the face in the photo, the whole world seemed to shatter and his expression darkened. Wang Jingyun, that was the director of the orphanage. It turned out he was also the director of a research institute.
A chaotic stream of thoughts surged in Single Soldier's mind. No wonder he knew so much, being able to tell us about the future. But hadn't that respected director died in the fire? He flipped to the last page of the document, where a supplementary report was pinned. His eyes widened, every character appearing like needles stabbing straight into his retinas. Investigation mission on the runaway laboratory, urgent supplementary appendix. Based on the latest intelligence from a mole, the whereabouts of Chen Xun, the assistant to Director Wang Jingyun, had been discovered in the main city. Recovered data showed that Chen Xun was still maintaining contact with a certain director, while continuously monitoring all movements in Qinggang. This subject also recorded research data related to Tyrant, raising suspicions that the experiment was still secretly ongoing, and the director contacting Chen Xun was none other than Wang Jingyun.
There is a hypothesis that the runaway laboratory has relocated away from Satellite City number 2 of Qinggang. Verification and reporting are required as soon as possible. The date on the record is September 10, 2060. Single Soldier froze. That face, Chen Xun. He had seen that face before. It was the doctor holding the scalpel, the one who presided over the experiments in his most terrifying nightmares. 2 months ago, he appeared in the main city. Is he not dead yet? He couldn't be dead. If he is still alive, then the director. One of Single Soldier's eyes suddenly turned a blazing red, a red color filled with evil energy and madness. The report stated that the person contacting him was Wang Jingyun. That means the director is also still alive. Just then, the small dog at his feet seemed to sense the anomaly and gently bit his pant leg. This action pulled him back to reality. The ghostly red color in his eye immediately disappeared. At the same time, a stream of cool energy spread from the glasses, helping to calm the surging rage. His emotions gradually stabilized. He slumped into the chair, his breathing heavy. He questioned himself. Why? Why was he so shocked? There are still survivors from the orphanage back then. By rights, he should be happy for them. At the command center, Professor Bai was presenting his strategy. I hid it from everyone not for personal gain, but to avoid alerting the Research Institute. Moreover, I need to borrow the power of Qinggang to help Single Soldier stabilize naturally.
If I had stated my speculations right from the start, then firstly, we could not guarantee that the secret wouldn't be leaked. Secondly, our excessive vigilance might have backfired, causing pressure and causing Single Soldier's situation to take a turn for the worse. The result of today would have been either Single Soldier losing control completely or the Research Institute coming to take him away.
Regardless of the scenario, that is something Qinggang cannot accept. I trust your judgment, Mr. Su nodded, but I am curious about one thing. The Eclipse Research Institute is the most authoritative and advanced agency in this field, and you also originated from there. So why do you have such deep vigilance against them? Because there are too many suspicious points, Professor Bai replied. When I was an intern, I discovered an interesting phenomenon.
The Research Institute only officially appeared to the public after the Red Moon event, but many core research staff had been recruited long before that event occurred. You mean, Mr. Su held his breath, the Research Institute had started researching mental mutation even before the Red Moon event? Not only that, Professor Bai continued, his tone tinged with mystery. After the event, the Research Institute changed its name to Eclipse. The meaning is very clear, expressing the determination to cover up and destroy the source of all chaos, the Red Moon. But before the name change, its old name was the Red Moon Research Institute. So everyone try to guess, before the moon turned red, for what purpose was a research institute named Red Moon established? The atmosphere inside the room became tense. So what is your current speculation about them? Mr. Su asked. I cannot understand their true research direction, Professor Bai admitted. Of course, it's not excluded that after changing their name, they also changed their stance. But as people who want to continue surviving, I think we need to maintain necessary vigilance and skepticism. The vice president of the administrative department, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. You are very right. So ultimately, what connection does Single Soldier have with them? Qinggang cannot lack the help of the Research Institute. If we have to choose between Single Soldier and them, we do not choose, Professor Bai interrupted. And we also don't need to think about participating in a war that we aren't even sure exists or not. Regarding Single Soldier, the Eclipse Research Institute once had an extremely important research topic, which was taming 30 types of special mental entities. It is highly likely that Single Soldier is a survivor left over from that experiment. The tyrant power he displayed has confirmed this. His gaze turned out the window toward the city that was gradually recovering. Whether this was an orchestrated plot or just a coincidence, he spoke in a husky voice. What I want to know now is Single Soldier ultimately a nuclear weapon protecting Qinggang, or a ticking time bomb threatening us? What must we do to protect ourselves from that potential danger? Professor Bai smiled faintly, a smile full of hidden meaning. You are worrying too much. Single Soldier is essentially just an ability user recruited by our Special Pollution Handling Department. He assigned a contract, and we just need to do our part properly. There is no need to overcomplicate things.
He paused, looking straight at the general. Regarding the second issue, I think that as long as we don't seek death ourselves, that is already the best way to protect ourselves. Of course, there is still a backup plan. That is to accelerate the progress of the Heaven Project. I agree, but there remains a core question. Mr. Sun narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly on the table in contemplation. Will God truly appear? Professor Bai took off his glasses, using a soft piece of silk cloth to gently wipe the lenses. This question, even I cannot answer. However, he put his glasses back on, a sharp glint flashing behind the thick lenses. If God truly descends, I would be extremely excited to meet and converse with him. While the leaders were discussing the city's fate, Single Soldier was immersed in his own thoughts. File number 3 had raised countless questions in his heart. Director Wang Jin-young and the man named Chen Xun, are they actually alive or dead? And regarding the fateful meeting at the very beginning, perhaps the only one who understands everything clearly is Sha Lu. He stopped in front of the orphanage gate. The familiar old security guard uncle looked up. Oh, back so soon this time? Was the work finished earlier than expected? Single Soldier responded, but another question arose in his mind. When did this uncle start working here? His memories of the past were always extremely chaotic, like an old film reel that had been edited arbitrarily. Missing countless important frames, he could only vaguely remember his childhood days at the orphanage, the teachings of the director, and the times he and Sha Lu caused trouble with other kids. But how he left this place was a vast memory void. He only remembered wandering the streets with a hazy mind. Then the family appeared and took him back. Since living with them, his stream of memories began to become clear and connected, and he attended a free high school. Then he started working, but the period of nearly a year before meeting his family remained a thick fog. No matter how hard he tried, he could only recall fragmented and meaningless images. He only remembered that long after having a family, he returned to the orphanage and was surprised to see it was still there. And at that place, he met Sha Lu again, his childhood friend. Although very young, she had shouldered the responsibility of raising other orphans in the city. The security guard uncle had also been working there since then, but during the darkest times, when the orphanage didn't even have enough rice to eat, where would the money come from to pay his salary? Hey, you there, step aside.
The security guard's shout interrupted Single Soldier's wandering train of thought. Huh? What? Huh? You're standing like a statue in front of the window, blocking all the sunlight for the flower pot. Single Soldier looked down at the tiny chrysanthemum pot, striving to reach for the light. He involuntarily laughed. Even a small flower desires the sunlight that much. I'll go up first. Go ahead. The security guard waved his hand. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, a group of children surrounded him. Uncle Lou, was that crystal ball from last time picked up by you? No. Single Soldier shook his head. Why would I pick up your crystal ball? A cheeky child asked. So when will you marry Miss Xiao Lu? Single Soldier blushed. Why does children's thinking develop so fast nowadays? We heard that weddings involve distributing celebratory candy. If you don't marry Miss Xiao Lu, how will we get candy to eat? All right, Single Soldier smiled wryly. I'll buy some for you next time. From afar, Xiao Lu's clear laughter echoed back. You're back? That's great. Stay for lunch this noon. Over the simple meal, Single Soldier began to speak. Sister Lu, this time going to the main city, I recalled a few old matters and found many things very strange. Do you remember Director Wang? He continued. In my impression, he was a very good person. In those chaotic and famine-stricken times outside, he protected us very thoroughly. Our meals always had meat. Xiao Lu nodded slightly while picking food for the children. I remember, he always taught us to study. He said, the scariest thing isn't how many people turn into monsters, but the survivors abandoning civilization. Those people are even scarier than monsters. I remember one time I meddled and found a file hidden in the computer, Single Soldier recounted. Just as I opened it, he rushed in.
Chasing us all over the hallway with a broom in hand. Xiao Lu laughed. That's right. We asked him why, but he just turned beet red and wouldn't explain. Single Soldier looked straight into her eyes and asked a key question. So, actually, the director was a good person, right? The smile on Xiao Lu's lips suddenly faded away. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. That's right. He was a good person. She choked out the words. He was the best person in this world. But at the same time, he was also the most terrifying demon in this world. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with pain. I knew there would come a day when you would remember. There were times I was very jealous, because you could forget everything. But there were also times I was extremely afraid. Afraid that you would remember. Your memory only retains his good side. That is also good, because indeed he once had a good side. Her voice wavered. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, no matter how many people told me that when the director put on that white coat, he would turn into that appearance, I would never have believed it. Single Soldier reached out, gently touching Xiao Lu's hand as a consolation. You don't need to be afraid of him anymore. Immediately, Xiao Lu jerked her hand back as if burned, her whole body trembling violently. I'm sorry, she stammered. Don't misunderstand. It's not me. It's really not. Single Soldier was stunned, staring at her unblinkingly, and he suddenly realized a horrifying truth. The person she was truly terrified of was not the director, but himself. Xiao Lu looked up, her eyes filled with fear and guilt. I know what happened back then can't be blamed on you, but I still can't control this fear. I'm sorry, Lucin. Through the specially made glasses, Single Soldier could see a chaotic spectrum of emotions swirling around Xiao Lu, with indicators constantly fluctuating at red alarm levels, extremely intense and unstable. He understood that with just one more small impact, the already fragile defensive wall in her mind would completely collapse. How could I continue to force her? He suddenly smiled, a somewhat forced smile, but he tried to make it look natural. I know I look very fierce, he spoke, his tone becoming much gentler. When I get angry, I look even scarier. Look, I've scared you now. Saying that, he stood up and deliberately turned to walk away decisively. Anyway, I have to go to work this afternoon. I'll head out first. However, you might have to watch the dishes alone. Just as the door closed, the children sneaking behind the table began to whisper. What's wrong with Brother Lu? One asked. They argued, another replied decisively. Then you have a chance, right? The buzz-cut kid in the middle burst out laughing. You don't stand a chance, the child next to him pouted. You can't even afford to treat her to candy. In a corner of the yard, the old security guard took a sip of wine and muttered to himself. Kid, you've misunderstood. The person that girl is afraid of is not you. Single Soldier wandered aimlessly for a long time before slumping down onto a public stone bench. In front of him was a couple. The young man was a bit awkward holding a bouquet of bright red roses. Prepared flowers, too? Is he planning to confess? He thought. The young man took a deep breath. I have prepared a gift. But before he could finish his sentence, a small black shadow flashed past him like lightning. The bouquet in his hand was instantly torn to shreds. Completely unaware, he still presented his tattered gift to the girl. My love, what is this?
The girl looked at the crushed bouquet, her face flushing red with anger. Are you kidding me? From afar, Single Soldier gave a thumbs up to praise his younger sister, who was giggling. Well done. His heavy mood suddenly improved a lot. Brother, the little girl ran over. Sister, Single Soldier smiled, but that smile couldn't hide the sadness in his eyes.
He didn't get the answer he wanted. In fact, the answer he wanted to hear most from Teacher Shalu was, "The director is a very good person. All those things were just you overthinking." But in the end, he received the worst possible answer. Unexpectedly, the person who made her that afraid was actually him. The younger sister hugged his arm tightly. "Brother, I'm not afraid of you." Single Soldier thought, "Let it go. At least I still have you." He patted the little girl's head. "Do you want to go out and play some more?" A new line of thought began to arise in his mind. The orphanage still has survivors. Isn't this a good thing? Even the director might possibly be alive. I want to know what actually happened all those years ago.
He wanted to know if those who deserved to die were all dead yet. Naturally, if they weren't all dead, he wouldn't mind helping them experience what they deserved. In short, he reached a conclusion. Actually, I am very happy right now. If I didn't know before, then so be it. But now that I know there are still people left in the big family of the orphanage, how can I not go and take a look, to see if they are living well or not? As for the doubts in my heart, when I stand in front of them and ask, surely they will be very willing to answer, right? The younger sister hugged his neck tightly, her voice coquettish. Brother, do you know? Just then, the voice of the mother echoed from inside the house. Everyone has been waiting for you to make this decision for a very long time. Single Soldier picked up the phone, his voice already carrying a determined tone. No need for a family meeting this time. The decision has already been determined. The next thing to do is... He dialed a number to call the team leader. Team leader, good afternoon. The thing is, I want to ask for leave. Ask for leave. The team leader's voice held a hint of surprise. Aren't you currently on leave after the mission? That's right, Single Soldier scratched his head. But a few days probably won't be enough. I need to ask for more leave. The specific time is uncertain. What are you asking for leave for? Personal matters, he replied concisely. In the recent event, you made a huge contribution, the team leader announced. According to the contribution points, you can be directly promoted to a level 4 special talent. With this rank, you will enjoy a lot of special attention. Therefore, even if it is a personal matter, you can still make a request. The Special Pollution Handling Department will try its best to support you. I'm afraid not, Single Soldier refused. Because this personal matter...
I need to leave the city to handle something. Where are you going? I have to go to the main city. The main city? The team leader was silent for a moment before asking, Can you tell me the reason? Single Soldier heard the noisy murmuring on the other end of the line. He gritted his teeth. I didn't expect there to be so many people over there. It's not very convenient to talk about this. Anyway, it's a personal matter. Is it okay if I don't say? Of course it is, the team leader replied. Originally, I shouldn't have asked. Theoretically, your leave application can be approved. However, since you are already a level 4 special talent, according to regulations, no matter where you go, you must submit a formal application. The Special Pollution Handling Department will provide necessary safety equipment and information support. The boss made a lot of sense. This call of mine seems a bit abrupt. Single Soldier thought. Then I will go back to write the mission report, then supplement it with an application to leave the city. All right. In the application, you need to clearly state the intended destination, expected duration, and the list of supplies you wish to request.
Because the situation outside the city is still very chaotic and you only have experience going out for a short time, it will be very dangerous. It's best to have a specialist provide you with supplementary training. All right, do we need to arrange a driver beforehand? The person from last time seemed to have quite a few opinions after returning. Behind the team leader's back, the voice of the blonde guy was screaming, Don't you come over here. Single Soldier smiled forcibly. There is no need for a driver, he thought to himself. Lizard is unnecessary. Doll is the same, too messy. Am I supposed to babysit on a trip to the main city? That steel beast is also out of the question. My motorbike is still the most reliable. If it breaks down, I can still carry it back. An hour later, Single Soldier stared blankly at the lengthy plan placed on the table. The plan Han Bing made for him was truly detailed. Just the list of items alone took up several pages, but it was too hard to choose. He couldn't take any more. Otherwise, his motorbike wouldn't be able to carry it all. As for the reason for leaving the city, let's just write that he is visiting relatives. Good afternoon, Brother Single Soldier. Han Bing's voice suddenly rang out from the glasses. There are currently 2 matters to announce. First, the result of this mission has been determined. Mission rank S, completion level S. Your remuneration is 3 million alliance credits. However, due to your exceptionally excellent performance, the administrative department has specially awarded you another 1 million credits. Brother Single Soldier, the reward for this mission is 4 million. Han Bing's voice rang out clearly from the other end. Single Soldier was surprised. Only 4 million? He muttered while performing a calculation. Last time chasing down Kinran outside the city also yielded 3 million.
However, that time it took me several days, while this time it wasn't even an hour. The difference in efficiency is so high. He continued to ask, So how long will it take for the money to reach my account?
Oh, and can I ask you for another favor? The fastest banking process takes about a week, Hanbing replied, her voice sounding much happier. Brother Single Soldier, don't be so polite. If you need my help, I'm very happy. The thing is, in the Qingyan mountain area, there is a very beautiful villa complex that I've had my eye on for a long time, Single Soldier explained in detail. I've calculated it. My savings plus the reward this time should be just enough. So can you advance the money? Then when the reward comes in, buy one for me. Is that okay? The other end of the line went silent for a moment. Then Hanbing asked in astonishment, Such a big matter? Are you in such a hurry? Or should we wait for you to return and go see it together? No need, Single Soldier shook his head. After buying it, help me process the paperwork to donate it to the Red Moonlight Orphanage next to the security department. Send all the remaining money to them as well. It's to pay for electricity, water, and buy food, but there should be nearly 2 million left over. Hanbing couldn't understand. Just to pay for utilities and buy food? Single Soldier scratched his head, his voice a bit shy. Well, they can buy many other things too. Meat is very expensive nowadays. Can you help me? Hearing the naivety in his voice, Hanbing couldn't suppress a laugh. No problem. Since you trust me this much, I will definitely handle it properly. A quiet emotion rose in Single Soldier's heart. Hanbing really was a kind and cute girl. The dumplings she wrapped were very delicious too. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Right. What was the second thing you mentioned earlier? I almost forgot. Hanbing continued.
Currently, Chang'an needs someone to transport an important document folder to the main city. Since it's on your way, why don't you accept this mission as well? You won't need to ask for leave, and you'll get an extra allowance. Single Soldier's face couldn't hide his astonishment. Was it such a coincidence? Hanbing spoke up again to instruct him. Yes, Op, and one more thing. When you arrive at the main city, try to abide by their laws. But if you run into trouble, immediately contact our liaison point there. They are our people, completely trustworthy. Single Soldier knocked on the director's office door before entering. The director raised his voice enthusiastically. Xiaolu, is that you? Come in. When did you get back? Single Soldier replied, Director, I'm really sorry, but I have some personal business I want to see you about. The director laughed and waved his hand. Wanting to ask for leave again, are you? Single Soldier shook his head. No, I'm here to resign. The smile on the director's lips suddenly froze. Resign? He stammered, then seemed to suddenly realize something.
What? Resign? Single Soldier forced a smile. Yes, working at the company these past few years has been very happy, but I have to leave the city for a while soon. I don't know when I'll be back, so... Countless questions exploded in the director's mind. Why was he resigning? What happened during the trip to Xinjiang with Vice President Chao? He hadn't been able to contact the Chao father and son for the past few days either. Did he feel this company wasn't enough for him to develop? What if he went crazy and pulled a stunt before leaving? After that train of thought, he hurriedly grabbed Single Soldier's hand with a tragic expression. Xiaolu, you can't leave. What exactly is going on? Is your sister's health unstable again? Single Soldier looked confused. No, my sister is still healthy. The director inquired further. Then how is Vice President Chao? Single Soldier frowned and replied, He's probably not doing too well. His stepmother seemed to have some conflict and did something bad, so she was taken away by the authorities. I'm sure the father and son are affected to some extent. The director's teeth clenched tight, his face taut as a bowstring. Good heavens, 2 women beside the vice president, 1 hospitalized, 1 arrested. What kind of dark, heart-wrenching family feud drama was this? His attitude shifted instantly, his tone becoming sweet.
Xiaolu, don't be under pressure. There's always affection between the company and employees. Last time I approved your leave request. Just go solve your personal matters, come back when you're done. I was young once too. Relationship matters are hard to talk about. Single Soldier showed surprise. Yes, that would be great. The director waved goodbye. Take care, Xiaolu. However, the moment Single Soldier turned around, his expression changed immediately. Single Soldier thought to himself, I didn't expect the director to sincerely want to keep me like that. I used to suspect him. I really shouldn't have. When the door closed, the director immediately ordered, Contact Vice President Chao right away. That guy who brings a gun to work wants to resign. Boss, isn't that a good thing? The director slammed the table. An image of a blackened, bloodied Single Soldier appeared in his mind. Good, my ass. Who knows why he's resigning? What if he caused some trouble and wants to flee? Or he fought with the vice president and the relationship cracked? If I let him go, won't everything be blamed on me later? The motorcycle screeched to a halt in front of the orphanage gate. There was still one last thing. Single Soldier said to himself, It seems the children went on an extracurricular activity today. He gently placed a thick stack of money next to the small chrysanthemum pot. He looked back at the familiar gate one last time, not knowing how long this trip would take before he could return. His gaze suddenly stopped at the flower pot. The flower that had just been blooming before was now with its petals scattered and fallen. Single Soldier revved the engine, and the motorcycle sped off. He put on his glasses. Glasses, map, departure. At the Qinggong Command Center, Professor Bai watched the red dot moving on the giant screen. Its direction was heading straight for the main city.
He used the internal phone, speaking in an even, emotionless voice. "How are you all feeling right now?" Mr. Su let out a sigh. His tone could not hide his impatience. "I both really want to know and don't want to know what exactly he is going there to do. Why did old Shen hang up so abruptly? Was he in such a rush to board the warship that he couldn't say a word?" Professor Bai calmly replied, "Because the Vanguard Special Squad has sent news back from the maritime nation." Mr. Su asked, "You already know the result, don't you?" Mr. Su smiled forcibly. "The result? It didn't just stop at not being what we thought. We had originally prepared for a bloody battle, but when the Vanguard Squad landed, they discovered that the other side had made no preparations to resist. Their situation had collapsed to the point of being unable to recover. They have issued a nationwide wanted order for Old Ye and Shen Ming, drawing a clear line with the masterminds and expressing their earnest desire to be merged into Qinggong." Professor Bai leisurely wiped his glasses while offering his analysis. So the old captain's chess game was like this. If this attack succeeded, the maritime nation would take over Qinggong.
And if they fail, they will immediately surrender collectively. This old man is indeed using the lives of his entire nation to exchange for one last glimmer of hope. Furthermore, these people have already leaked the news. If Qinggong takes revenge on the innocent civilians of the maritime nation, the damage to our reputation will be even greater than the damage from this attack. Mr. Su frowned. That's right. Facing women, the elderly and children, unarmed people, we really cannot bring ourselves to strike. That old man definitely calculated this point, a fatal move aimed straight at our so-called principles. Professor Bai asked back, his voice slightly surprised. Only women, the elderly and children remain? Mr. Su gritted his teeth. That's right. I think the rest can no longer be considered human. Is this the wish that the old man mentioned? But it must be said, he is quite generous, instantly providing us with such abundant research resources.
On the deserted road, Single Soldier rode his bike while humming a made-up tune. Don't think I'm just a sheep. The ferocity of a sheep is hard to imagine. He thought there were still 1,400 kilometers left, about 4 more days to reach the main city. It was clearly stated that the whole family was going to visit relatives, but in the end, it was just him alone, single-handed. Once reaching the main city, the heart of the High Wall Alliance, surely the people there would be very civilized and reasonable, right? There would surely be many people willing to help him find Chen Sun and provide all conveniences. Well, stop thinking about it. For now, finding a place to rest and replenishing water is the most important thing. The vegetation here grows really well, very suitable for resting. He slowed down and stopped the bike in front of a village that exuded a gloomy, deathly atmosphere. Is anyone home? I'm here to rent a place to stay.
Suddenly, a scream rang out from behind, making Single Soldier jump and turn around. Where did that cry come from? It turned out to be his younger sister, waving from a hidden corner. "Brother, over here!" Single Soldier laughed. "Oh, it's you, little sister. You truly are my sister, always appearing at the right time to report news." He cleared his throat and spoke louder. "Is anyone here? Don't be afraid, everyone. I come from Qinggong, staying for only 1 night. I will leave tomorrow morning. Absolutely will not cause any trouble." Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds, and from the darkness, vague figures with grotesque, weird, and terrifying appearances stepped out. Single Soldier thought to himself, there are people after all. However, those mutants only glanced at him timidly and then hurriedly scurried away. He sighed. These people are truly pitiful, especially the one who has to crawl to move over there. Perhaps they were heavily injured before, and the village has no means to treat them. A moldy smell, a terrible mixture of rotting furniture, dampness, dirty clothes, and a stench rushed straight into his nose. He pushed open the door of a crooked wooden house. "Hello, Grandma. Do you have a light inside?" An old woman was sitting on the bed, motionless like a statue. Single Soldier spoke up. "It's okay. Luckily, I brought one." He turned on his flashlight. Now he could see more clearly. The light swept across the room, and when it shone on the old woman, Single Soldier froze. She was embracing another creature, emaciated, with a grotesque shape resembling a little demon. Single Soldier asked, trying to keep his voice calm. "Excuse me, is there anything to eat in the house?" The old woman remained silent. "It's okay. Luckily, I brought some too." He spoke to himself again, then took out a can of beef. The deformed creature, seeing the food, saw its red eyes flash, then lunged forward like a beast. A long tongue darted out, snatching the can of beef. Single Soldier's younger sister was about to rush forward. "Dare to steal my brother's stuff!" But he grabbed her hand in time. "Wait, sister!" At this moment, Single Soldier clearly saw the shape of the creature. It had completely demonized, and there were even 2 small horns growing on its back. It didn't eat alone, but carefully tore a small piece of meat and gave it to the old woman. Single Soldier smiled. "It's okay. I still have more than half a can."
This meat is a bit salty. It has to be cooked with instant noodles to be tasty. I also brought a few bundles of noodles here. Do you folks have any water left? The old woman silently pointed behind him. Single Soldier thought to himself, great, I can cook noodles this time. Luckily, this time he listened to Han Bing and brought the specially made water filter from Qinggong. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have dared to use this water.
The rich aroma of noodles quickly filled the room, causing the old woman and the little demon to stare fixedly at the boiling pot of noodles.
The monster couldn't hold back anymore. It rushed forward, attempting to snatch the whole pot. Single Soldier was as quick as lightning, grabbing its skinny wrist. "Bring the bowl here." His younger sister giggled. "Brother, you're so annoying. How about I handle it for you?" Single Soldier released his hand, causing the monster to retreat in fear. He noticed that its feet were also deformed like the other villagers. It bent down to find a chipped bowl on the bed. Single Soldier frowned. "Get two." "That's the way." He took the bowl from the monster's hand. "Smells good, right? It's only tasty when cooked like this, but it's very hot right now. If you eat like you did before, you'll burn your tongue. Come on, give this bowl to your grandmother first. If we're eating, we eat together. 2 bowls are enough for you too. I'll eat straight from the pot." He handed it a pair of chopsticks. "Don't use your hands, okay? You have to use chopsticks to eat noodles." The monster looked bewildered, understanding nothing, when the old woman suddenly spoke up. Her voice was hoarse. "You leave. Leave the noodles and go." Single Soldier didn't understand. "Why? I already invited you to eat noodles." The old woman suddenly became agitated. "You go. If you don't—" Single Soldier smiled. "I definitely have to go." He turned to the empty space beside him. "Or do you want to eat this? It's for you, sister." The old woman trembled. She couldn't see Single Soldier's sister and only thought he was talking to a ghost. Single Soldier spoke up. "Grandma, eat quickly or the noodles will get soggy. This gathering point of yours is the safest place in the area, which is why I came to ask for shelter."
He continued, "I see that people outside are farming quite a lot. The harvest must be enough to eat, right? Why do you two look like you haven't eaten for days? If you really can't survive anymore, you can come to Qinggong. We haven't had news of anyone starving to death for several years now." The old woman spoke sadly. "Only the 2 of us go hungry. They still eat their fill." She took a deep breath. "Smell it. They are stewing meat back there. They are waiting to eat. I told you to leave now, but you won't go. So think about it. After they are full, what will they do to you?" Facing the warning, Lucien was not only unafraid, but on the contrary smiled calmly. "So you mean I should leave while it's still early? Actually, it's useless even if I wanted to go. The paths ahead and behind are both blocked. Where can I go now?" The old woman narrowed her aged eyes to scrutinize him.
"You know," Single Soldier replied in a calm tone, "of course I know. I can see it. But it doesn't matter. Originally, this trip of mine was to combine work with visiting relatives, and conveniently do some sightseeing and meet the people here. My family told me I must travel often to broaden my horizons. That way my mood will improve." Hearing these words, the suspicion in the old woman's heart increased. This young man was not simple at all. She glanced at the bowl of noodles Single Soldier offered, then snatched it abruptly from the hands of her grandson, who was eating voraciously. "Stop eating." The child, or to be precise, the demon, was starving, so he turned and bit hard into the old woman's bony arm, causing fresh blood to seep out. She screamed in pain and clutched her arm. Single Soldier spoke up, his eyes becoming extremely serious. "Grandma, this boy has a problem. Is it because he has a problem that the others haven't eaten him?" The old woman screamed, her rage drowning out the pain. "Who dares to eat my grandson? I used to have 4 sons, but they are all dead. Now there's just 1 old and 1 young left, relying on each other to live. Food is scarce, and there are people coming to rob us. I just hope my grandson gets well soon. Wait for him to grow up. He will be even stronger than his father, those cruel beasts." Single Soldier shook his head, his voice decisive. "He won't get better. Please believe me, Grandma. I am an expert in spiritual power. The boy's spirit has been seriously damaged, even twisted and deformed. This is a typical symptom of spiritual pollution. With the current situation, the conditions in this village cannot cure it, unless you take him to Qinggong."
The old woman was stunned into silence. "Mental pollution? Is what you're saying true? Say it again. Before the red moon appeared, I used to be a university student." A university student, Single Soldier thought to himself. Back then they were all elite youths, just like Vice General Manager Shao. He observed the child eating noodles with his hands. His head began to crack open, revealing a third eye staring wide open in a grotesque manner. Single Soldier said, "I can see it. When did it start becoming like this? Please tell me in detail." The old woman recounted with a trembling voice. About 2 months ago, many people in the village caught this pollution disease you mentioned, but no one was as serious as this. Only my grandson. He was naturally sickly and didn't have enough to eat, so he ended up like this." Single Soldier repeated, 2 months ago? Did anything special happen? In my experience, an outbreak of mental pollution usually has a trigger, such as a stranger arriving, a sudden event, or someone in the village having a problem.
The old woman whispered, and her eyes became bloodshot. "Stranger, it is that woman, that slut. Everything started with her." She gritted her teeth. "My eldest son picked her up."
Our family treated her well, never letting her go hungry for a single day. My eldest son even gave her the best food. But that woman is a jinx. Not long after she arrived, my eldest son was beaten to death while land reclaiming. Then my second son wanted to marry her, but after a few days he fell ill and died. I told my third son not to marry her, to bury her alive, but he wouldn't listen. He and my fourth son, his own flesh and blood, took up knives against each other because of that woman. My poor third son died in agony. It is her. After she arrived, the whole village started getting sick. I went to report to the village chief, telling him we must kill her, must kill that monster. Single Soldier's eyes widened. She is still alive? The old woman screamed, tears pouring like rain. Alive. That bitch is still alive. She killed my 4 sons and then turned around to seduce the village chief's son. Shameless thing. She deserves to die. Single Soldier said, I understand you are very angry, but the more details you tell me, the better it is for solving the problem. The old woman continued her story in resentment. She killed my sons, then bewitched all the men in the village. She didn't even spare my grandson. If you stay here, sooner or later you will be seduced by her too. You ask why we don't have enough to eat? Because all the delicious food in the village has been offered to her. Chicken, eggs, suckling pigs. They even took grain to exchange for delicacies for her, but she was still not satisfied. She wants to eat the best things. You tell me, when the food is all eaten, what else is there to feed her? At that moment, the voice of the younger sister in Single Soldier's mind rang out excitedly. Big brother, outside the door. Single Soldier muttered. No wonder I smelled a fragrance earlier. It has finally arrived? The old woman trembled and pointed towards the door. Look, that monster is hungry again.
Outside, the thick night was torn apart by flickering torchlights as dozens of deformed figures wielding weapons surrounded the wooden house. Single Soldier still maintained an unusually calm demeanor. After this, he had to report to Han Bing that this gathering point was no longer safe. Fortunately, the one who came here was him. If it were anyone else, what would the consequences be? The younger sister asked, Brother, can I take these toys? Single Soldier patted the little girl's head, his voice full of seriousness. If you keep being like this, I'm going to criticize you. He told himself, the kid has been developing greed lately. She needs to be corrected, otherwise she will surely be spoiled in the future.
The old woman asked, her voice trembling in despair. Young man, what do you plan to do? Single Soldier replied, just talk to them properly. The old woman suddenly shouted towards the door. Zhang Daquan, you people must not harm him. He can treat our illness. He just said it. It's all that woman's fault. You have to kill her. A gruff voice from outside shouted back, Shut up, old hag. The sound of banging on the door was rapid like war drums. Honored guest, please come out for a moment. We have something to discuss. Single Soldier took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Hello, everyone. He stood straight, facing the crowd, radiating murderous intent. I am just a lost traveler. I will leave first thing tomorrow morning. I absolutely have no malicious intent. Even if I eat or drink your provisions, I will pay fair remuneration. I am from Changgang, so consider me someone with a background. Moreover, a businessman once said, the wilderness is not a place outside the law. You should not act without thinking. He paused, looking deeply into the eyes of the ringleader. I even intended to help everyone solve the problem. Everyone here has been polluted. The leader, Zhang Daquan, roared, Who are you saying has a problem? Get him. The crowd howled like a pack of wild beasts, rushing massively towards Single Soldier. Bang! A bullet plunged into the chest of a man charging forward, knocking him backward. Single Soldier spoke in a cold voice. I hope everyone listens to me. If you hurt me, I will fight back. I have a gun in my hand. You will be the ones to suffer. Zhang Daquan, the coward hiding behind his son's back, screamed, Hurry up and beat him to death. Beat him to death for me. His son roared, Die! He rushed forward. Single Soldier didn't shoot him. Instead, he pointed the gun barrel straight at the Stry. He looked straight into the young man's crazed eyes, his voice cold as ice. Brother, do you really want to beat me to death? Bang! The young man froze, the ferocity in his eyes replaced by a glint of fear. Bang! Without a moment of hesitation. The second bullet pierced through the middle of his forehead. Single Soldier casually blew the thin smoke from the muzzle. It seemed he really was like that. He turned to the crowd, who were stunned like statues. I really have no hostile intentions, but if you want to harm me, I will certainly defend myself. So why don't we sit down and talk calmly, discussing how to solve this special pollution situation? Wouldn't that be better? I don't even intend to ask for remuneration. Zhang Daquan's eyes were sunken. A ghostly red aura began to wrap around him. He staggered towards his son's corpse, letting out a miserable howl. My son, my eldest, how are you? Say something. However, the remaining villagers did not care about his suffering at all, because in their eyes now remained only mad desire. A guy muttered, Mine, mine. He bared his deformed teeth, revealing a bizarre smile. Zhang Da is dead, so doesn't that mean that woman will be my turn? Another interrupted. It's my turn. That woman is mine, mine. The whole crowd rushed into a chaotic brawl. Single Soldier wondered, the woman,
Is that the pollution source? His younger sister jumped onto his shoulder, pointing towards the end of the village. Brother, look quickly. A figure gradually emerged from the night mist. That woman had finally arrived.
As soon as they saw her, all the villagers seemed to go mad. Mine, mine, she is mine. The woman smiled a mesmerizing smile, turned around, and began to dance. Her movements were truly bizarre, inhuman, both seductive and terrifying. And then a horrifying scene unfolded. The entire village, as if controlled by an invisible force, began to mimic her dance. Single Soldier was stunned. Their limbs twisted, wrapped tightly around each other, forming a gigantic, grotesque mass of human flesh. Everyone was trying to copy every single movement of the woman. A strange red energy enveloped them. He realized, no wonder their body shapes were so strange. Those complex and distorted movements were obviously not something a normal human body could perform.
Forcing themselves to imitate only caused severe damage to their muscles and bones. Even their spines were twisted. This was a form of self-destruction. The younger sister lifted her chin. What kind of pollution is this? I dance way better than her. He quickly analyzed. You should worry about learning how to walk properly first. Although this woman looked very much like a monster, there were no signs of any parasitic mental entity on her body. She resembled an ability user more. If so, I cannot deal with her directly, but must go through judgment. Just then the little demon, the old woman's grandson, caught the scent of the woman. He immediately pushed the door open and rushed out like a moth to a flame. Single Soldier was surprised. What is it planning to do? The boy rushed into the mass of human flesh, and strangely enough, he began to reproduce the dance perfectly. His movements and the woman's achieved absolute synchronization. Single Soldier realized, something's wrong. Between these two, who exactly is the mental monster? That woman had become the center, the brain of a single collective entity, composed of all those frantically dancing around her.
Dealing with any one of them meant dealing with them all. To stop her, I must break the logic of this dance. But what exactly is that logic? From inside the house, the hate-filled scream of the old woman tore through the night. You damn bitch! You must die! Give my grandson back to me! Give him back! In the blink of an eye, the old woman's human camouflage vanished. Her lower body swelled up, tearing through her clothes. It transformed into a disgusting giant centipede with hundreds of wriggling legs. Single Soldier whispered, so she is also a spiritual entity. Unsurprisingly, the old woman had completely lost her reason. Her screaming no longer held a human timbre. Give him back to me! Her giant centipede body extended. It constricted around the villagers who were entranced in the dance. A man screamed in pain. I can't control my body! Single Soldier analyzed, so that's it. The thing dominating this village isn't just the woman's dance. These two forces are conflicting, tugging at each other, causing the pollution to worsen, especially that deformed boy. No wonder he is the most severely mutated one. On one side was the dancer dancing selflessly. On the other was the old woman desperately holding on. They looked like they were fighting over something, and the focal point of the battle was the boy. Single Soldier realized the female dancer wasn't just dancing. She was using her entire body and soul to recount a story. I think I understand what happened here. Through the dance, Single Soldier understood everything. She was a young girl born in the post-apocalyptic world, but her heart still burned with passion. She dreamed of a day she could shine on the stages of the high-wall cities, and with that ambition, she and her troupe began a touring journey. They brought song and music to remote lands, and although life in the wilderness was incredibly harsh, they remained optimistic, building a bright future together. However, on a fateful night, the dream was shattered. A group of nomadic knights, who were actually the men of this village, attacked the troupe just to rob their meager supplies. They massacred everyone. Only she, because of her beauty, was captured and taken to this den of evil.
She became a trophy, subjected to humiliation and trampling day and night. She tried to escape, but failed every time. And to prevent her from running away, they broke her legs. They brutally twisted her joints. So that no one else could covet their toy, they used cigarette butts, fire, and knives to ruin her appearance. From the ashes of despair, the fire of hatred ignited. Her love for dance had now turned into a weapon of revenge, and amidst physical and mental pain, she created this ghostly dance. Her legs were crippled, her face ruined, her body defiled, but she still danced, because dance was the only thing she had left, and she succeeded. Her enchanting dance seduced everyone, and she became the queen of the village. To please her, the men looted more, risking their lives to attack larger settlements, only to die. To vie for possession of her, blood brothers turned to slaughter each other. Men died for her, and she was taken by other men. She coldly witnessed the tragedy she herself had orchestrated.
She watched the people who had ruined her life scrambling and killing each other in ugliness and madness. That was her only method of revenge, under the eerie red moon. The female dancer's dance became increasingly intense, overflowing with emotion until it reached a climax. Meanwhile, the old woman shrieked hoarsely, begging her grandchild to stop. Both were sinking into extreme agony. "My grandchild, stop, please, I beg you." Single Soldier observed everything indifferently. This old woman hated the woman so much because, in her eyes, her 4 sons had treated the girl very well. As for looting, killing, and breaking legs, that was commonplace in this world. Even she herself, when she was young, had been captured and brought to the village in a similar manner. But among all those affected by the girl, no one was innocent. He looked towards the child. Its dance mimicked the dancer, but expressed a different emotion, a sick possessiveness.
He realized that, as it turned out, this very boy had also been captivated by her body. He had sneaked into the girl's tent countless times. Perhaps the person the dancer hated the most was him. Single Soldier could see the boy's past. It was he, with his deformed body, who had sat on the mountain peak and discovered the troops setting up camp. When he dragged himself closer, the female dancer had kindly given him food and watched him leave with concern, completely unaware that his greedy eyes had long since glued themselves to her, and so had the old woman's. Her only hope was this grandson. She was willing to do anything to raise him, even using her own flesh and blood, every red moon night. When the female dancer used her dance to enchant the whole village, the old woman turned into a devil to stop it, trying to reclaim her grandson and her power in this village. It is a chaotic mess of crime, hatred, and lust. The younger sister's voice rang out in Single Soldier's head, full of worry. "Brother, what do you intend to do now?" Single Soldier shook his head, his face showing no expression whatsoever. "I won't do anything. Interrupting someone else's performance is a very impolite action." As soon as he finished speaking, the centipede tail of the old woman began to crack and shatter into pieces. Her power was dissipating, and she panicked. "Why do I fail time and time again?" The villagers' bodies twisted together in a terrifying manner. Lu Xun remarked, "In this dispute, the old woman is still the loser, losing more miserably by the day, having been forced to a dead end by those people. Tonight, the struggle between them has finally come to an end." The woman's dance had nearly reached perfection, a perfection full of monstrosity. Suddenly, her eyes looked straight at Lu Xun and his sister. Lu Xun clapped his hands in applause. This is the courtesy an audience member should have. The girl burst into tears, but a satisfied smile blossomed on her lips.
He was the only man who killed her but had no desire to possess her, the only one to enjoy her performance and give her a round of applause. Her body dipped slightly, her arms spread wide to both sides as if holding an invisible skirt. It was an elegant movement, a gesture of thanks sent to her only audience. Lu Xun took out his notebook to record, his mood still somewhat complex. Clearly the old woman was a monster, but it wasn't just him who could see her. The one harming people in the village was an ability user.
The one who saves people turns out to be a monster. Amidst this complexity, there is no clear boundary at all. Chen Qing's people were quite right. Without order, how could things work? However, am I lost? Moreover, ever since leaving the village, younger sister has disappeared again. Glasses, bring up the map. He sighed, looking at the map. Why was it getting further away? The road here was too difficult to travel. 20 minutes later, Lu Xun was still fumbling around in the forest, his mouth singing ceaselessly. "Don't look at me as just a sheep. Something's wrong. Why haven't I seen main road yet? Am I off track? This compass is useless too. I'll just keep going straight ahead. I'm bound to hit the main road eventually. It's such a waste of gas." Half an hour later, Lu Xun returned to the exact starting position. What the hell is this? He was horrified. He had clearly driven for a while, yet the map showed him going in circles. Could it be that I've encountered the ghost guiding the way from the rumors? When I was small, I used to hear ghost stories, saying that if you meet a ghost guiding the way, there are a few ways to solve it. 1 is to put underwear on your head, 2 is to spit 3 times, 3 is to curse the whole way. I guess I'll stick to spitting. Putting underwear on my head isn't appropriate, and cursing at people isn't good either. Another half hour passed, and Lu Xun completely collapsed. Wait, isn't this stone the same stone I spat on half an hour ago? Indeed, one shouldn't believe in such unscientific rumors. A ghost guiding the way means there is a ghost interfering with my thinking and senses. From there, a scientific method can be deduced to solve it. Find that ghost. Meanwhile, in another car, "Uncle A, aren't you a veteran driver? How could you get lost? The damn map showed nothing." The blonde young man asked repeatedly. "You definitely didn't mark the map carefully."
Otherwise, why can't we find the way back to the campsite? This is just great. We can't return. Uncle, tell me, will the leader wait for us? Even if he waits, he'll deal with us first. Talk about running into a ghost. The blonde guy pointed at the torn underwear the uncle was wearing on his head.
Uncle, this method of yours doesn't work at all. It's been half a day and nothing has changed. Only the smell is getting stronger. Don't the ghosts after the blood moon know the rules of our ancestors? Or should we wait until dawn to move? No, this ragged place, as long as we keep moving, it's okay. Once we stop, I feel very anxious. Keep moving. The blonde guy hissed. It's that thing again. His finger trembled as he pointed forward. That damn crooked tree. Uncle, we've returned to the starting point again. Just circling around like this.
The gas tank isn't going to last much longer. He turned to the older man, his voice filled with despair. We're really done for this time. Think about it, Uncle. If the leader finds out, will you be safe? Her temper has been very erratic lately. We snuck out to find supplies. If we don't get back by tomorrow morning and delay the convoy schedule, then... He swallowed hard. With her temper being as hot as fire right now, will she deal with you to make an example for others? The young man's words were like a needle prick, causing cold sweat to break out on the back of the older man's neck. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, veins popping out on the back of his hand. He thought, big trouble now. We should have been able to get back to the base just by following this road. Why are we going in circles in this desolate place? I clearly followed the map correctly. The uncle's face darkened, and he muttered a curse. It's definitely haunted. We've gone back and forth on these roads a dozen times. We should have gotten out long ago, yet we go in a circle and end up crashing back into this deformed tree. This is just too absurd. The blonde guy started trembling. If we encounter something right now, what then? Before he could finish, he suddenly fell silent, pricking up his ears to listen. Uncle, there's a sound. It seems like someone is coming. The uncle's heart felt like it dropped into a deep abyss. Who could be out here in the middle of nowhere at this time of night? He growled, but his own voice was trembling. Or is it really a ghost? The blonde guy stammered, his teeth chattering against each other. The uncle shouted, Shut up! Turn off the headlights, pull out your gun, and be on guard. At this hour, the scariest thing might not be a ghost. We'll ask clearly later, but absolutely do not act stupidly. From the darkness, a solitary spot of light appeared and grew larger. It was a person riding a large displacement motorcycle, traveling alone. The blonde guy hurriedly leaned close to the uncle's ear, his voice a mix of panic and whispering. Uncle, ghosts after the red moon are so modern now, they even know how to ride motorcycles. As the vehicle passed by, the motorcyclist waved his hand, and an unusually calm voice rang out in the quiet night. Good evening. Are you human or ghost?
The blonde guy stared blankly. Are ghosts this polite nowadays? Damn it, why didn't you ask him for directions? He received a sharp glare from the uncle. The man's face was pale, without a single trace of blood. I didn't even have time to open my mouth before he was gone. Suddenly, the blonde guy seemed to realize something. Wait a minute, uncle. That's not right. We've been circling here so many times without meeting anyone. Does his appearance prove that we've broken out of the loop? But then he froze, the look of horror on his face deepening. But uncle, there's no road where he just came from. A person coming out from where there is no road can only be... The thought made both of their hair stand on end. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle engine echoed from behind again. It was that single soldier again. As he turned the bike around and glided past them once more, it was still that friendly greeting. Yet in their eyes right now, his smile was no different from the smile of a devil. What the hell is that? The uncle trembled as he glanced in the rearview mirror. This time, the single soldier stopped the vehicle a distance away from them and spoke up to ask.
It seems like we've met a few times these past few days, haven't we? The uncle had to squint to see clearly. Under the dim moonlight, that face truly belonged to a human. Both of them cautiously stepped out of the car, hands hiding guns behind their backs, as their vigilance was raised to the highest level. The uncle spoke up, trying to keep his voice from wavering due to trembling. Friend, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Greetings to you both. I am going to the main city to visit relatives. Then why do you keep walking around in circles here? Single soldier scratched his head, his face radiating a miraculous sincerity.
I'm lost. It feels like I've encountered a ghost guiding the way, so I'm walking around here to see if I can find that ghost. The uncle and the blonde guy exchanged a look. Both were astonished beyond words. Are these words a human can say? Meeting a ghost guiding the way at midnight? Instead of finding a way to escape, he's looking for the ghost? The uncle swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva, forcing a smile. Well, you just go your way, my friend. We won't bother you. He took a step back, his tone completely changed. To be honest, we are also lost. We called to people in the convoy. Surely they will send someone to search later. Everyone is fully armed with guns. Single soldier didn't flinch, even pulling out his pistol to check the magazine. Got guns? Good, I have one too. But I'm not sure if anyone can come in here to find you two. If they enter, I'm afraid they will also get lost like us. He shot a look sharp as a knife at the two. Don't you two know what a ghost guiding the way is? It's not exactly a ghost as people understand. It's a type of spatial pollution, creating a logic loop. Just walking in circles will never let you escape. We must find its main body, which is the pollution source, and then neutralize it. The blonde guy showed visible surprise. Single Soldier continued. I've heard about this. Ghosts after the red moon have also mutated a lot. You can understand it that way. With more people comes greater strength. I want to invite the two of you to cooperate in finding and resolving it. What do you say? The uncle's face turned pale. This guy has mental issues. Without a second of hesitation, he grabbed the blonde guy's hand, dragging him hurriedly into the car. All right, friend. We are in a huge rush. We dare not bother you anymore. Making a living out here, having a friend is another path. Let's connect another time. Having said that, the uncle stepped on the gas, causing the pickup truck to lurch forward and shoot off like an arrow. Single Soldier just stood there watching and muttered a sentence. In such a hurry? The blonde guy, while buckling his seatbelt, shouted in panic. That guy is crazy.
It's like he's planning to invite us to hunt ghosts. How creepy. Ignore him. Speed up. While driving, the uncle glanced into the rearview mirror, and suddenly his pupils contracted. Single Soldier's motorcycle was following closely right behind the car. Damn it, why is he following us? The blonde guy panic-strickenly grabbed the gun. Let me shoot him. Nonsense. The uncle slapped his hand away. It's a human life after all. Just ignore him. If he gets too close, we'll deal with it later. The car sped madly through the deep night. Suddenly, the space ahead seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. The familiar forest disappeared, replaced by a strange green mist permeating the air. Uncle, what is that? The uncle's eyes lit up with hope. We're out! We made it out! Their joy had not yet taken shape when it quickly froze on their faces.
What appeared before them was not the familiar road, but a scene resembling hell. A vehicle graveyard with rusted metal frames piled atop one another. They looked like the corpses of giant dead monsters, and towering in the center of the scrapyard was a giant ancient tree with a grotesque shape. Its branches and leaves were not green, but bore the hidden white color of bones, dangling skeletons like gruesome decorations. The eyes of both men were glued to the tree, as if sucked in by an invisible magical force. All terror vanished, giving way to a morbid worship. Their facial muscles relaxed, twisting into a grotesque smile. Their eyes reflected a ghostly red light. Not a word was spoken. Both stepped out of the car in unison, their footsteps steady and soulless. They walked straight towards the death tree, just like moths rushing into a lamp. Under the canopy of the giant ancient tree, where dried forms swayed like morbid wind chimes. The two men staggered as they unbuckled their worn leather belts, preparing to join that collection of dried corpses themselves. Observing from a distance, a feeling that was both chilling and satisfying spread down Single Soldier's spine. So his hypothesis was correct. He pondered silently, while his sharp eyes analyzed every detail. The pollution source was this tree. He had figured out its operating mechanism. A form of mysterious energy radiated from the tree, creating an invisible field of influence. Anyone stepping into this range would gradually lose their sense of direction and wander aimlessly. When the body was exhausted and the mind sank into panic, they would be pulled by a ghostly attraction to the foot of the tree, entering the final stage, suicide. Single Soldier told himself that because he was too young, physically fit, and had an iron will, he didn't meet the criteria to be attracted by it. He had loitered around this area for a long time, unable to pinpoint its exact location, which was why he decided to follow this pitiful uncle and nephew pair. Their staggering gait, listless eyes, plus the torn underwear worn upside down on the nephew's head, proved they were reaching the necessary limit. He just had to follow them like a living compass to find the epicenter of the event, but he hadn't expected things to progress so quickly. Scientific analysis is always the key, Single Soldier mumbled, then raised his specialized glasses. Numbers were dancing on the screen. Mental radiation, 120 units. He quickly performed the calculations. In a state of uncontrolled passive emission, radiation intensity is usually 1/10 of the actual mental amplification level. If at this close range it was already 120, then its true level must be approximately 1000. Once the target was locked, everything became easy. Single Soldier drew his pistol, its ice-cold muzzle aimed straight at the center of the tree trunk. A deafening gunshot rang out, tearing through the silence. The ancient tree trunk convulsed violently, and the dry skeletons hanging on the branches fell to the ground in unison like autumn leaves.
The two dogs were also thrown far away and passed out. A terrifying hiss rang out as two blood-red eye sockets appeared on the tree trunk. Hundreds of branches turned into tentacles full of sharp spikes, all aiming straight at Single Soldier. In this life-and-death moment, hanging by a thread, a very practical thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Damn it, what if it scratches my beloved motorcycle? I should have parked a bit further away. At that very moment, a familiar voice rang out in his head, sweet and precise, just like a pre-programmed program. Younger sister is here. He smiled slightly. Never disconnected. At the decisive moment, younger sister was still the best. Let's go, that voice replied. Command received. Kuang Kuang, attack! Single soldier dropped his jaw in astonishment. What? Telling the puppy to go up? The tiny puppy that usually only knew how to wag its tail begging for food was now baring its fangs. It growled like a beast and rushed forward. Its sharp jaws bit deep into the tentacles of the tree. The tree shook with pain, but immediately other branches tightened around the dog's small body. What was strange was that, amidst the life and death battle, a distinct expression of enjoyment appeared on the dog's face. Single soldier's eyes seemed to be covered with a rosy filter as he witnessed this abnormal scene. Is this dog really normal? Kuang Kuang was not listening.
The younger sister's voice rang out, carrying a hint of anger. Sensing its master's displeasure, the dog seemed to be injected with a dose of doping. It roared, power exploding. It bit through the tree branches that were tightly gripping its body. The younger sister explained, "Puppy is using its blood to reverse contaminate the tree." Not long after, the giant tree gradually withered, and its glowing red eyes slowly faded out. It seemed to be over. Single soldier sighed in relief. The pollution source had been destroyed. He walked over and patted the dog's head. Good boy, he thought to himself. Indeed, not normal at all. Then he casually picked up a stone and threw it far away. Good boy, go play with the stone. The dog excitedly rushed after it. Perhaps it thought it was some kind of delicious reward. Opening his crumpled notebook, Single Soldier carefully recorded everything. Pollution source, wild giant tree. Pollution mechanism causes disorientation, similar to the ghost guiding the way phenomenon. Perhaps the first victim here created a symbiotic link, turning the tree into a parasitic host for the pollution source, which then spread to others.
He had to quickly record and send the information back to the Special Pollution Handling Department. It was all money, after all. He smiled with great satisfaction. At that moment, the uncle and nephew also just woke up. The nephew screamed in terror, while the uncle was still bewildered. What? What was going on? They hurriedly pulled up their pants and ran toward Single Soldier, stammering, "Brother, we seemed to be bewitched by a ghost just now. Was it you? Did you save us?" Single Soldier maintained a calm expression. "I told you, there are no ghosts in this world. It is a form of pollution. This tree is the pollution source. All three of us were affected by it, which is why we kept walking in circles. When we reached a certain level of exhaustion and panic, it unconsciously lured us here." He cleared his throat, then solemnly introduced himself. "I am from Qinggang, specializing in handling these kinds of incidents. Actually, I have to thank you two. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to solve it so quickly." The uncle pulled up his pants and reached out to shake hands. What did we help with?" Single Soldier began to explain. "You two played the role of perfect bait. Through the process of you getting polluted, I was able to pinpoint the exact location of the root of the problem." Bait? The uncle scratched his head, feeling something wasn't quite right. Suddenly, Single Soldier's face darkened. The smile on his lips vanished, replaced by a terrifying coldness. "All right, we are done here. But can I ask you two for one last favor?" The uncle and nephew hugged each other in fear. Single Soldier pointed towards the pile of dry bones scattered on the ground. "Help me handle them."
We must ensure they no longer have the ability to affect others. The two exchanged glances, then the uncle snapped his fingers. A flame flared up, quickly burning the pile of remains to ashes. He muttered to himself, "Rest in peace, ascend early." Then he took out a cigarette and offered one to Single Soldier. "Brother, want a smoke?" Single Soldier nodded and accepted it. Watching the dancing flames, it seemed settled this time. The nephew was still full of questions. What exactly is this pollution thing? Single Soldier furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, and then replied. "It is a new type of disease that appeared after the Red Moon event, a mental disease. Infected people look no different from ordinary people on the outside.
But their mental state has serious issues. Simply put, they are like people suffering from mental illness, in great pain." "Mental illness?" the uncle exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't those the madman that appeared a while ago?" Single Soldier thought to himself. Actually, he hadn't met a crazy person before. The last time he went out of the city, he saw one. But before he could get a good look, Lizard, with his reckless driving, had already smashed them to pieces. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "All right, I think we can go out now." "I'm going ahead." The uncle turned around, gathering all his courage to step forward, speaking in a voice that was still trembling. "Brother, if you really are an expert in handling these ghostly matters, can we ask you to examine a patient for us?" Single Soldier raised an eyebrow, curiosity replacing his surprise. "Examine a patient? What is wrong with your patient?" The face of the uncle, Zhou Dashuang, became unusually serious. He lowered his voice, every word heavy as lead. "I don't know if you've ever heard of head swapping." Throughout the journey, the roar of the engine drowned out the tense silence. Single Soldier drove his vehicle, following the pickup truck, lost in wandering thoughts. Head swapping. Could such an absurd thing really exist in this world?
Through their fragmented conversation, he learned that they belonged to a transport team from Hongling City, specializing in transporting goods across desolate highways. The middle-aged man was named Zhou Dashwang, and the young man was his nephew, named Zhou Xiaomao. Both were experienced drivers. However, when mentioning the type of pollution they were facing, both became tight-lipped. They only hinted that this head-swapping was directly related to their female leader. It seemed that to understand the whole story, the only way was to meet that mysterious leader in person. Finally, in the distance, the towering high walls of a field base appeared.
The pickup truck began to slow down. Whew, Zhao Shamao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally escaped that damn ghost guiding the way. They were home. A vigilant voice echoed down from the watchtower. Password. The person on the watchtower shouted, "Heavenly King covers the earth, tiger." Zhao Shamao stuck his head out the window, replying fluently, "Go up the mountain to beat the old tiger. It's me, old Joe." Single Soldier, who had just stopped the car behind them, frowned silently. What on earth is this? As the heavy iron gate creaked open, a sentry noticed Single Soldier's presence. He immediately shone a bright flashlight into his face. "Who is this?" Zhao Deisham hurriedly jumped out of the car to explain. "Don't be tense, he's a friend from Qinggang." He wiped a streak of sweat from his forehead, his voice still tinged with horror. "You guys don't know what my nephew and I just went through. We met a ghost. If it weren't for this brother, my nephew and I might have become ornaments hanging on a tree by now. He is also on his way to the main city, just traveling with us for company. You don't need to worry about this. I will report directly to the leader later." The sentry lowered the flashlight, but his frown didn't disappear. "Speaking of the leader, I'm afraid you're out of luck. She is flying into a rage because you two delayed the entire convoy schedule."
Be careful, she might take both your lives. Zhao Dachong shuddered but kept his voice firm. I know, I'm going to see her now. Single Soldier got out of the car, glancing around to observe the surroundings. The scale of this convoy was truly not insignificant. Tents were pitched close together, and trucks were parked in long rows. People were bustling back and forth, everyone bearing the weather-beaten look of a life spent wandering. Zhao Dachong carried a cloth bag and entered the largest command tent. Hee, Lita, look what good stuff I brought back for you. You damn old man, you still know the way back? All day long you only think about that junk. If something happened, wouldn't the whole team have to rush out to find you? If the delivery is delayed, can you bear the responsibility? Just a little unexpected accident occurred. Otherwise, I would have been back long ago. Here, a tribute to the leader. He carefully set down an old-looking glass that was still intact.
Single Soldier stood right at the tent entrance, silently observing. What kind of act are they putting on? "There is one more thing I want to report to the leader." Zhou Dashwang spoke, pointing towards Single Soldier. "Just now we got lost, and it was entirely thanks to this brother from Qinggang who helped us out. Otherwise, the ghosts would have lured us to our deaths. He is also traveling alone to the central city. I saw the traveling solo was inconvenient, so I took the liberty of inviting him to join our group." Single Soldier stepped inside and nodded in lieu of a greeting. "Hello, I am Lu Xin, going to the central city to visit relatives." The female leader turned around. She was a rather young woman, possessing a beautiful face, but her eyes were sharp and heavy with fatigue. She observed Lu Xin from top to bottom. "You dare to travel from Qinggang to the central city all by yourself?" Lu Xin calmly replied. "Actually, I'm not alone. I am traveling with my parents, younger sister, and a puppy. We're going to the central city together to visit relatives and conveniently deliver a document. It's just that currently they are not here." The Zhou uncle and nephew were stunned on the spot. "What is he talking about?" The female leader frowned slightly. "Lost her family members? Fine. In these chaotic times, travelers helping each other is the right thing to do. But I want you to understand clearly. We are a group of people sweating blood and tears to earn a living. We don't want any trouble."
"But I'm not afraid of trouble. If you want to come along, you absolutely must not cause any unnecessary trouble." Lu Xin nodded in agreement. "I understand." The woman turned and walked away. "All right, old Joe, tell him the rules of the convoy." When the tent flap was pulled tight, inside another small tent, under the flickering oil lamp light, Zhou Dachong lowered his voice and asked, "Have you seen the problem yet?" Single Soldier looked clearly surprised. "Who, the leader? What's wrong with her?" Old Joe lowered his head, his voice sounding like a whisper echoing from the realm of the dead. "I suspect. Actually, no, not just me, but many brothers in the team suspect that our leader has had her head swapped by someone." Seeing Lu Xin remain silent, he hurriedly explained further. "Put it this way so you can understand. Our leader now, the head is still hers, but the body below is already something else." "The head is hers, but the body isn't?" Lu Xin stood up abruptly. "What does that mean? Or let me go over and check again." Zhou Dachong hurriedly waved his hand. "Don't. The leader will hit people. Just wait a moment. You will know naturally." After saying that, he blew out the oil lamp, and thick darkness enveloped them. Outside, all sounds seemed to have died out. Lu Xin asked into the darkness, "What exactly happened?" Zhou Dachong quietly lifted a corner of the tent and signaled to Lu Xin. "Shh, come here and watch. She's starting to act up again."
Whatever has gotten into her, every night she has to find a man in the team to sleep with. Brother Lu, what I'm saying is the heartfelt truth. I hope you can help her. The leader is inherently a very good person. This convoy was built by her husband. After he met with an accident and passed away, she stepped up and shouldered everything single-handedly. She is beautiful and young. Countless men have lusted after her, but she silenced them all with her fists. Everyone knows she is still deeply devoted to her late husband and has no intention of remarrying. But he choked up, unable to speak further. After returning from the last shipment, everything changed. By day, she is still the fair and just leader who treats the brothers well. But as soon as night falls, she goes around the tents looking for someone to spend the night with. Now almost every man in this convoy has passed through her hands. Lu Shen felt this was even more absurd than encountering a ghost. Zhou Xiaoma, who was sitting huddled in the corner, suddenly burst into tears. "It's true, Brother Lu. I think you should be careful. The way the leader looked at you earlier wasn't normal." Zhou Dachang sighed deeply. "It's a real headache. I can't figure it out no matter how much I think. Before, she was fine on her own, so why has she suddenly turned into a hungry she-wolf like this? You don't know."
Those who had lived with her recounted that her appearance back then was incredibly crazed and terrifying. Lu Xun fell into deep thought. That was all. However, a person undergoing a sudden 180-degree change in personality and behavior is indeed a worrying signal. But what does this have to do with the so-called head swapping and body swapping? Heavy footsteps stopped right on the other side of the thin tent fabric. Old Joe and his nephew immediately turned pale, hurriedly signaling for Single Soldier to stay silent. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. A hoarse female voice, sounding both lazy and full of authority, spoke up from the outside. "Asleep already? Drop the act. Hurry up and bring out that pale kid who came back with you two today for me." The voice paused for a moment, then became even more cruel. "Or both of you can bring him here together." Zhou Dachang stammered, his voice shaking violently. This leader, he is our benefactor, perhaps." Single Soldier frowned slightly. Something was wrong. Zhou Dachang lifted the curtain, his wrinkled old face twisted in agony. Then he gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll sacrifice myself this time. Zhou Xiaomao!" Zhou Xiaomao burst into tears. He rushed over and hugged his uncle tightly. "No, uncle, let me go. I'm still young. I can handle it." "It's precisely because you're young that you don't know how to protect yourself." Zhou Dachang pushed his nephew's hands away, though his voice also choked up. "Uncle," the nephew said through his tears, "you must take care of your health. Auntie and the two younger sisters are still at home waiting for you. At a time like this, don't mention your aunt," he shouted, perhaps to hide his own moment of weakness. Amidst this tragic scene, Single Soldier felt completely baffled.
He lowered his voice and said, "All right, let me go." The uncle and nephew both froze. "About this, Brother Shalu," the nephew hurriedly explained in an imploring tone. "Don't think this is something fun. You will regret it." Single Soldier just smiled slightly. "It's okay. I just feel she has a problem." He stepped out of the tent, facing the female leader. She raised her eyebrows, clearly showing disappointment. "Oh, just you? Where to?" Single Soldier asked straightforwardly. She turned around, her long hair whipping lightly in the air. "In such a hurry?" Her voice was full of provocation. "Considering it's you, follow me." Single Soldier silently followed behind, but his eyes behind the specialized glasses were operating at full capacity, feeling completely different from when they first met.
But the strange thing was that he didn't detect any mental entities parasitizing her. He quickly posited two hypotheses. One, the pollution source lay deep inside the body, similar to the case of Shu Sha coming into contact with the oil painting. Two, she herself was an ability user. But clearly she was not the friendly type. Regardless of which case it fell into, the situation was extremely dangerous. This danger targeted not only him alone, but also the innocent civilians in the convoy. Her power remained an unknown, but if she lost control, the consequence would be a tragedy. Fortunately, the family members had all arrived this time, he thought to himself. A vague sense of safety spread, as he knew the mother, the younger sister, and the puppy were nearby, even if only he could perceive them. The glasses had been activated. Surely they also sensed his tension. At the critical moment, they would certainly take action. Inside the female leader's tent, the atmosphere became thick. As soon as she entered, she didn't hesitate to strip off her outer coat. Her bare back was revealed, covered in scars both old and new, the most prominent being a gigantic scar running along her spine. Single Soldier observed carefully. There were no mental monsters. It was very difficult to determine if she had undergone head swapping or not, but judging by these scars,
it could be confirmed that this head and body did not belong to the same person. The woman turned back, her eyes full of provocation, extending a long, slender leg toward Single Soldier. "At this point, are you still playing dumb? Come here." "Now can you tell me your purpose?" Single Soldier stood motionless, his voice strangely calm. She smirked. "Is my purpose not clear enough?" Single Soldier glanced quickly at the parameters displayed on the glasses. The pollution test data was almost zero. The mother's ability also only detected a pale red energy zone, which meant it was completely normal. Strange. He decided to cut off the probing ability. "Hurry up." She waved her hand, looking impatient. In a corner of the tent, a scene that was both awkward and funny was unfolding. The mother turned to look at him, her smile hiding many meanings. My son has really grown up. The younger sister covered her eyes with her hands. "So naughty.
Brother, aren't you embarrassed? Puppy, let's go. The little dog had turned its face to the tent wall long ago, pretending not to know anything. A sense of embarrassment rose, making Single Soldier just want to find a hole to crawl into. What are you waiting for? The woman urged. Move in. Single Soldier's face flushed red. So you called me here really just for that? Can you hurry up? The female leader started to look annoyed. Young, but so slow. Single Soldier let out a soft sigh. Can you be a bit normal? Normal? She threw the shawl on her shoulder straight to the ground. A man and a woman in the same room? What could be more normal than this? What, are you planning to pretend to be innocent?
She continued speaking, her tone full of sarcasm. Or are you trying to act virtuous just to ignite the fire in me? Listen here, kid. Today I've chosen you. Consider it a blessing. Normally, I wouldn't even glance at a kid who only has looks like you. Wait, don't tell me you actually can't perform. Single Soldier frowned slightly. Personal attacks aren't very nice. She smirked scornfully. Whether you can or not, just prove it and be done with it. Don't be shy. In this convoy, is there any man I haven't played with? I am the leader. My word is law. Now I'm giving you a chance, and you don't know how to take it. Do you believe that with just one shout from me, dozens of gun muzzles will be pointed at your head? Single Soldier decisively turned to leave. Even so, I still won't touch you. What? She roared, fury erupting. You think you're so high and mighty that you find me dirty? Do you think sleeping with me is such a disadvantage for you? You've already said all the right things. What else can I say? Single Soldier muttered under his breath. Swish. Both simultaneously drew their guns, their black muzzles pointing straight at each other.
Silence enveloped the space. A moment later, she let her hands drop, her voice carrying a hint of disappointment. You don't desire me at all, not even a little bit. Single Soldier replied coldly. Although I don't have experience in this matter, I think anything requires willingness from both sides. Don't think that just because you have power, you can get whatever you want. Those under your command are already too terrified of you. Although I have no right to interfere, I still want to give you a piece of advice. Clack, the female leader threw the gun onto the table. The interest in her eyes had completely vanished. Her words were sharp as a knife. An attitude like this completely kills my mood. You, leave. Single Soldier turned to walk away, but when he reached the tent entrance, he hesitated. What about you? It's too late for regrets now. Get out, she screamed. Then, like a madwoman, she repeatedly punched her own thighs, an act of painful self-torture. Single Soldier mumbled a sentence, just loud enough for himself to hear. I don't regret it. Then he returned to the tent, his face calm as if nothing had happened. I'm back. Less than 15 minutes later, Single Soldier had returned to the tent of the Joe uncle and nephew. Why so fast? Joe Dachong asked in surprise, a thin ray of hope kindling in his heart. Single Soldier sat down on the stool, his face strangely calm. I've taken a look. He spoke up. She isn't polluted in the usual way, and although her body clearly has problems, I don't think it's a case of head swapping as you mentioned. Then why does she loathe her own body to that extent? Joe Dachong wondered, his face falling again. Zhou Xiaomao, who had been silent until now, suddenly patted his uncle's shoulder. Let me say it. The young man spoke, his voice still trembling as he recalled the terrifying scene. Last time I witnessed it with my own eyes. The leader doesn't just look for people to sleep with. She is truly terrifying. He swallowed his saliva and began to recount. She stood in front of the mirror, looking at her own body, and then started criticizing it.
But that wasn't her voice. Her eyes at that moment were glowing red, exactly like another person possessing that body. A strange voice rang out from her mouth, mocking herself. See, someone thinks you're ugly. Ha, I knew this day would come. You will become increasingly disgusting until everyone loathes you. Then another weaker voice spoke up. That was truly Kui Lu's voice. Wait, what do you want to do? The other voice burst into a savage laugh. You tell me what I want to do. And then she grabbed the iron ashtray heating on the stove and pressed it straight onto her own arm. A sizzling sound and a scream of pain echoed in his memory. Then that voice rang out again, full of satisfaction. See, everyone will eventually hate you. Single Soldier frowned, not expecting the matter to be so complicated. He looked towards the uncle and nephew. So, your leader believes that this body is not hers, and even hates it to the bone. Right, that's exactly it. Zhao Dachang nodded repeatedly. Brother, you are so formidable. Please save our leader. Although she usually only has episodes at night, it is truly too terrifying. The brothers in the team are also mentally declining because of this. Furthermore, if she continues to torture herself like this, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on. Single Soldier suddenly remembered the woman's bare back covered in old and new scars from earlier. So, all those wounds were self-inflicted, he mumbled to himself. Her mind and body had become two sworn enemies. They were tormenting each other, and strangely enough, finding pleasure in the other's pain. What exactly was the cause? He realized his treasury of knowledge regarding mental pollution was still lacking too much.
He turned to the uncle and nephew and said, I can determine that she has a problem, but I currently cannot see the source of it. Mental pollution types are very diverse. Although I have experience, I am not a top expert. The cases I have handled usually had clear origins and were resolved directly. Your leader situation probably requires a more professional person to investigate. Single Soldier made a suggestion. Do you guys know Qinggong? There are many experts in this field there. Or you can take her there. I will introduce a few acquaintances. Wait until we get to Qinggong. How long will that take? Zhou Dacheng muttered in despair. Brother Lu, how about you try to look a little more carefully? Zhou Xiaomao pleaded. I observed very carefully just now. Single Soldier decisively turned and walked away. I really can't see anything else. Zhou Dacheng hurriedly patted his shoulder to stop him. Wait, brother. Rest assured, we live wandering in the wilderness. We are all sensible people who value loyalty. We won't let your hard work go to waste. You just need to spend a little more effort examining the leader. We don't need to know the final result. We will cover all costs for food and fuel on the way. He pointed to the largest truck. See that truck? It is full of goods we have scavenged.
Wait until we sell it in the central city. We will share it with you. Noticing Single Soldier didn't seem very interested, Zhou Dacheng gritted his teeth. Brother, don't think it's too little. How about we split it half and half? Or should we give it all to you? Zhou Xiaomao stood by the side. Uncle, you're too stingy. If Brother Lu can cure the leader, just give my share to him. Single Soldier calculated silently. The profit from this batch of goods probably wasn't huge, but this was a desolate wasteland, not the prosperous Qinggong. To accumulate this much, they had to drive that old truck, wandering through countless ruined villages, facing innumerable dangers. He recalled what the young man had said, that he had to rely on this batch of goods to go back and get married. Single Soldier said decisively, agreed. A glint flashed in his eyes. I can try this, but I won't take all your things. That wouldn't be right. Just as you said at the start, splitting half with me is fine. However, no matter the final outcome, the fuel and food costs must be covered by you guys. Is that decided? No problem. The uncle and nephew were so happy they almost cried. Zhou Dacheng suddenly startled and realized, wait, didn't we say 1/3 at the beginning? At the secret information processing center of Qinggong. Mr. Single Soldier, good evening. Han Bing's clear voice rang out over the satellite phone, despite some static signal. Hello, have you been well lately? Very well. I was just a bit worried about you. I didn't expect you to call me so soon. Did you run into some trouble? A rustling sound was heard. All right, I'm out of the blanket now. Mr. Single Soldier, what is the problem? Single Soldier explained briefly. Yeah, I took on a private commission, but during the process, I realized my professional background is still lacking, so I wanted to ask for your advice. Immediately, the quiet space on the other end of the line suddenly became bustling. The sound of keyboards clacking, hurried footsteps, and urgent orders rang out rapidly.
All units attention. Prepare for emergency analysis report. The Information Analysis Department is in position. The long-range support team is ready. We can depart at any time. The City Services Department has received the signal, and medium-range ballistic missiles are ready. Temporarily not needed. Please calm down. Relevant personnel are requested to quickly analyze pollution states that can form a contradiction or even opposition between an individual's consciousness and body. After a few seconds, she turned back to explain to Single Soldier. Brother Single Soldier, I just did a quick search in the data warehouse. This case is very likely related to a pollution source belonging to the influence ability group. These types of pollution sources usually affect the target through methods such as suggestion, hypnosis, or even microscopic surgical intervention on the nervous system. Mild influence will cause distinct behavioral disorders. Severe influence can directly affect the subconscious, causing the target to show absolutely no external symptoms. Therefore, I suggest you conduct the investigation in this direction. Single Soldier revealed a look of joy. That's great. So, during the investigation process, what points do I need to pay attention to? Han Bing's voice rang out clearly. First, does the subject's consciousness show signs of splitting? Second, is there a distinct latency in the coordination between consciousness and body? Single Soldier muttered the points to watch out for in his head. Third, does the subject's mental radiation fluctuate abnormally under special conditions? And fourth, does a state of severe mental neurasthenia appear? All right, I've memorized it. He nodded and spoke. Bothering you this late. I'm really sorry.
From the other end of the line, Han Bing's clear voice came through, dispelling the awkwardness in Single Soldier's heart. Brother Single Soldier, if you say that, I'll get angry. Receiving your call really makes me happy. He replied, although I also enjoy chatting with you, I truly have disturbed you. With a joyful tone, Han Bing responded, if we enjoy it, how can it be called a disturbance? I also like hearing you recount the interesting stories from your journey. At that same moment, at the Special Pollution Handling Department, a decisive voice spoke up. Adjust the temporary connection mission level down to C rank. Staff preparing for overtime can return to their posts. Single Soldier hung up and carefully put the phone into his pocket, just as Zhou Xiaomao poked his head out of the car. With eyes wide in astonishment, he asked, Brother Xiaolu, you even bring a phone when going out into the wilderness? Patting his pocket gently, Single Soldier replied, Of course, this is called being professional.
He secretly acknowledged that Han Bing was indeed a reasonable person. With just a few words, she was able to stabilize the command center and avoid unnecessary troubles. It dawned the next day. As the first rays of sunlight appeared, the entire convoy set off. The female leader, with visible dark circles under her eyes, stood on a large cargo crate and shouted orders. Listen up, the formation remains the same this time. My vehicle and Old Sons will take the vanguard, the Zhao brothers will bring up the rear, and the rest will travel in the middle according to the assigned order. We are less than 3 days away from the main city, so everyone must stay highly focused. Once we arrive, you can relax however you want. Is that clear? Clear, the response echoed in unison. Observing from a distance, Single Soldier couldn't help but secretly admire her. This big sister was truly formidable. Her demeanor by day and by night seemed like two completely different people. He decided to continue traveling with them as originally planned. The female leader nodded, looking satisfied. Very good.
Setting off, Single Soldier turned to strike up a conversation with Yao Xiaomao. Our commander is truly formidable. She isn't very old, yet she can manage such a well-organized convoy. It really isn't easy. Hearing someone praise his leader, Yao Xiaomao couldn't hide a smile full of pride. You can say that again. Sister Cow is actually a very good person. She never skims off our wages and thinks everything through thoroughly. Giggled, stepped forward without saying a word, pulled out her gun, and took down 3 of them in one breath, scaring the rest into running for their lives. From then on, there hasn't been anyone in the convoy who doesn't respect her. Uncle Joe Dachong, sitting next to them, also nodded in agreement. I've been driving trucks for over a dozen years, and I have to admit this is the best leader I've ever met. If only she didn't have that strange illness at night. Single Soldier opened his notebook and reviewed his own notes. He concluded that someone like this female leader must possess an incredibly resilient will and mentality, so even if contaminated, her resistance would still be superior to that of ordinary people. He couldn't understand why there existed such a stark difference between day and night, between the girl from last night and the rational, calm woman of this morning.
They were truly two people as different as heaven and earth. The uncle mentioned they were less than 100 kilometers away from the main city. Single Soldier silently calculated that following a convoy with professional pathfinders would save him a significant amount of time. He thought he would still make it to the main city to visit his relatives as scheduled. As for the female leader's issue, he could take the opportunity to observe more along the way. He told himself that even if he discovered nothing, this trip had already helped save quite a bit of fuel and food. I am truly smart. Seeing Single Soldier focused on taking notes again, Zhou Xiaomao asked curiously, "Is Brother Shaolu observing and taking notes again?" In the distance, the female leader was furious, delivering a direct kick to the crotch of 2 distracted subordinates. "Wake up, all of you!" Single Soldier swallowed hard at the sight of her devouring a golden roasted chicken leg, his pen moving non-stop. Zhou Xiaomao muttered again, "Brother Shaolu is still observing and taking notes." A moment later, witnessing her finding a secluded bush to relieve herself, Single Soldier scratched his head in embarrassment and looked away. Seeing that scene, Zhou Xiaomao burst out laughing. This time, Brother Shaolu was not observing and taking notes anymore. He turned to ask his uncle, "Uncle, is Brother Shaolu's current behavior normal?" Keeping his eyes glued to the road ahead, the uncle replied, "It's normal. Perhaps that is the professional demeanor of people like him." Zhou Xiaomao wondered, "But why do I get the feeling he's lusting after the leader's body or something?"
Xiaomao whispered, "Uncle, look, he keeps staring at Sister Cow. He was even drooling just now." Zhao Dacheng hurriedly interrupted him. "Shh, even if he desires her, it's for treating his illness. For us, that is a good thing." On Single Soldier's notebook, lines of text gradually appeared. He wrote notes about the observation subject. A woman with red hair. Daytime state, everything normal. Personality, strong, decisive, likes to scold subordinates, very authoritative. He analyzed and surmised that she had not given up her intentions towards him, because when they met this morning, she gave him a searing glare. Tonight, vigilance must be increased, while letting the secondary observer, implying the younger sister, continue monitoring. He was writing, "Finished rice, eat again." Xiao Dacheng's call suddenly cut off his train of thought. Glancing at the notebook, Xiao Dacheng silently admired. Brother Shaolu is truly a serious person. Even the pen he uses is so beautiful. Suddenly, a loud call echoed from the front. "Old Joe, Xiao Wang, Old Sun, Old Li, those with over 5 years of driving experience, gather at the leader's place." Hearing his name called, Xiao Dacheng jumped, cold sweat breaking out. This time, what kind of torment is it this time? What nonsense are you thinking? This time, everyone is called over to discuss official business. Half an hour later, Xiao Dacheng returned with a very serious expression, holding a hand-drawn map. Xiao Dacheng asked anxiously, "What's wrong, uncle?" Spreading the map on a flat surface, Xiao Dacheng began to explain. "The leader called us over to discuss the route. Look at this. The scout Mehed reported back that the large bridge on the slope of Hongdao Mountain collapsed half a year ago. It's impassable now." He pointed to another route drawn on the map. "We are forced to take a detour."
But if we detour via this road on the left, getting to the main city will require a huge loop. Our schedule is to deliver the goods within the next 5 days. Originally, taking it slow would have been fine, but if we have to detour like this, it's not certain. Zhao Xiaomao asked in bewilderment,
Then what should we do? If we miss the delivery deadline, this trip will be a waste of effort, and we might even have to pay compensation. Zhao Dachang sighed, saying that the leader was also having a headache over this. If there really is no other way, we will have to take a risk and go through Baita town. He pointed to a spot on the map, located right behind the slope of Hundao Mountain. As long as they could pass through there, the path would be much smoother. Only then would there be hope of arriving on time.
He announced that the leader had made a decision. At dawn tomorrow, she and the reconnaissance team would spearhead the exploration of White Tower Town. Zhao Xiaomao cried out in shock. White Tower Town? That abandoned town rumored to be haunted? Old Zhou glared sharply at his nephew. What city nowadays doesn't have ghost rumors? The leader has decided we will wait here for orders. Once it's determined to be safe, they will signal for us to cross. A sly thought flashed in Zhao Xiaomao's eyes. Scouting the path? I want to go too, but to go, I need a motorcycle, which I don't have. He suddenly turned to Single Soldier, grinning cunningly. Brother Liu, can I borrow your bike? Staring up at the tense canvas cover, Single Soldier dropped a completely unrelated sentence. What exactly is the mystery of the universe? Old Joe snapped grumpily. Do you actually want to scout the path or just want an excuse to ride the motorcycle? While you're still breathing, banish that thought and don't cause any more trouble. For a moment, the image of the female leader admiring herself in the mirror appeared in Single Soldier's mind, accompanied by a haunting whisper. Waiting for the lover to return, I will warm his feet. He was startled by his own thoughts. That's right, there's still his younger sister. She was assigned to keep watch tonight. What if she sees something she shouldn't? No, that won't do. She is still just a child. Just then, a shout from the command tent echoed through the campsite. Go to sleep.
Stop loitering around. The leader has to leave early tomorrow. Old Joe looked bewildered. Strange, the leader didn't pick anyone tonight? Did she change her nature? Zhou Xiaomao nudged Single Soldier lightly with the shoulder. Brother Liu, could it be that you've cured the leader? Single Soldier showed a thoughtful expression. Still need to continue observing. The next morning, all three of them, Zhou Dashuang, Zhou Xiaomao, and Single Soldier, had panda-like dark circles under their eyes, the consequence of a sleepless night. Old Joe grumbled. I'm used to the fear of being summoned by the leader every night, but last night was suddenly peaceful. I was on edge the whole time, so I couldn't sleep a wink. Single Soldier didn't know what else to say. It seems like you two are really sick. Zhou Xiaomao let out a long yawn. Me too. A motorcycle rider held up a blue flag as a signal. Prepare to move out. The leader and the reconnaissance team have entered the town to check. There are no issues, we can pass through. The convoy slowly rolled into the dilapidated streets of Baita town. Zhou Xiaomao excitedly stuck his head out. Wow, uncle, this place looks so fertile. Old Joe replied. Of course, this is Baita town after all.
But his eyes were filled with wariness. You brat, don't just dig because it looks easy. The more prosperous a place looks, the more dangerous it is. Professional scavengers avoid places like this. Why? Looking at both Zhou Xiaomao and Single Soldier, Old Joe began to explain. You two are young, so you don't know. Places known to have a lot of goods have corresponding dangers lurking. Years ago, this world was full of madmen. They were easy to deal with, didn't run fast, and didn't know how to use guns. A group equipped with weapons could easily sweep them, but in the city there are too many corners. What if you're walking and suddenly one jumps out from nowhere, grabs you, and bites? How do you defend against that? Single Soldier involuntarily imagined a scenario where a madman was gnawing on Zhou Dachang's neck. Would such an image be considered horror? Probably yes. Zhou Xiaomao curled his lips in a contemptuous smile. I thought it was something special. Just madmen? I've seen them in the animal circus. Nothing scary. They can't even beat hunting dogs. Old Joe shouted loudly. You were born in a peaceful time, so you don't know their ferocity. Years ago, before you were born, that was the most chaotic period. Do you know how many people were eaten by them? Your uncle here met your aunt in exactly those circumstances. Saying that, he cleared his throat, looking very smug. I was a sharpshooter, hitting wherever I pointed. I'm not bragging, but a dozen madmen surrounded me.
In my hand, I only had a gun with 4 bullets, but I wasn't panicked at all. In that critical moment, bang bang, a few shots. Then what happened next, Uncle? Zhou Xiaomao looked full of excitement. Old Joe puffed out his chest. Then I ran while screaming for help, but it was worth it. I got a wife and a precious daughter in exchange. Single Soldier and Zhou Xiaomao looked at each other, completely speechless. Single Soldier silently thought, wondering if there were really madmen in these empty houses. The lead driver suddenly burst out laughing. What year is this that there are still madmen? If there really are, we'd make a fortune catching them and selling them to the circus. $100 a pop. That's way more than the scrap metal we scavenge. Single Soldier immediately felt something ominous. Was there really such a business opportunity? Suddenly, a piercing whistle sounded from ahead, making Old Joe's heart feel like it was being squeezed. The whistle? What's happening? A scout in the team sped back on a motorcycle, his face bloodless, screaming as he ran. Retreat! Retreat quickly! There are madmen ahead! Really? An earth-shattering crash rang out. Old Joe hurriedly turned the steering wheel. We can't get out! The truck is too big! There are vehicles in front and behind! We can't turn around! In this perilous situation, Old Joe roared, Quick, get the weapons out! Where are the madmen? We'll wipe them out! Zhou Xiaomao looked even more bloodthirsty. Where? Catch them to sell for money!
Ah! A tragic scream rang out. Everyone immediately turned their eyes toward the source of the sound. It was the scout from earlier. He had been pounced on by a shadowy figure.
As he was knocked to the ground, while the uncle and nephew were terrified, Single Soldier coldly drew his gun. Bang! A shot rang out, neat and precise. The madman's head shattered like a smashed watermelon. With a voice calm to the point of being eerie, he spoke. "Everyone just stay in the car." Old Zoe stammered, unable to speak clearly. What are you intending to do?" Opening the car door and stepping down, Single Soldier swept his sharp gaze around. "Let me see how many there are," he calculated mentally. At the scout's position, there are 1, 4, 7 of them, and ahead where the convoy is resisting, there are 10, 15, 21 of them. He felt something was unusual. So many? Strange. If there were this many madmen in the city, shouldn't they have been caught and sold long ago? They're worth more than 2 credits, aren't they? Bang! A bullet plowed the earth into a long furrow, right at Lu Xin's heels. Old Zoe shouted from inside the car. "Careful!" Lu Xin commented. "Is this your 100 shots, 100 hits marksmanship?" Old Zoe looked embarrassed. This... Suddenly his eyes widened and he screamed, "Wait! Watch out behind you!" A madman had rushed in from the rear, growling and ready to pounce on him, but Lu Xin reacted a beat faster. He turned around, one hand tightening around its throat, the other delivering a punch like a thunderclap to its face, knocking it to the ground. He asked, "Will you behave now?" With a cold voice, the madman, despite his smashed mouth, still tried to scream and struggle. Lu Xin snarled threateningly. Still not behaving? He pinned its face to the ground, one foot stepping on its right arm, and a decisive strike landing on its left arm. "Then I'll cripple your limbs." The familiar analysis line began to appear on his glasses. Information displayed. Mental radiation threshold 34. Physical strength slightly higher than normal humans. Mental state in extreme chaos. This source of mental amplification is hard to infect others, but it gives them powerful sensing abilities, easily detecting living people at close range. Picking up a brick, he ended its misery after obtaining the basic data. He looked up. The bodies of madmen lay scattered everywhere. However, from the shattered windows and deep alleys, countless other twisted silhouettes were pouring out. The numbers were increasing again. Horrified screams from the drivers rang out from behind. "Ah, ah, ah!" The chilling sounds of flesh being torn apart followed. Lu Xin quickly analyzed the situation. He thought a few madmen were nothing to worry about, but a coordinated attack by a whole swarm was a completely different matter. He quickly ran through the feasible options in his head. He figured his younger sister's ability was only effective against single targets and couldn't handle a crowd. Mother's scissors were also unsuitable for a chaotic battle, and while father could wipe them out in the blink of an eye. However, that destructive wave of power would also wipe out the innocent drivers. A power too overwhelming sometimes becomes a shackle. He asked himself how to save the most people. Just as his mind was in turmoil, the roar of motorcycle engines tore through the atmosphere. From the distance, a convoy rushed in like a storm, led by a very familiar figure. She roared, her voice drowning out the screams of the madmen. "Everyone, charge!" The convoy immediately formed a formation. Gunshots rang out, bullets raining down like water, striking down rows of madmen. One hand gripping the handlebars, the other holding a pistol, she fired ceaselessly. She remained calm enough to assign tasks. "Go save people, quickly. What are the rest of you standing around for?" Suddenly, a few madmen agility climbed up the utility poles and lunged down from there. Sister Ka slammed the brakes, screeching to a halt, tilted her head up and fired straight into the sky. "Quick, hold your guns tight, gather together." Jodai Chong staggered out of the truck cab.
His face was pale, drained of blood as he spoke. Leader, we can't run. The big truck is stuck. We can't reverse." "At a time like this, you're still thinking about the truck? Survival comes first. Do you think those madmen want your cargo?" Gunshots continued to ring out endlessly. Cao Ting continued to issue orders. "Everyone gather here. Hold your weapons tight. Use the formation we practiced to stay alive." Old Zhou, Xiao Mao, and the others hurriedly got out of the vehicles, guns cocked, ready for battle. The leader was right. They had to put their lives on the line against them. Watching the pack of madmen tightening the encirclement step by step, Cao Ting took a deep breath. First, she reassured her teammates. "Don't panic. Hold your guns steady. Just treat them like a pack of rabid dogs." Then she began directing tactics. "Watch the direction closely. We will cut a bloody path and break out bit by bit." "Roger." The whole team shouted in unison, their fighting spirit somewhat revived. Cao Ting's red hair blazed in the wind as she turned her motorcycle around. "Hold the formation. I'm going to the back to check the situation." Lu Xin couldn't help but secretly admire her. This woman really had spirit. The entire convoy had now clustered together into a mobile fortress. Gunfire wove a net from all sides. They strictly obeyed the leader's orders. "Hold the formation. If you see a target, shoot. Don't spare the ammo." In the midst of the battle, Zhou Dachong discovered something strange. The madmen were clearly afraid of gunfire. They tended to back away whenever a shot rang out.
But it seemed there was a more savage instinct, an invisible command controlling them, forcing them to continue rushing forward. He asked aloud, "How is it up ahead?" He roared, asking the scout who had just returned from the leader's position.
The information received was extremely bad. A pack of madmen suddenly rushed out, tearing 4 or 5 brothers apart. Fortunately, the leader reacted quickly, shot down a volley, and gathered everyone together. It was terrifying. This morning, when scouting the path, there was no sign of them. Ovio shouted an order. "Quick, while they are temporarily pushed back, lower all the motorcycles." When Lu Xin's vehicle was lowered, Zhou Xiaomao couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Xiaolu, your bike is so cool." Lu Xin just gave a slight smile. He started his iron steed. "Is that so? Let's go gather with the leader." Old Zhou shouted loudly, leading a small group towards Taoding. When they arrived, the situation was still extremely critical. Xiaomao spoke up to report, "Leader, the brothers ahead have been organized. Everyone is coming here." While changing a new magazine, Taoding nodded. "Very good." She glanced at the formation, which had almost fully assembled.
Then she pointed towards the only empty road. "We will rush out. Remember, do not be afraid. Do not panic. Do not get separated. There are only about 20 madmen left now, and we have over 30 people plus guns. The chances are very high." Just as a ray of hope was kindled, wild laughter rang out. Shrill, hee 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 hee. The laughter suddenly echoed from all directions, enveloping the entire space. Cao Ding vigilantly roared, "Who is it?" Everyone looked up in terror at the pitch-black windows of an old apartment building, where a crazy face with a festering, pus-filled brain was looking out. It was him. It was a madman laughing. How can a madman know how to laugh? "Over there, shoot him!" "Can't do it. This angle can't hit him." His contemptuous and ghastly laughter continued to echo, as if mocking their helplessness. Lu Xin frowned, thinking that the madmen he had faced before were all like furious wild beasts, only knowing how to growl. One that knew how to laugh so coldly. Was this a mutation? A strange thought flashed through his mind. If I catch this mutant goods, selling it to an animal circus would definitely fetch a better price. Cao Ding roared angrily. "Ignore him. Twist the throttle hard." She intended to be the vanguard rushing out. Ha ha ha. From every window, every dark corner, groups of new madmen poured out. Even the only escape route ahead was blocked by madmen wearing ghostly smiles. The laughter on the roof grew louder and louder, seeming to want to burst everyone's eardrums. A driver tremblingly turned and asked, "Leader." Bang, bang, bang. Cao Ding frantically fired her gun into the sky and cursed. "Damn it! Retreat! Quick! Retreat into that supermarket first!" The whole team panicked and looked for a way to escape. "Hurry up! Use the shelves to block the door!" Outside, the barbaric hee laughter continued to ring out regularly like a chorus from hell.
Through the cracked windshield, Lu Xin calmly observed and counted. 50, 80, 100. The pack of madmen was gathering more and more, estimated to be over 100, and that number continued to increase. He thought, why are there so many madmen surrounding this place? This is completely absurd. He paid special attention to their laughter. It was too uniform, too grotesque.
There was definitely something unusual. He closed his eyes, establishing a connection. "Do you see anything?" he asked in his mind. The image of Xiao Shiki appeared, her eyes red. I don't know, but brother, there is something that makes people very uncomfortable." Lu Xin couldn't help but be surprised. Very uncomfortable? His younger sister rarely showed this expression. This time she wasn't angry, not having an outburst, but simply felt uncomfortable. That made him somewhat worried. He asked gently, "What's wrong?" Xiao Shiki's voice trembled slightly. "I don't know. Brother, do you hear anything?" While other members of the convoy were screaming, moving items to block the entrances, Lu Xin tried to focus on listening. He couldn't guess what Shiki was implying. "Is it the violin sound?" The little girl replied. "It's very annoying." Lu Xin focused his mind intensely. After filtering out the terrifying laughter and panic screams, he finally heard it, hidden deep within that chorus of madness. There was a melody, fading in and out, indeed the sound of a violin. It was low, vague, as if echoing from somewhere far away, so faint it was almost indistinguishable. He thought that this sound seemed to have some connection with the madmen and was very likely controlling them. He asked, "Where is Mom?"
His younger sister replied, "Just now, Mother also said she felt very uncomfortable." Lu Xin was slightly startled. This was the first time he had heard that his mother also felt uncomfortable. Realizing the situation was not right, he decided to immediately share this information with the convoy members. He walked quickly towards Cao Ding, the female leader who was still struggling to command. "All weapons ready. We have definitely been ambushed. There's no way so many madmen could appear so suddenly, otherwise the reconnaissance team would have detected them early on." Scanning the chaotic crowd, she concluded there was only one possibility. Someone had waited for them to enter and then deliberately released these monsters. They had been trapped. A man named Old Liu, holding a gun, was trembling uncontrollably. With tears in his eyes, he asked, Leader, what should we do?" Cao Ding roared. "What do we do? Keep your life, obviously, Liu Daqiang. If you dare to wet your pants here, I'll give you a bullet first to save you the fear." A scout hurriedly spread a map out in front of them. "Leader, I checked earlier when scouting the path. There's a main road behind our position. Right now, the madmen are gathering in the front. We can break through the back door and head straight east. If we're lucky, we might escape. Cao Ding began to weigh the options. Going east means passing through too many buildings. I don't feel very confident about that. She squinted, looking outside. Why do these madmen know how to smile? Moreover, they are only surrounding us without attacking.
It was exactly like a dog training ground. Unless the master gave the order, the dogs dared not eat. Could it be that someone was controlling them? That was exactly the question to which Lu Xun held the answer. It was the sound of the instrument. Cao Ding suddenly turned around. What instrument sound? Lu Xun spoke up. You all don't hear it? His voice was strangely calm. The sound of a violin being played. This information immediately created a wave of murmurs. What instrument sound? We don't hear anything. We only hear laughter. His voice drowned out the whispers, and Lu Xun continued. I think going east is a mistake. The number of madmen is increasing. There is reason to believe that they have surrounded this entire area. The east is an old residential area, full of windows and dark alleys. The madmen can easily ambush from above. Even with guns, we aren't guaranteed to escape. He paused for a beat, then continued. Of course, charging straight out isn't a good idea either. There are nearly 200 of them outside. These madmen have a certain instinct for fear. They are afraid of gunfire. If our numbers were large enough and our firepower strong enough, perhaps there would be hope. But with the current amount of weaponry, being surrounded here is just waiting for death. The crowd stirred once again. So what do we do? Zhou Xiaomao stammered. Brother Lu, do you understand these madmen well? Lu Xun replied. Not really. But I just carefully examined one of the guys who attacked us. These madmen themselves have no intelligence or restraint. They only possess frenzied instincts. That guy looked no different from the ones outside. He asked himself and answered himself. So why did he only know how to growl, while the crowd outside knew how to laugh coldly and besiege us tactically? Because they have been influenced by a mysterious power. I suspect someone is using the sound of a violin to control them. That person is the crux of the problem. I will go find that violinist. Zhao Xiaomao spoke up innocently. Invite him to help drive away the madmen? Lu Xun smiled. Deal with the violinist. His business instinct flared up again. If that person could control the madmen, couldn't they make them voluntarily walk into the animal circus? Just think of how much money that would make. Zhao Xiaomao asked once again, You mean we will charge deep into the city? Lu Xun said, his smile beaming with an indescribable confidence. To be more precise, I am definitely going to find that person, and I suggest everyone should come with me. After all, the situation is already this dangerous. Staying by my side where I will try my best to protect everyone is certainly better than fleeing aimlessly. Someone in the crowd involuntarily whispered to Cao Ding, but the volume was loud enough for many to hear. Leader, don't trust him. I think this guy has a problem. Before he arrived, everything was fine. He's only been here for a day, and trouble has already struck. In the midst of such danger, he wants us to follow him and rush to our deaths. Lu Xun responded calmly, his voice retaining its composure amidst the atmosphere taut as a bowstring. I have no intention of forcing everyone to follow me.
I only made a suggestion that I considered most reasonable at this moment. Almost immediately, the whole team split into two factions. Zhou Dachong and Xiao Mao stepped forward to protect Lu Xun. Xiao Mao stretched his neck to argue. Brother Xiao Lu has saved my life twice already. When will you fix that habit of blaming others whenever something happens? Sun Kelzi, want to fight? The young man named Sun Kelzi was not one to be trifled with either. He pointed straight at Lu Xun's face with a tone full of animosity. In this entire convoy, he is the only outsider. Now it is clear that we have been set up. Is it wrong for me to suspect he has a problem? Not to mention, every day he stares at the leader and busily writes something down. Dare you say he is innocent? This statement was like a spark. It flared up the suspicion that had been smoldering in the hearts of many people. Another person also spoke up in agreement. Sun Kelzi makes a point. We must be careful with this guy.
That's right. Who knows if him telling us to find that violin guy is some kind of conspiracy? Why was he sneaking around watching the leader? That bastard, let's deal with him. Lu Xun quietly observed the seething crowd before him. An internal conflict was about to erupt. He silently asked himself, why is everyone so hot-tempered? Bang! A gunshot fired into the sky rang out harshly, cutting off all the noise. Cao Ding stood there, smoke still drifting from the muzzle, her eyes burning with angry fire. We've reached this point, and you still have the energy to argue? She roared, her voice drowning even the fear. Do you think that just because the madmen aren't rushing in now, we'll die any slower? Do you really think that if someone wanted to set us up, they'd waste the effort sending a spy here? Blowing up the bridge would be enough to drive us to our deaths. Have you all watched too many 180-minute movies? The unsparing scolding silenced the entire crowd. Sun Chiozi stammered, unable to form words. This... Not bothering to pay him any mind, Cao Ding turned to Lu Xun with eyes sharp as knives. Are you sure there's a violin sound and that it's controlling the madmen? Lu Xun affirmed. I heard it, and I sense the connection between that sound and their behavior, but I can't prove it.
Looking straight into his eyes before decisively turning away, Cao Ding spoke. No need to prove it. With a skillful leap, she sat firmly on the motorcycle seat. I have a way. Her method was unexpectedly simple. She honked the horn continuously in a rapid, urgent rhythm.
Immediately, the scout on the roof of the supermarket shouted, "Everyone look!" After hearing the horn, they became even crazier. Cao Ding slapped the car horn hard to stop it from honking. The creepy hee-hee laughter rang out again. The scout continued to report on the situation. They have returned to their previous state. At this moment, Cao Ding stepped up to Lu Xin, her voice no longer holding any doubt. You were right. My people misunderstood you. I apologize. This straightforwardness left Lu Xin a bit unsure of how to react. No, it's fine. He thought to himself, this woman is actually pretty decent. A team member asked, his voice still trembling with fear. Leader, do we really have to charge out there? Cao Ding did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned to Lu Xin. Where is that sound coming from? Lu Xin pointed in a direction. That way. The distance isn't short. Only then did Cao Ding make her final decision.
His method makes sense, but for the whole team to rush out together, the risk is too great. She looked straight at her brothers, her voice becoming steely. I will go with him. No way, leader! The whole team voiced their objection in unison. We have dozens of guns. If we go together. Cao Ding shouted, drowning out all the dissuasions. There is no other way now. If the madmen attack all at once, we will all die. It's better to make a bet. If the whole team rushes out and something happens, we won't even have a chance to regret it. Everyone stay here, wait for the opportunity, and then find a way to escape. She took a deep breath, her voice becoming lower, containing both entrustment and cruelty. If you escape, find every way to send the information out. Someone in Baitao town is raising the madmen. This is a big deal. The person behind this certainly doesn't want the news leaked. We will expose it to the light. Consider it revenge for me and for the brothers who have fallen. Although they were scolded, tears were welling up in the eyes of those rough men. Leader, big boss. Men shouldn't be sniffling.
Cao Ding gritted her teeth and ordered, I'm not that easy to kill. Remember this. Money isn't as important as your lives. You must survive in return. Having said that, she twisted the throttle. The motorcycle roared and rushed straight through the shattered glass of the supermarket. Accompanying her was none other than Lu Xin. He spoke up in praise. Not bad skills. Cao Ding only responded with a cold, Watching the two figures rush straight into the midst of the madmen, Cao Dachong and Xiao Mao could only scream from behind. Brother Xiaolu, remember to bring our leader back. We don't need the items we found in the wilderness anymore. They are all yours. Lu Xin happily responded. His tone remained strangely calm. For sure. He turned to Cao Ding, speaking softly enough for only the two of them to hear. So actually, you didn't completely trust me. You didn't dare let them take the risk, only using the excuse of trusting me to go out alone. That way, even if my information is wrong, you can still take this opportunity to lure the madmen away, creating an escape route for them, right? Cao Ding maintained a face as cold as ice. You knew that, and yet you still followed. She continued, I don't want to cause more trouble. Now you can choose another path. Just tell me the location of the violin sound. After I lure the madmen away, I'll go there myself. Lu Xin replied succinctly, No need. Your method is very good. I hadn't thought of it just now. Conversely, Cao Ding had more questions. Why are you so willing to help us? Lu Xin answered perfunctorily. When we first met, didn't you say it yourself? In this wilderness, if you can help, then help. Cao Ding bluntly retorted. At that time, it was because I wanted to sleep with you. Lu Xin almost choked on his saliva. He still couldn't get used to this personality. Sleep with me? Although your starting point was a bit off, the logic you spoke of is very correct. In another space, the younger sister gave a soft, glancing at her big brother.
She knew perfectly well he was making things up again. A smile suddenly appeared on Cao Ding's lips, and the coldness in her voice diminished somewhat. I really didn't expect that someone as naive as you still exists in this world. She spoke, her sharp eyes never leaving Lu Xin. Earlier, Sun QZ suspected you of infiltrating the convoy with bad intentions. Although he was being somewhat arbitrary, he wasn't entirely without reason. Your eyes haven't left me once. Tell me, what do you want? Lu Xin secretly sighed. Why did she always like raising the difficulty level of her questions? The image of Zhou Dachong and Zhou Xiaomao earnestly begging inside the tent flashed back in his mind. A promise needed to be kept secret. Seeing him remain silent, Cao Ding did not continue to press him. She skillfully steered the conversation, continuing to carry out the luring mission. If you won't say it, then fine. She shrugged, a hint of playfulness flashing across her face. I'll temporarily assume you're just captivated by my beauty. She pointed at the silent siren. We both know that weak sound isn't enough to attract the attention of the chaotic pack of madmen outside. Lu Xin voiced his confusion. So what is your plan? Don't worry, I'm fully prepared. Having said that, Cao Ding reached behind her and pulled out a weapon he could never have expected, a giant loudspeaker. Lu Xin was completely stunned.
as the tragic yet cheesy melody of the song Die Still Must Love roared out, tearing through the silent space. The lyrics rang out like a satirical prophecy.
The melody rose like an oath, declaring that even with death approaching, one must still love, for if not infatuated to the very marrow, how could it be called pleasure? Ahead, the vehicle still arrogantly tore through the wind. The shrill love song had morphed into a bewitching requiem. Just as anticipated, wild shadows from every corner, lured by that chaotic sound, began to pour out. Lucien, even in this moment of life and death, was busy analyzing her complete lack of trust in him. He had seen through the test Wei Cao Ding had set for him. His hypothesis about the monster's sensitivity to sound had been utilized by her to execute a diversionary plan. A reckless and bold decision had flashed through that woman's mind instantly. Her initial purpose was actually just to lure the entire pack of monsters away from this area. Like a call to arms, the music continued to ring out passionately. Still have to love, even after death. The dry sound of Cao Ding's gunshots rang out, blending with the melody, signaling the start of a bloody, chaotic battle. Lucien could not help but secretly admire the leadership aura radiating from this leader. Her driving and shooting skills had reached a realm far beyond that of ordinary people.
Realizing the swarm of monsters was approaching, he turned to Xiao Shiki, his voice distinct. "Little sister, didn't you want a new toy? The kind that can move and scream?" Xiao Shiki's eyes lit up, her lips curling into a smile that was both innocent and eerie. "Why did you suddenly agree?" The frantic melody continued to roar incessantly. "If you don't cry until you smile, how can it be called joy?" Lucien spoke softly, his gaze still fixed behind them. "I saw you weren't happy. I wanted to cheer you up. Besides, these lot are just monsters anyway." That sentence was like a key, opening the right door to Xiao Shiki's heart. "Brother, you are the best." A blue halo connecting the two of them flashed, and the little girl launched herself from the vehicle, ready for a massacre. The music seemed to add fuel to her brutal dance. Even if the universe is destroyed, this heart remains. Xiao Shiki was immersed in ultimate pleasure. Her greatest pleasure was slaughter. As her small hand gripped the head of a monster, clear laughter rang out. It was a sound completely incongruous with the scene, perhaps even more terrifying than the growls of the pack of monsters. So happy. Amidst this chaos, perhaps only Xiao Shiki could smile so radiantly while dismembering the enemy. She even showed off by resting one hand on Lucien's shoulder for balance, while her other arm transformed into a cluster of sharp spiked tentacles, smashing everything within range. The horrific scene excited her to the point where she started singing along to the music. So much fun. The scene of the siblings frantically slaughtering blended with the heroic love song to an absurd degree. Fear not the burning love turning into a sea of fire. Love boiling over is what makes it unique. Lucien was probably the most leisurely person, as Xiao Shiki was already here. He didn't need to lift a finger, just focus on driving. Taking a moment of idleness, he turned to Cao Ding. "You're really great," Cao Ding replied with a voice as cold as ice. "Where is the violin?" She didn't care about the compliment at all. Lucien cornered. 10 o'clock direction. There's a crossroads ahead. Turn left. Cao Ding narrowed her eyes, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "All right."
The car just executed a spectacular kill. Even she had to voice her admiration. "You're pretty formidable too." However, Lucien was in no mood for joking. Let's not discuss who is formidable right now. We've arrived. A scene that no words could describe appeared before their eyes. It was a giant, dark red and slimy foreign object. It used spindly legs to cling tightly to the wall. A living brain was pulsating rhythmically, and it was playing the violin. Lucien was stunned. "You can see it?" Cao Ding gritted her teeth, her eyes not leaving that hideous entity. "I'm not blind." That affirmation shook Lucien to his core. It meant that the grotesque brain was not an illusion, but a tangible creature. However, what made him freeze was not the monster, but the familiar figure standing right beneath it. It was his mother. She stood there silently and attentively, as if enjoying a real concert. The source of the tragedy was right in front of them, while behind them a swarm of mad monsters was in hot pursuit. Cao Ding looked extremely urgent. What on earth is that thing?" Lucien replied. "I guess that's the performer we are looking for. Resolve it, and everything will end."
His strangely calm answer made her even more suspicious. "Aren't you afraid?" Lucien scratched his face. "I am. I'm afraid inside." "I'd die before I believe you," Cao Ding muttered. But there was no time to argue. The monsters had surrounded the path behind them. If they were controlled by the instrument sound, just destroying that thing would work, right? She raised her gun, blurting out a curse. "I don't care what the hell it is. I don't believe it's not afraid of bullets." The fierce action of this woman made Lucien even more interested. He also loaded his gun and stepped on the gas to follow closely. Then I can't fall behind either.
Bullets flew straight towards the brain, resembling dense nerve fibers. The tentacles around it whipped up like lashes, knocking away every bullet. The car screeched to a halt. Lu Xun concluded, "Sure enough, a tangible monster isn't so easily killed. I have to try special ammo." Cao Ding's car also stopped. She pulled out a grenade and roared, "Shooting the whole magazine is useless. Watch me take you down with me." But the moment her heel touched the ground, a cold current ran down her spine, and the violin sound suddenly became shrill and ear-piercing. That sound drilled straight into her cerebrum, causing her body to freeze and then collapse to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Lu Xun was startled. Her skills are so good, how could she fall? He quickly realized something was abnormal. Cao Ding looked up, but the resolute look in her eyes had vanished, replaced only by emptiness and madness. A soulless, cackling laugh burst out from her throat. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. Was this the difference between tangible and intangible monsters? Lu Xun was horrified to realize there was no physical attack at all, yet Cao Ding had been polluted. Even he began to feel the influence as a wave of dizziness washed over him.
He felt his limbs no longer obeying commands. He was completely unaware that red blood streaks had begun to web across his face like a spider web. And then, amidst the encroaching panic, Lu Xun's analytical brain struggled to operate, even as he heard himself letting out that chilling laughter. The trembling call of Xiao Shiki pulled Lu Xun out of his daze. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" But he couldn't reply. Lu Xun's entire mind was currently wrestling with the chaotic, distorted images that the monster brain was forcing into his vision. A cold thought ran down his spine when he realized that Cao Ding was completely controlled. Through the blurry lens, he saw her slowly raising her gun. That pitch-black muzzle seemed to be pointing straight at him. If she fired, Xiao Shiki, who was right here, would... Right at the moment Lu Xun's bow nearly broke free from the grip of the ghostly sound, he looked closely again and discovered something unusual. No, her direction of movement had changed. With that soulless and wild hee-hee-hee laughter still echoing, Cao Ding suddenly swerved the motorcycle, rushing straight towards the giant monster brain. She mercilessly slaughtered the monsters that dared to block her way. Her hands gripped the handlebars tightly, controlling the vehicle like an arrow tearing through a storm. Lu Xun was completely astonished. How was this possible? She had even escaped control before him. But then, upon observing Cao Ding's frenzied state more closely,
Lu Xun was shocked to realize the truth. No, she had not escaped control at all. This was a terrible internal struggle taking place inside her. Her brain had been manipulated, but her body stubbornly obeyed the last command issued earlier. Consciousness and body were no longer a unified entity. They were even violently opposing each other. Cao Ding's next action made Lu Xun's heart tighten. Using a makeshift ramp set up amidst the ruins, she desperately steered the motorcycle into the air, drawing a deadly arc straight toward the mastermind monster. The terrifying inertia brought both person and vehicle extremely close to it. One of Cao Ding's hands still gripped the handlebars tightly, and in the other hand, Lu Xun finally saw the object clearly. No, it couldn't be. A grenade. She intended to drag all these monsters down to hell with her. In that moment of life and death hanging by a thread, Lu Xun felt his will completely regain control of his body. Because there was no other option, he decisively pressed the final button on the right, something he had never dared to use. Boom! A dull explosion rang out. The jet engine was activated. The terrifying thrust pinned the two siblings' backs to the seat, and the motorcycle turned into a blur tearing through space. It rushed toward Cao Ding's position at an unimaginable speed. Xiao Shiqi screamed, nimbly changing her posture. "Brother, let me help!" The little girl became a perfect counterweight, helping her brother maintain balance. Lu Xun concentrated intensely, his sharp eyes calculating every corner, every trajectory.
He knew clearly that this silver button would push the car's speed to a crazy level. A lingering thought flashed through his mind. This was going to cost a fortune in gas. Oh, his precious gas tank. As if challenging the law of universal gravitation, the car roared, gliding up a nearby vertical wall. Thanks to the push from his younger sister, he assessed the situation in the blink of an eye. There was still time. Cao Ding had already pulled the grenade pin, her lips still maintaining a mad smile. Right next to her ear, Lu Xun's voice rang out. In the end, isn't living better?
He arrived just in the nick of time. His hand quickly grabbed the grenade and threw it far away. The explosion from the grenade seemed to have no effect on the brain monster. It calmly continued playing its terrifying music. "What is that thing, brother?" Xiao Shiki looked at the monster with eyes full of fury. It looked truly disgusting. Lu Xun replied, his voice ice cold. "That is the most hateful thing in this world, a product of the most inhumane experiments." The little girl gritted her teeth. "I hate it. I want to tear it apart. So is this thing created by humans?" Lu Xun sneered. "Naturally. Otherwise, how could such a nauseating thing appear in this world? Then let's destroy it." After taking Cao Ding to a safe place, Lu Xun and Xiao Shiki directly confronted the 7 grotesque and hideous monsters.
At that moment, a murderous snort rang out from behind Lucin, and the furious shadow of his father flickered. "How dare they restrict my power?" Lucin calmly spoke to reassure him. "Father, don't be angry. Wait until we reach the main city. I will treat you to a glass of fine wine." Now he turned to his younger sister and reached out his hand. "Let's go, Shiki." The little girl happily took her brother's hand. Yes. Immediately, a massacre began. The violent internal power of the father perfectly blended with the agility and mobility of Xiao Shishi. They were like a tornado of death sweeping across the battlefield. Wherever they passed, the frenzied monsters were torn apart, fresh blood dyeing the air red. The laughter of all three blended together strangely. It was even more ghostly and overwhelming than the sound of the instrument played by the brain monster. Over here, amidst the ruins, Cao Ding slowly woke up, her whole body aching. "It hurts so much. Am I still alive?" She groggily looked around and saw monster corpses lying everywhere. However, the scene in front of her terrified her 10,000 times more. A man in a red shirt, none other than Lucin, was fighting the monsters. A smile remained on his lips, but every wave of his hand concealed destructive power, easily tearing enemies apart. His ha laughter echoed through the foul-smelling space, even more spine-chilling than the sound of the brain monster. Cao Ding exclaimed in fear, Lu." The closer he got to the main target, the more gigantic and ferocious the guarding beasts became. In front of Lucin now, only the last two remained. Lucin ordered, "Glasses, analyze the target, identify weaknesses, aim for the giant eye of the target ahead." Immediately, from the body of the motorcycle, a complex metal structure was quickly deployed, assembling into the shape of a mechanical hunting dog. Robot dog, action. Two multi-barreled gun muzzles burst out from its flanks, and a storm of 300 bullets screamed down upon the many-eyed monster.
In just a moment, it was turned into a pile of mushy flesh. A mechanical voice rang out. Mission accomplished. Two gun muzzles retracted, and the robotic dog returned to its original position on the vehicle. Lucin yielded the remaining multi-headed monster to the father. He rushed forward, hugging it tightly like a bag of buns, then roared with delight. "Ha! Let me crush you!" Cao Ding stumbled to her feet, her mind completely blank. What was happening? And ultimately, what kind of monster was that brain thing? Now at Lucin's feet, there was only a messy pile of monster corpses. In front of him and Xiao Shiki was the brain monster, still frantically playing the violin. The two siblings took a run-up and leaped into the air simultaneously. The gun in Lucin's fan roared, firing 3 specially crafted bullets. Clang, clang, tongue. The bullets hit the mucous membrane surrounding the monster and were stopped dead. Lucin looked regretful. Damn it, those were special bullets, what a waste. Seemingly provoked by the attack, the brain monster flew into a rage. Like an insulted peacock, it began to play its most frantic and deadly piece. That ghostly melody resounded once again. It was like an invisible drill boring deep into Lucin's mind, making him bitterly realize it's coming again. He had only just escaped its influence not long ago. Unexpectedly, this time, that haunting sound could still pierce through his mental defense. Right then, from below, his mother's calm voice rang out, reassuring the two siblings who were in a tense situation. Don't worry. With a decisive movement, she used the scissors in her hand. With just a few neat and decisive cuts, the violin, the source of the eerie sound, turned into silent fragments. Meanwhile, Xiao Shiki helped Lucin stand firm on the disgusting slime covering the ground. Lucin had anticipated that his mother's action would temporarily suppress that music. Xiao Shiki kept expressing her disdain for the viscous liquid underfoot. "Brother, this stuff is truly disgusting." Lucin bent down. He intended to touch the membrane surrounding the giant brain monster in front of him. He thought that if his younger sister found it an eyesore, then he should just tear it apart. However, the moment his fingertips barely touched that surface, a massive stream of spiritual energy, like high-voltage electricity, suddenly rebounded. Lucin hurriedly withdrew his hand, erecting a defensive shield. Before he could stabilize himself, a violent mental shock struck. It knocked both siblings flying dozens of meters away. This battle seemed far from simple. After landing safely, Lucin narrowed his eyes to observe the invisible ripples of energy diffusing around the monster. He began to analyze. In essence, a mental shock is a form of radiation of spiritual energy. The range and intensity of the radiation will vary depending on the amplification level of the energy owner and the nature of the pollution source.
However, continuously releasing shockwaves like this under normal conditions is extremely rare because it causes massive consumption of mental energy. That is a terrible waste. The entire space here had been distorted and warped under the influence of the brain monster's power. It caused no physical damage but created an invisible wall, a solid barrier blocking all his attempts to approach. Lucin muttered, charged straight at the brain monster. Witnessing the terrifying tug-of-war between the two forces, Lucin realized that the brain monster was trying to repel the father, but the father was also gradually corroding and encroaching upon it. The mental power of this monster was indeed incredibly formidable,
Even an entity like the father would require a considerable amount of time to destroy it. Meanwhile, his mother stared in astonishment as the fragments of the violin automatically reassembled themselves to their original state, as if they had never been destroyed.
She quietly enjoyed its melody, seemingly using her own perception to create a type of antibody against the intrusion of that sound into the mind. How could something maintain such high-intensity mental shock for so long? Lucien frowned. How troublesome. Meanwhile, in a secret laboratory located deep underground, a group of scientists was intently watching Lucien's every move through a giant surveillance screen. A voice spoke up, full of skepticism and indignation. What on earth is that? A Stage 2 madman monster was destroyed by him in the blink of an eye. Now, facing the Stage 3 creation, God's brain, why hasn't he been ground to dust yet? This is clearly just a routine screening experiment. Another person asked anxiously, what level of ability user can directly confront God's brain? The head of research, a man with a stern face, ordered decisively, it doesn't matter who he is, he absolutely cannot be allowed to leave here alive. Increase the input power for the creation, destroy the target. A lever was pushed up. On the ground, the brain monster suddenly turned blood red. It let out an ear-piercing shriek. Lucien felt the change and decided to recall the father back into his shadow. The entity roared in anger. Brat, don't be a busybody. Let me out. I must tear this useless thing apart. Lucien ignored him. He clearly felt that in just an instant, the mental shock of the brain had skyrocketed many times over. The chanting sounds, like countless needles, were trying to pierce through his body. Amidst that, a soft aura radiated from where his mother was, enveloping the whole family.
She spoke gently, her voice like a cool stream. Don't rush, it is just a filthy thing. Unlike you, it is a monster, while you are a human. Why should a human use a monster's method to confront it? As a human, there must be a human solution, standing within the protective halo. Lucien clutched his head, his brain operating at an astonishing speed, analyzing logic to find the weakness in its pollution chain, and then severing that link. His mother nodded in approval. That's right. Have you realized it? It uses the violin sound to control those madmen through the transmission of emotions, but it itself is incomplete, which is why its melody is so monotonous and repetitive. At that very moment, a pet covered in blood threads appeared. An idea flashed through Lucien's mind, transmitting emotions. Thus, the whole family seemed to have a mutual understanding. A malicious smile appeared simultaneously on their lips, causing that pet to tremble in retreat. Lucien decided, then I'll have to let the father appear next time. For now, we need to cultivate our feelings first. Even though he didn't get to fight, the father became more agreeable. Sure enough, when Lucien recalled him, the shock range of the brain monster immediately amplified, but simultaneously its defensive barrier became thinner. The opportunity was here. The father's power had been condensed.
Immediately after, the father's power was released once again, but this time not in a direct combat form. It morphed into a giant earthworm, a mighty biological tunneling machine, rushing straight forward and drilling a hole through the shockwave barrier. Ha-ha! Lucien grabbed his pet dog's tail and used all his strength to throw it toward the opening. Go, Pikachu! The dog let out a terrified yelp, but equally excited, it dashed through the barrier, sinking its jaws deep into the soft brain mass. Bathed in pure pollution and even counter-polluting the enemy, it went mad with joy, drool flying everywhere. Invaded by the sudden pollution from Pikachu, the brain monster's control system instantly descended into chaos.
The sound of the violin was no longer monotonous, but it turned into a chaotic, crazy, and meaningless jumble of noise. Outside, old Zhao's team watched the transformation in horror. Oh my god, what is happening? Why do they turn to bite and tear each other? These madmen have really gone mad. A ray of hope flashed. Could it be that the captain and Brother Xiaolu had succeeded? So now we, Zhao Dashan shouted, go welcome them back. Everyone listen up. Those with less than 3 years of experience, leave the city immediately to report. The rest, follow me to save the leader. The whole group responded in unison. The morale was sky high. Lucien put on his glasses to assess the situation. Although a huge stream of energy was still being transmitted into the monster, its structure had been completely broken. The distorted force field surrounding it had shattered. It seemed that dealing with these things really required using the right method. His mother appeared leisurely beside the brain. In her hand, she held a pair of scissors. She gently and sequentially cut off its final connections one by one. Foot. The last connection was severed. The giant brain mass fell heavily to the ground, twitching hopelessly. Xiaoshishki was the happiest. The little girl rushed over, starting to tear it into pieces amidst giggles. Wah, beat you to death. The mother said, you children just handle things here.
Mom, go check somewhere else for a bit, Lucien replied, his gaze not leaving his younger sister's slaughter. Yes.
While Lu Xun was rescuing Cao Ding, the attack on the brain monster showed no signs of stopping. Xiao Shiki and the furious shadow of the father were frantically venting their anger on the hideous brain mass. Die, die, he he he. The little girl's immature laughter mingled with earth-shattering punches, causing the brain tissue to convulse violently, as if something huge was about to burst from within. Suddenly, an earth-shaking boom rang out. The giant brain spontaneously exploded, splashing slimy mucus everywhere. With extraordinary reflexes, Xiao Shiki retreated in time, escaping the epicenter of the explosion. When the foul mist dissipated, she exclaimed in surprise upon seeing a familiar small creature crawling out of the ruins. "Ah, Pikachu, why are you here?" At the same time, in a secret location deep underground, the entire laboratory shook violently, as if hit by an earthquake. Scientists in white coats panicked as they watched the data display screens dancing wildly. What is going on? The vital signs of God's brain have dropped to zero. The nuclear core has been destroyed. Impossible. This was just a simple enhancement experiment. Why was there such a catastrophic deviation?
The section chief, a middle-aged man with a balding forehead, glued his eyes to the central surveillance screen. The camera was still recording a close-up of Lu Xun. He was stunned. That very young man, just by his presence, had shattered the space-distorting force field created by God's brain. His voice trembled. Who on earth is he? Another urgent report was transmitted from the detention area. Section chief, all low-level and semi-finished Level 2 test subjects have suddenly suffered cognitive chaos. They are slaughtering each other. The system has completely lost control. Horror engulfed the entire room. Why would such a person appear in an ordinary convoy? Report. How should we write the report? The section chief roared. Report? He finally realized the deadly naivete in that question. He slammed his hand onto the control console, screaming, "Quick, cut all network connections with the outside immediately." But it was too late. On the screen, Lu Xun slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to pierce through the lens. He looked straight at them, a meaningful smile blooming on his lips. Immediately after, all screens simultaneously distorted with static. Only a blank white color and a deadly buzzing sound remained. The entire control room sank into a terrifying silence. Signal lost. Should we retreat? Retreat? That was a question naive to the point of being pitiful, because right at that moment, from deep within the corridor, a sound began to echo. Clack, clack, clack.
The sound of high heels tapping on the floor, solitary, rhythmic, and deadly. What is that sound? Is someone coming? Check the hallway camera. A technician trembled as he reported, "Section Chief, in the hallway, there is no one." The tension was pushed to the extreme. No one? Then why is the sound getting closer? The section chief gritted his teeth, his hand sneaking towards the emergency red alarm button. Even if he had to sacrifice everything, he had to activate the self-destruct mechanism. However, his finger hadn't even touched the button when, screech! The sturdy steel door of the control room automatically slid open. Swish! A flash of silver light flared up. The section chief's arm reaching for the alarm button was severed from his body, falling to the floor with a dry thud. He only managed to utter a grunt before the symphony of death began. The clear but terrifying laughter of the woman echoed throughout the room. She glided like a dancer, and the scissors in her hand were her partner. Every elegant cut claimed a life. Until the moment of his death, he still didn't know what had taken his life. When the last scream faded, she leisurely stepped over the bodies, the scissors in her hand still dripping with blood. She whispered, "Dare to touch my family." She left behind a room filled with fresh blood and her ghostly laughter. Old Zhao's voice rang out, "Leader, Lu Xun, answer us."
Old Zhou's voice echoed from the walkie-talkie. The reinforcement convoy had finally arrived. Cao Ding, leaning against a piece of debris, was so exhausted she couldn't reply. She could only wait for them to find her. When her teammates gathered around to ask after her warmly, she could only weakly point in one direction. Lu Xun leisurely rode the motorcycle out of the darkness. Xiao Shiki was also on the bike, looking happy. He announced briefly, "I'm fine." Immediately after, he pulled out a soft cloth, started meticulously wiping the bike, and complained to Old Zhou, "I just feel bad for my darling, got chipped in a few places." Old Zhou stood frozen. He looked at Lu Xun, and then at the terrifying battlefield surrounding them. Corpses of monsters with all sorts of grotesque shapes lay scattered everywhere. He stammered, He completely couldn't understand what was going on. Just now, here, what happened? Lu Xun patted his shoulder, calmly explaining, "Nothing big, just that your leader and I happened to run into a monster that looked like a human brain, so we just conveniently took care of it. However, we were in a bit of a hurry back then, so I couldn't protect the bike carefully. Look at this scratch, it really breaks my heart."
Old Zhou was bewildered, unsure if he and this young man were discussing the same issue. After stabilizing her spirit, Cao Ding ordered, "The problem is temporarily resolved. Everyone wipe out the remaining madmen and drive the large vehicles out of here."
Zhao Dushuang looked at Lu Xin with concern. Brother Xiaolu, how about I drive the motorcycle for you? I'm worried about your health. It's okay, no need, Lu Xin waved his hand. I'm not injured. Naturally, he had his own reasons. His treasure, absolutely no one was allowed to touch. The sweep ended quickly. Most of the madmen had been destroyed in the battle with the brain monster. On the way back, Lu Xin asked old Zhou, those ones that were still alive just now, you killed them all, right? Zhao Dushuang replied, that's right, otherwise it would be very troublesome if they went crazy again. Didn't you say one could be sold for over 100 credits? Old Zhou's Zhou chopped. Brother Xiaolu, are you really planning to do business with these things? Lu Xin muttered. Forget it. He understood that asking a convoy struggling to survive to capture enemies alive so he could sell them for money was indeed too much. Oh, I can only blame myself for not holding back earlier. When the convoy returned to the temporary campsite outside Bai Ta Town, the atmosphere was extremely heavy.
This trip they had suffered too great a loss. Everyone hurriedly treated the wounded. Lu Xin alone sat in a private corner, intently taking notes in a small notebook. Results: neutralized 1 brain-level monster, 2 high-level mutated madmen, and all the ordinary madmen. Consumption: 3 specially crafted bullets, 3 mini-magazines for the mechanical dog. Income: half a truck of supplies, value undetermined. When reaching the last line: losses. He could no longer hold it back. His shoulders trembled, and 2 streams of tears began to fall. Zhou Xiaomao saw this and hurriedly ran over, asking anxiously, Brother Xiaolu, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Are you hurt somewhere? Do you want some water? Lu Xin still glued his eyes to the notebook, replying with a distorted voice. His voice was filled with agony. Loss of specialized motorcycle. My bike is all scratched up. Xiao Zhou asked hesitatingly, his eyes still wide with shock. Brother Xiaolu, what exactly happened just now? Lu Xin had calmed down a bit, but the questions in his head were still a tangled mess. He didn't want to reveal too much, because he himself didn't have the answers yet. He replied, his voice somewhat tired. Actually, I'm not too clear right now either. The brain monster has been destroyed.
But where did it come from? What exactly were those madmen? Why did the mother hate it so much, and why did Xiao Shishiki show such visible annoyance? These questions kept swirling deep in his mind. He could only wait for the mother to return to clarify things. He looked at Xiao Zhou, offering a word of reassurance, but one thing was certain. Everything was fine now. Seeing that Lu Xin didn't want to say more, Xiao Zhou just let out an "oh" and nodded. Just then, Cao Ding walked in, heading straight for Lu Xin. The thing is, Xiao Zhou hurriedly found an excuse. Leader, you two take your time talking. I'll go outside to see if any help is needed. The space was now left with just the two of them. Lu Xin had no intention of keeping Xiao Zhou there either. He turned to Cao Ding, gesturing for her to sit down. No need to be so polite. Have a seat. Cao Ding sat down and went straight to the point. If it weren't for you, our convoy would probably have perished in this godforsaken place. You saved us all. She looked straight into his eyes, her gaze both sincere and decisive. For people like us who roam the wilderness, debts of gratitude and grudges are very clear. With this shipment, after deducting a portion for relief costs, I can give all the remaining money to you. This offer made Lu Xin startle. What? Cao Ding sighed, her voice sounding a bit helpless. We truly have nothing else to repay you with. Lu Xin smiled. The expression of calculating every drop of gasoline from before had completely vanished.
No need, we are all people making a living in the wilderness. Helping each other is the right thing to do. This familiar statement made Cao Ding feel an indescribable sense of safety. This was the second time he had said this. Lu Xin opened a notebook, his expression becoming serious. If you really want to thank me, I have something I want to ask you. What is it? He began with the tone of a doctor diagnosing a patient. When facing the monster in the city, your performance was excellent, but some of your actions beforehand were very unreasonable. For example, as soon as you saw that brain, you didn't discuss it with me at all. You grabbed a grenade and charged forward, saying you were going to deal with the monster. But at that moment, you looked more like you wanted to commit suicide. Cao Ding admitted it without hesitation. It's true, I did have that intention. Being able to help the brothers one last time, while also destroying this body that makes people disgusted. Isn't that great? This answer was within Lu Xin's expectations. Why? Cao Ding didn't answer immediately. She picked up a beer bottle and asked him in return, what kind of person do you think I am? Lu Xin replied instantly without a second thought. Very good. Cao Ding took a sip of beer, the amber liquid flowing down her delicate throat. A glance from her at this moment could truly intoxicate men. I'm not trying to seduce you. I'm asking what kind of person I am. Lu Xin maintained his viewpoint. Truly very good. I also think I'm pretty good, she replied, her voice slightly self-mocking. I'm a woman, but I don't lose to any man in a fight, and I shoot better than plenty of guys. You are an exception. Her voice deepened, carrying a distant sorrow. In the past, when my man died, he told me to take good care of the brothers.
He told me that while I was still young, I should find another man to rely on so I wouldn't be so tired, but I didn't want to. Do you see any problem with that? The straightforward young man, Lu Xin, seriously replied, Of course there is no problem. She spoke as if she had found a soulmate. Right? I think so too. When he first passed away, many people didn't respect me, and there were also blind fools who coveted this body. I dealt with every single one of them. I am a woman, so naturally I also want to find a man who loves me. But except for that man who spent half his life as a hero only to die of diarrhea, I don't want anyone else. Do you understand that feeling? Lu Xin replied immediately, even though in his heart he was thinking, understand? Actually, I don't really understand much. Cao Ding seemed unconcerned with whether he truly understood or not. Actually, I know. He told me to find someone else because he was worried that being a woman all alone, I would have a hard time struggling in this society. But I feel my capabilities aren't bad. Leading the whole convoy, handling everything properly, we can earn a living, and the brothers trust me. Finally, she got to the deep-rooted cause of the illness. It all started 2 months ago. 2 months ago, as usual, I led the brothers to the main city to deliver goods. All procedures were taken care of carefully, and enough money was greased. But in the end, we were still blocked by a manager. He said one of our trucks had a problem and refused to accept it, telling us to take it back. Naturally, I couldn't agree, so I found a way to speak with him privately. And then he offered me a path, which was a hotel room card.
Lu Xin looked blank. Yeah, so you. Cao Ding laughed loudly, a bitter laugh. Of course it was impossible. I didn't give him any face. I threw that room card right away. Then what happened? Lu Xin buried his head in his notes. Cao Ding's voice dropped significantly. Then he went crazy. All of my goods couldn't be warehoused. They could only be left out in the open. That insidious fat manager deliberately stalled for time. The weather was sweltering, and the goods started showing signs of spoiling after less than a day. I was truly panicked. I ran around everywhere. Only then did I find out that this new manager had quite a background. His father worked in the research institute, heard that his power was even greater than the administrative department. In short, he was a figure that cargo runners like us couldn't afford to offend. Because of his interference, no one dared to accept our shipment, and in the end, she suppressed it with a deep breath. I could only go and beg him.
I threw away all my self-respect, begging him to spare us just this once to keep the rice bowls for the brothers in the team. Do you know what the result was? Cao Ding's voice trembled slightly as she forced herself to recall that dark memory. Her voice was tinged with hatred and disgust. He took me into a hotel. He was both disdainful and lustful. He said I looked rustic, not clean like the girls in the magnificent city. But then he whispered that this body was the most perfect thing he had ever seen. He said from the very first time he saw it, he was obsessed and he had to have it. The stream of filthy memories surged back, making her feel as if the brute hand of the fat guy was tightening around her neck. She could feel the way he treated her like a pet to toy with, leaving filthy marks on her body. When I couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears, he slapped me, choking me until I couldn't breathe. Her voice seemed to choke in her throat. He roared that this body belonged to him from now on. The anger in Cao Ding's voice had now reached its limit, and starting from that time, on every shipment, he demanded me. I hate the way he praises my body.
I was disgusted by the way he looked at me, as if he were admiring a treasure. A bitter smile blossomed on her lips, and then I started thinking, why should I let him benefit so easily? If he desires this body so much, then I will destroy it. A cruel decision took shape from there. She began to share her body with the brothers in the convoy. It's good stuff anyway. Why not let everyone enjoy it? She mocked herself. I know, there are quite a few men in the team who always peek at me. I, Cao Ding, a woman who roams freely in the wilderness, have no character, no shame. But as soon as I step into the city, I turn into a toy in someone else's hands. I didn't have the courage to hide a gun and shoot him dead. For the lives of my brothers, for the livelihood of the whole convoy. So, I ruined her, ruined the very thing he coveted. She looked straight at Lu Xin, her eyes filled with both defiance and pain. Ha, you don't know. The last time he saw the new scars on my body, how angry he was. He frantically cursed and abused me. That was probably the happiest thing I've experienced in the past few years. Lu Xin just listened silently, and finally understood the reason behind her unusual behavior. He tactfully changed to another topic.
So the people in the convoy don't know about this either? A look of melancholy once again covered Cao Ding's face. How can I tell them? Tell them that every shipment we risk our lives to transport is exchanged for my own body? She stood up, signaling she wanted to leave. I know you've been observing me for days, not out of desire, but out of curiosity. This misunderstanding is quite big. You are a capable person, I know, but my problem isn't something you can solve. She suddenly paused and turned her head to look at him, a smirk flashing past. It's just a pity. This body is already dirty. Otherwise, perhaps I could have used it to repay your life-saving grace. Lu Xin hurriedly called her back. Wait. Cao Ding turned around with a puzzled look. What is it? The investigation is complete, Lu Xin announced with the serious demeanor of a doctor. But I still have 2 issues to clarify. First, your body is not dirty at all. You have that thought because you were sick. This statement left Cao Ding completely stunned. Sick? She had never heard anyone say such a thing. Lu Xin continued. Second, the people who invited me here are old Zhou and Zhou Xiaomao. They are very worried about you. They asked me to come to treat your illness, hearing the mention of her 2 sworn brothers.
Cao Ding suddenly felt a warmth rising within her. She was about to ask, but Lu Xin seemed to have anticipated it and immediately explained, I can now confirm that you have been polluted. However, this is a very special type of pollution that I have never encountered before. More precisely, it is self-pollution. Its source comes from your own inner self. Cao Ding smirked. So, how much did old Joe pay you to play psychologist for me? Lu Xin happily listed. Covered food, covered lodging, covered fuel, and half of the money earned from their scavenging trips. A bitter taste rose in Cao Ding's heart upon hearing that price. Do you know that for a life-risking trip like this, the most they earn is only 18,000 dong? That number surprised Lu Xin in a completely different way. That much? Before, when I worked at the company, my monthly salary was only 1,000 dong. The sincerity of her brothers moved Cao Ding. She looked at Lu Xin, her tone softening. Thank you. I know you are not an ordinary person, but this matter is not something an outsider can interfere with. I don't want the brothers to know, nor do I want to cut off the team's livelihood because of it. Besides, when it comes down to it, this was voluntary on my part. You were not voluntary at all, Lu Xin interrupted, closing his notebook and looking straight into her eyes. If you were truly willing, you wouldn't have contracted this illness. Your problem might be hard to talk about, but it's not impossible to solve. He stood up, his voice full of determination. I will help you report him. Report? Cao Ding burst out laughing as if she had just heard a joke. Young man, if reporting could solve problems, this world wouldn't have so many tragedies. Reporting is the rule. Lu Xin maintained his firm attitude.
And naturally, if the rules couldn't solve the problem, Cao Ding didn't want to hear anymore. She simply shook her head and walked out of the tent. A sentence floated back on the wind, left behind in her wake. No matter what, I still thank you for your good intentions. Lu Xin watched the lonely retreating figure of the woman, feeling a bit confused inside. Strange. I said I would help her, so why wasn't there any positive reaction? He opened his notebook again and started muttering calculations. This was a personal commission, so he couldn't report the expenses to the Special Pollution Handling Department. He would have to ask Han Bin to find a loophole. At the very least, she had to help him cover the ammo cost for the mechanical dog. Such a waste. The tent flap was lifted again as his mother entered, the hem of her red dress stained with dried, dark streaks of blood. Want to go for a walk, son? Yes, ma'am. She took his hand, leading him to a withered tree at the edge of the campsite, from where they could overlook the distant port. Here will do. She handed him a file folder. Lu Xin pulled out the first document page. In the headline, Launch of Divine Body Nurturing Plan Phase 3 immediately struck his eyes. Below it was an image of the very brain monster he had just destroyed. Lu Xin was so shocked he cried out aloud, What is this? His mother smiled, calmly taking back the file. Mom just found it while walking in the city. Maybe it has something to do with what my son encountered today. Of course, Lu Xin didn't believe it, but he didn't expose his mother's words either. He played along, pretending to be innocent. So Mom just went for a stroll. Then what exactly was that thing today? Something incredibly charming, his mother replied with a distant look in her eyes, but something that shouldn't exist in this world.
Her tone became more solemn as she continued the story. Even Mom didn't expect that someone would have reached this step. They are truly very audacious, and their level is not ordinary at all. If they have started designing things related to Stage 3, then Mom thinks that in a certain field of research, they have already made a huge breakthrough. Stage 3, Lu Xin narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you think the thing you met today was? His mother asked back. A monster, Lu Xin answered immediately based on his own analysis. A tangible monster, a real one. It could not only affect the madmen, but also impact normal people, even me. Such strong pollution ability cannot be used just to control the madmen. His mother shook her head slightly, opening up a completely different line of thinking. Perhaps its purpose is not to affect the madmen, but to create them.
A flash of light appeared in Lu Xin's mind, and he began linking the clues together. Those madmen were not like the skinny mutant creatures in the wilderness. Their bodies were robust, their clothes uniform, and they had an instinctive fear of guns. What if they were all transformed from normal people? Seeing her son had understood the problem, she asked, So what do you intend to do? Of course I must find them, Lu Xin replied without hesitation. For something this inhumane, I must investigate it to the end. Good, his mother expressed her complete support. Since this has been discovered, I will also go visit a few old friends. I need to know to what extent they have researched this type of power. Matters in the main city will have to rely on you. The shadow of the father beneath Lu Xin's feet moved slightly. Are you leaving soon, Mom? Her eyes glanced quickly over that shadow. Then she looked back at her son with a gentle gaze. It's just for a few days. You're this big, yet you still can't be away from Mom? She gently patted his head. When I finish understanding the situation, or when you're in danger, I will return. She also did not forget to instruct. When I am not here, you must take good care of Dad and little sister. After all, you have grown up now. Not many can bully you anymore. Of course, when encountering matters or monsters related to Stage 3 and the 13 mental entities, you should still be a bit careful. Careful of what? His mother smiled meaningfully, her eyes glancing in another direction.
Naturally, be careful to control your temper. Don't make things too noisy. Lucien immediately realized that the person his mother was referring to was definitely not him. His temper had always been very good. He nodded decisively. I will take good care of the family, waiting for you to return. But I've really grown up now. You should tell me some things. What are those 13 mental entities? She let out a soft laugh. Lucien pointed at the glasses he was wearing. They say this pair of glasses is one of them, taken from a painting capable of devouring emotions. It helps me stabilize and can be used to deal with monsters by disrupting their emotions. So what is it defined as ultimately? For different people, the perspective will differ. She explained that the painting it once parasitized was named The Watchful Gaze of the Red Moon. Therefore, the people of Qinggong gave it the nickname The Watchful Gaze.
But Mom, we can call it something more intuitive. Chaos. So what about Dad? What type does Dad belong to?
Regarding this, don't you understand better than I do? She smiled. Lucien took a deep breath, asking the final question while looking straight into her eyes. So what about you, Mom? She just smiled to wave it off, then quickly steered the conversation to another topic. That's right, if you want to find the mastermind, you can start right here with this convoy. I just consider you a child. Lucien was immediately drawn into the story. Of course I know that. Otherwise, why would it be such a coincidence that the convoy was forced to change its route and enter Baitao town right at this moment? After saying goodbye to his mother, Lucien returned to the tent. His first action was to call the pink-haired girl at headquarters. For some reason, every time he called, she was eating. Good evening, brother single soldier. Han Bing's clear voice came from the other end of the line, mixed with the sound of crunchy chewing. Are you eating something?
Strawberries. My mother bought them. They are big and sweet, but still a bit sour, very crunchy. Lucien swallowed dryly, trying to focus on the main point. The investigation result is out. Really? How did you investigate? The target confessed to me, he replied calmly. Han Bing laughed out loud. Seems like this has always been brother single soldier's style. You flatter me. Lucien went straight to the point. But another issue has arisen. We encountered a group of madmen and a monstrous brain that could control them. What? The surprise in Han Bing's voice was impossible to hide. Specifically how? After 5 minutes of summarizing the event, Lucien concluded. In short, the madmen and that monster have been dealt with. Oh right, I also received a document folder. I thought it was very important, so I wanted to report it to you. After hearing everything, Han Bing's tone became extremely serious. This isn't just serious. She immediately switched the call to the internal channel, announcing an emergency. Emergency announcement. Unit Single Soldier discovered a forbidden laboratory at Beta Town, preliminarily suspected to be related to the Divine Creation Project, Stage 3. Immediately report to Captain Chen. Initiate emergency response plan. The entire headquarters immediately fell into the highest state of alert, the space echoing with shouting people and the ceaseless clacking of keyboards. Hurry up, come back here, overtime, catch a ride immediately. My God, how does he do it? Just went out for 2 days and already bumped into something this earth-shattering? On the other end of the line, Han Bing's voice suddenly became terrifyingly stern, completely different from her usual lazy demeanor. Listen carefully, single soldier. She enunciated every word clearly. The current situation is extremely critical. I request you to immediately lead that convoy out of Beta Town. The farther the better. Use the fastest speed possible to enter the main city. Lucien looked bewildered. Why? What happened? A forbidden laboratory of this level, according to the supreme regulations of the Alliance, is something absolutely not allowed to exist. No matter which faction is behind it, they will never want its existence exposed to the light. If you and your convoy don't leave immediately...
She paused for a beat to let the warning sink deep into Lucien's mind before delivering the final blow. I fear that at any moment, a tactical nuclear bomb could be dropped right on your heads. Lucien froze on the spot. What? Silencing them? A chilling cold ran down his spine. As soon as he hung up, he rushed like the wind to Cao Ding's tent. Without needing a long-winded explanation, he went straight to the point. Organize the convoy to depart right now. We must use the fastest speed to get to the main city. Only in a crowded place do we have a chance of survival.
Cao Ding was naturally an intelligent person. She only needed to see the unprecedented urgency on Lucien's face to immediately understand the gravity of the situation. You mean, without waiting for an answer, she hurriedly threw on her coat, grabbed her whistle, and blew a long, shrill blast. The entire camp instantly fell into turmoil. Everyone assemble, move out immediately, leave this damn place. The convoy had just rolled away, vanishing into the night when a squadron of armed helicopters swooped down from the sky over the spot they had just left. Their searchlights scanned the now empty camp. The commander roared into the radio, "Check the scene immediately, find out who caused this." At headquarters, the commander-in-chief slammed the table and stood up abruptly, his face full of disbelief after hearing the report. How is that possible? He's only been out for 2 days. A laboratory like that, even if it really exists, are they stupid enough not to hide it, allowing someone to discover it so easily? Everyone in the meeting room nodded in agreement. This was too absurd. Only Professor Bai, with his habitual pensive look, spoke slowly. Perhaps it wasn't the opponent's carelessness. Rather, given single soldier's special status, his accidental discovery of such matters, viewed from a certain mystical-logical perspective, isn't it quite reasonable? The commander-in-chief sighed, rubbing his temples. You're starting with those cryptic words again. The urgent matter now. Professor Bai proposed ensuring the safety of single soldier in the convoy. Logically, they should return to Qinggong for the best protection. However, they were currently closer to the central city. Entering a densely populated area would force the opposing faction to hesitate for fear of collateral damage, preventing them from acting rashly. That is exactly the problem, the commander-in-chief expressed concern. I fear the staff at the operations department in the central city are not capable enough to handle a case of this magnitude. No problem, a department head spoke up with a hearty laugh. We can organize a support team to go there. It's an emergency, let's decide on that. On the desolate road, the convoy continued to speed madly forward.
The scouts riding motorcycles constantly urged them on. Hurry up, the leader said we have to speed up. We must reach Satellite City number 7 before the iron suspension bridge lowers at 8 o'clock. Pull yourselves together. Delicious food, good wine, and hot water are waiting for us. This time, the responsibility of driving the bulky truck was shouldered by Lu Xin. After staying up all day and night, the silhouette of the city finally appeared faintly on the horizon. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhou Xiaomao shook Zhou Dacheng's shoulder vigorously. "Uncle, wake up, we're almost there." Old Zhou groggily opened his eyes. "Huh? It's only been 10 minutes? You've been sleeping for over 3 hours," Xiaomao grumbled. "Are you planning to let Brother Xiaolu drive all night for you?" It's okay, Lu Xin replied cheerfully. He secretly thought, it's only been over 3 hours. Borrowing Xiaoshiqi's ability 7 times was enough. It seems I have the aptitude to be a truck driver. Making money's actually quite easy.
Later, if the Special Pollution Handling Department doesn't need me anymore, I can still drive cargo trucks to make a living. After handing the wheel back to Zhou Dashuan, Lu Xin carefully hid the notebook inside his coat. Once inside the city, it should be safe, right? He began to analyze the situation. The other side certainly wouldn't let it go. However, inside the city, they couldn't use large-scale weapons to silence him. The problem is, if they send ability users, it would be even more dangerous. An hour later, at the gate of Satellite City number 7, the entire convoy received an order to stop for inspection. Please cooperate. Weapons are not allowed into the city. Please consign them at the designated point. Cao Ding arranged for the whole team to stay at a budget hotel. We rest here tonight. Most members of the group were yawning constantly. They were utterly exhausted. Only old Joe remained strangely energetic. These young guys, their bones are too weak. Just 2 days without sleep and they're already limp. Look at me.
50 years old, yet still full of spirit, Lu Xin looked at old Joe bragging away and silently exclaimed in his heart, "If I hadn't driven for over 3 hours in your place, where would you get the energy to wag your tongue like that now?" Inside the room, Lu Xin asked the uncle and nephew, "I'll stay with you two tonight, okay?" He didn't want to share a room with the drivers, and even less so did he want to interact with Leader Cao Ding. These two were the safest choice. "Uncle," Xiaomao covered his nose with his hand, "I don't want to sleep with you. At night you grind your teeth, snore, and you don't even wash your feet." Old Joe lifted his foot to sniff it. He was about to raise his hand to give his nephew a punch when Xiaomao turned to Lu Xin with glittering, expectant eyes. "Brother Xiaolu, how about I share a bed with you?" "No," Lu Xin replied briefly. Hoo-hoo, Xiaomao could only silkily climb onto the bed to lie down with his uncle. In the middle of the night, when the snoring and teeth grinding of the uncle and nephew resonated rhythmically, Lu Xin gently sat up. Seeing that they were both sound asleep, he took out his phone and dialed an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this the Blue Kite Pet Shop?"
At the same time, in Baita Town, the silencing squad approached the scene, witnessing a desolate sight as if a fierce battle had just swept through. The commander could not help but be shocked. Damn it, who did this? Deep underground, the door leading to the secret laboratory had been blasted open. The leader stood amidst the devastated scene, the air thick with the smell of death. Who was it after all, or what was it? He gritted his teeth and growled. Who could wipe out an entire laboratory in such a short time? They didn't even have time to send a distress signal. "Sir," a subordinate reported with a trembling voice, "the security system was not destroyed, and the warning system is still operating normally." "What does that mean?" "It means the laboratory showed no signs of being broken into from the outside." A terrifying silence engulfed the space. He began to order, "Follow me." The galvanized iron door storing top-secret files was thrown open. He froze in place. Sure enough, the secret had been exposed. Inside a dim room, 4 figures wearing black cloaks were sitting around a table. The voice of the leader echoed from a communication device. "Confirmed, the experimental base in Baita Town has been destroyed. Intruder, unknown. Method, unknown. No survivors. The core secret has been stolen. The hard drive was physically destroyed. Data cannot be extracted. Technicians are trying to restore it." He paused for a beat. "The only thing that can be determined right now is that the target is moving. Traces show that the person acted through the night and entered the main city." One of the 4 figures spoke with a voice as cold as ice. "Who will go handle the one capable of destroying one of our facilities?"
To leave no trace, it certainly isn't simple, at least a level S ability user or someone already in the stable stage 2. Then another voice made a suggestion. "Send the Hell team." "The whole team?" "Yes. Baby, hide-and-seek, inner demon. Send them all. This mission allows for no errors. We need to extinguish this threat before it has time to prepare. A destroyed base can be rebuilt, but a larger incident cannot." Voting began. Agreed. Agreed. Passed. The meeting ended. Dismissed. When the other three had left, the final figure lit a cigarette. He removed his mask to reveal a familiar face. It was the assistant of the orphanage director. A name suddenly flashed through his mind. Lu Sin. Hello, Blue Kite Pet Shop speaking. Do you have cats? Lu Sin began to recite the secret code. The non-shedding kind. How can a normal cat not shed? The girl replied innocently. Who among normal people would raise a shedding cat? It's late at night. Do you want to chat about cats? The more normal the cat, the more it sheds. Lu Sin sighed helplessly. Then perhaps it is because I am not normal enough. Only then did the girl realize, is that Brother Single Soldier? It's me, he hurriedly replied. Next time you can just call the other number directly.
The girl began to explain. I am a resident staff member in the main city, not a spy. This code is only used in emergency situations. Lu Sin scratched his head awkwardly. It's just that I've never tried reading a code over the phone before. Well, you've tried it now, the girl cut him off, getting straight to the point. You've arrived at the main city, haven't you? To avoid disturbing everyone, Lu Sin stepped out of the hotel room. That's right, I'm at a guest house in Satellite City number 7. Yes, Qinggong has notified me. I will be in charge of arranging your work here, receiving documents and conducting preliminary assessments, but currently the high-speed train has stopped running, so I can only come to you tomorrow. You must be extremely careful tonight. Will someone really come here? Lu Sin asked aloud, his keenness rising. Not sure, but the base in Bai to town, when our special task force arrived, the whole place had been consumed by a fire. All evidence has vanished. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Lu Sin's back. It had only been a day and a night since they moved, yet in that short period, the opponent had managed to raze an entire town. The action was too lightning fast, the strength was too terrifying. I know, he replied. I'll be careful. After ending the call, he silently calculated. This code system seemed a bit backwards. This girl was indeed not as enthusiastic as Han Bing. Lu Sin returned to his room. He looked up at the corridor ceiling, where Xiao Shiki was still hovering like a ghost. Ah, you're still here. You've worked hard. A team member was approaching from behind, whom he completely failed to notice. He continued speaking to his sister. Keep a close watch tonight. That thing might happen. I'm only at ease with you here. Xiao Zhou responded softly, as if in agreement. Brother Xiao Lu. The other person's eyes were already filled with tears. Don't worry. With me keeping watch, everyone can just sleep soundly. Xiao Shiki burst into a giggle. Men are truly so easily moved. The next morning at the dining hall, Brother Xiao Lu, over here. Xiao Zhou waved and called out, quickly bringing a large bowl and placing it in front of him. I specially saved this breakfast for you. How was it? Did you sleep well last night?
Old Joe asked. The first half of the night was okay, Lu Sin answered honestly, but regarding the second half, he dared not speak the truth. He could only silently complain in his heart. You really have no shame asking that. The two of them took turns snoring. One sounded like the surging waves of the Yangtze River, rising and falling in pitch. The other had drool flowing like a stream. A duet shaking the heavens and earth. Hard to determine a winner, so in the end, both won. Only I lost. Zhou Xiaomao, while wolfing down a steamed bun, casually asked Lu Sin, Brother Xiao Lu, did you sleep well last night? Hurry up and eat, old Zhou scolded. We still have to go deliver the goods later. Hearing the words, deliver the goods, Lu Sin immediately spoke up. Then I'll go with you two later. Despite the terrifying incidents that had just befallen the convoy, completing the shipment and receiving the final payment was the #1 priority. That was money they had traded their lives for, money to support their families, and also a subsidy for their fallen comrades. The world, in everyone's eyes, always operated according to very distinct rules. At the gathering port, while the goods were being unloaded with extreme caution, Cao Ding walked up to Lu Sin. So do you think the one behind those crazy monsters is likely to come and give us trouble? That is certain, Lu Sin replied, his eyes constantly scanning all 4 directions. Which company are you cooperating with? This place doesn't look like a headquarters, just a transit warehouse. Dottie Construction Group, Cao Ding clarified, a massive conglomerate specializing in heavy machinery manufacturing and infrastructure construction. It said they have existed since the main city was still building the wall. We are just one of many convoys hired by them. Lu Sin quickly noted in his notebook, Dottie Construction Group. He began to analyze. It's possible this very company sold you out. Logically, only a biotechnology company could create that kind of monster, but we can't rule out the possibility of them hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat. Their conversation was interrupted by the roar of an engine, as a flashy sports car screeched to a halt, and a fat, middle-aged man stepped out.
The people around hurriedly bowed deeply in greeting. Hello, Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao, you've arrived. The man, old Zhao, merely gave an indifferent grunt, not bothering to look at anyone. Already spotted her, a creepy smile blooming on his lips. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Follow me to the office. I'm busy. Cao Ding tried to speak up in refusal. I'm very busy too. He jerked his chin arrogantly, right in front of everyone. Don't waste my time.
Cao Ding lowered her head and silently followed him, leaving behind old Zhao's triumphant laughter echoing across the harbor.
Little 17, appearing like a ghost beside Lu Xin, asked softly, "Brother, do we need to—" "Let's go over there and check the situation first," Lu Xin replied, his eyes turned cold. If he let Xiao Shishi act now, he feared the convoy would no longer have any ground to do business in the city later. Just check the situation first. Inside the office building, Lu Xin glanced to the employee nameplate. "Oh, that manager from earlier is named Zhao Hui? He doesn't look like much. Back in Qinggang, I used to be a manager too." "Brother, brother!" Xiao Shishi suddenly appeared, floating right on the ceiling. "They are arguing." "Why are they arguing?" Lu Xin asked. "As soon as they entered the room, that man touched the woman," Xiao Shishi began to recount. "She slapped his hand away. He got angry, cursed, pulled her hair, and asked if she had been fooling around with some other guy. He also said that no matter what she did, she couldn't escape his grasp." "That cannot be called an argument," Lu Xin helped the little girl down, explaining gently. "That is bullying." Xiao Shishi's eyes lit up. "Abuse? Then shall we turn him into a toy?" Lu Xin hurriedly stopped his younger sister's thought of tearing people apart whenever she saw injustice. He patted her head and said in a gentle voice, "No, doing that is against the law." "But he is a bad person," 17 retorted. Lu Xin was slightly confused because the words bad person, coming from the mouth of his sister, who killed without blinking, sounded truly bizarre. Actually, I have a way that is even more fun. Want to hear it?" "Really?" Lu Xin had identified the office of General Director Wang Yang via the nameplate.
He reached out and knocked on the door a few times. "Come in." As soon as he stepped inside, Lu Xin flashed a very bright smile. "Hello, who are you? What is your business here?" Mr. Wang interrupted him, his eyes looking guarded. "You are Boss Wang, correct?" Lu Xin proceeded to confirm the information. "Greetings, boss. I am here to report the misconduct of your subordinate, Manager Zhao Hui, who is engaging in soliciting bribes." Old Wang looked bewildered. "Soliciting bribes? What bribes?" "Sir, I would like to make a formal report." Lu Xin spoke in a serious tone. "Zhao Hui, the quality inspection manager of your company, is demanding sexual bribes from the leader of the transport convoy contracted with you. This matter has seriously affected the company's interests and reputation. Right now, not only is he unrepentant, but he is also publicly bullying Leader Cao right in the office downstairs." Boss Wang tapped his fingers lightly on the table.
Speak slowly, young man. Who are you? I hope you can clarify your identity. Our manager Zhao is a respectable person. The things you say need proof. I am a citizen and detest such matters, Lu Xin said. As for proof, what you say also makes sense. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly tightened his grip on Boss Wang's wrist, using a terrifying force to pull him up from his chair. What are you doing? Let go of my hand, Old Wang shouted in panic. Lu Xin did not answer a word, simply dragging the general director out of the office. Come, I'll take you to see the proof. Outside the lobby, Boss Wang screamed shrilly. Where is security? What are you standing there for? Throw this guy out for me. At that very moment, inside Zhao Hui's office, he was frantically strangling Cao Ding, one hand having ripped off her coat. Filthy trash like you. In my eyes, you are just a dog. Living or dying isn't worth a cent. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhao Hui was startled and looked back. What noise is that? Just then an invisible force pushed hard, causing him to stumble towards Cao Ding. The door burst open, and Lu Xin dragged Boss Wang in, pointing straight at the depraved scene before them. Here, this is the place. Zhao Hui was completely stunned, his face blank. Cao Ding seized the opportunity, using all her strength to push him far away. This play has enough spectators now. Look, I didn't deceive you, right? Lu Xin asked in an unusually calm tone. Boss Wang's face drained of blood, and he stammered in reply. Little Zhao, what are you doing? In this situation, old Zhao had no reservations left. He roared at his own superior. You bastard surnamed Wang, what tricks are you trying to play? Under the pressure from old Zhao and the gaze of the entire office, Boss Wang pointed at Lu Xin as if pointing at a demon. Manager Zhao, don't blame me. It was him. It was this guy who reported you. He forced me to come here. How pathetic, Lu Xin thought to himself. His position is clearly 2 levels higher, yet he looks even more cowardly than this manager.
Zhao Hui frowned, his gaze sharp as a knife sweeping over Lu Xin. Who are you? Lu Xin, from Qinggang, he replied lightly. Every word like a needle prick. Because you violated discipline, I am forced to report your misconduct. Lu Xin's dismissive attitude made Zhao Hui boil with rage. Report me? He raised his hand, intending to slap the boy, but Lu Xin just glared at him.
The corners of his mouth curled up into a ghostly smile. Ha! That sound seemed to possess a magical power that made Zhao Hui's hand freeze in midair. He stood frozen, then slowly lowered his hand. I've memorized your faces. The noise and bustle attracted the whole convoy. As soon as old Zhou saw Zhao Hui stepping out, he hurriedly asked, What happened?
Lucine pointed into the room, where Cao Ding was still standing in a daze. It's nothing. Just now this quality inspection section chief wanted to harass your leader. Everyone saw it. One sentence ignited the whole powder keg. What? Old Joe swore. I'll punch him to death. But when they looked out the door, Xiao Hui's car had already revved up and sped away. He ran fast. Lucine spoke up to reassure everyone. Don't be impulsive. Fighting is wrong. But the truth is right there. He turned to look at Boss Wang, his eyes full of deep meaning. You people will handle this, right? Seeing the drivers with murderous looks on their faces, Boss Wang nodded fearfully. Well, will do. Definitely will handle it. The final shipment was finally settled. On the way back, Cao Ding was the one driving. Thank you, she spoke softly, breaking the silence. It's the right thing to do, Lucine replied cheerfully. Cao Ding's heart was a mess of thoughts. Did he really think that way, or was he just playing dumb? Did he really believe the Dadi group would punish Xiao Hui, that the convoy wouldn't be retaliated against? She decided to switch to another topic. Actually, just now, I was also probing him. I suspect the convoy was intentionally lured to Beita town. Perhaps Xiao Hui knows something. I intentionally provoked him. She continued. Although he was very wary and didn't say a word, his reaction was very unusual.
He was extremely angry when he saw me hurting myself, even though this wasn't the first time he witnessed it. Therefore, Lucine began to analyze. Because she didn't cherish herself, she angered him. He wanted revenge by pushing her convoy to their deaths in Beita town. For him, this was too simple. Just changing the delivery date was enough. He hesitated. But is it worth doing that just for such a trivial matter? Probably not. Cao Ding seemed to agree. Perhaps there is another reason. Then what about the cargo? Lucine presented his conjecture. Is it possible that this whole thing was a plan arranged from the beginning, and even the shipment you are transporting is exactly what Beita town needs? After speaking, Cao Ding pulled out a small bag.
Theoretically speaking, this shipment contains just ordinary minerals from Hongling, but I kept a few samples. Although I don't understand the connection clearly, I have a feeling they will be useful later. In Lucian's response, the relief was palpable. Wonderful! To be honest, I also secretly took one on the way. Cao Ding laughed out loud. She found the young man beside her truly interesting. Oh, is that a coincidence? Afterward, when she returned her focus to the steering wheel, she suddenly jumped. By the roadside, an abnormal creature with bloodshot eyes and full of tentacles was staring right at her. Just after a blink of her eyes, it disappeared without a trace. Hallucination? She hurriedly shook her head to dispel that haunting image. In a ruined factory in Satellite City No. 7, Zhao Hudi's luxury car stopped with a screeching brake sound. He hurriedly slammed the car door, then ran up to a man wearing a white coat. That woman definitely has a problem. His voice was filled with terror. I could feel it. She is different from before. I tried to hint and ask around to see what happened on the road, but she didn't say a word. I was afraid asking too much would blow my cover, so I had to let her go. What exactly happened at the laboratory? What is Heitai's decision? The assistant replied in an emotionless tone. Nothing. Heitai probably has no intention of dealing with you, but your request for body enhancement will likely have to be postponed. This mission has failed.
And it even caused serious consequences, Xiao Hui hurriedly affirmed. I am willing to make amends. The assistant cast a sharp glance at him. You would have had to do that anyway. The immediate task is to eliminate any potential fallout. Furthermore, the person who reported you is very likely the one who caused this failure. He gritted his teeth, emphasizing every word. Heitai would surely be very interested in this person. The urgent mission right now is to bring him under control. Do I need to call in some gunmen? Xiao Hui asked with a trembling voice. That hauling crew isn't allowed to bring guns into the city. Your desire to atone is commendable, but that is not what we need you to do. The Hell team has already taken over sealing the information and cleaning up the mess. What you need to do is something else. Trembling all over, he tried to explain. Are you people crazy? Mobilizing the entire Hell team? I know what you want me to do, but that won't work. That old man won't let me off. We had an agreement. I would only help you with a few trivial matters within permissible limits. With an icy face, the old assistant calmly drew a complex diagram in the void. Regarding sealing the information and cleaning up the mess, the Hell team will take over. Your mission is something else. The assistant stepped forward, patting old Xiao lightly on the shoulder. A stream of dark energy flowed into his body as he whispered about the next mission. Upon hearing it, a crazy smile suddenly bloomed on old Xiao's lips. Ah, I have wanted to do this for a long time. His eyes gleamed with a deadly radioactive radiance.
I will let those people know the terror of this Zhao Hui, the assistant praised. Very good. Go prepare. At the same time, the atmosphere among the convoy at the guest house was boiling with rage after the incident at the port. Tomorrow, drag everyone to the warehouse to make a scene. If those bastards don't give us a satisfactory explanation, we'll go outside the city and shoot them all dead. Going to the warehouse is useless. We must go straight to their headquarters. What kind of nonsense are you spouting?
Cao Ding knocked hard on the head of the young man acting the most aggressive. Rest properly today. Without my order, no one is allowed to leave the guest house. I'm going back to my room first. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Xin stood in the hallway, frowning at his phone screen. Strange. Still can't make a call. It's already dark. Why isn't the contact person arrived yet? He let out a sigh, then decided to return to his room to wait. However, just as he stepped into the hallway, a terrified scream suddenly tore through the silence. Bad news! Bad news! A team member ran over, his face pale, without a drop of blood.
It was Old Li. Old Li had just strangely disappeared. Old Zhao was stunned. Disappeared? What do you mean, disappeared? The man recounted the incident, his voice still trembling. Just now, Old Li and I went to the restroom together. I finished first and went out to wait. He said he needed to do number 2, so he stayed behind. I waited a while, intending to borrow some money from him, but he didn't come out. I went inside to look, but a big, hulking Old Li like that was nowhere to be seen. Old Zhao still couldn't believe it. How can he not be seen? Did he fall into the pit? Did you fish him out to check? The other all was so furious he wanted to fight. What the hell are you saying? He's really gone. Old Li is big as a bear, and the pit is shallow. If he fell in, how could he not be seen? Lu Xin spoke up, cutting off the argument. Let's check the restroom first. Inside the smelly public toilet, Old Zhao, after checking once, announced, empty. There's really no one. A living person. How can we say he just disappeared like that? Lu Xin nodded in agreement. This is a bit strange. He looked at the man who went with Old Li. Are you sure Old Li didn't leave by another exit when you weren't paying attention? The man affirmed confidently. Absolutely not. I didn't see him walk out the door. If he wanted to go another way, the only way is to climb over that wall. But he was just going to the restroom. Why would he climb a wall to run away? Just then, Zhou Xiaomao ran back to report. Brother Lu, I just checked. That wall is covered in a thick layer of plaster. Anyone climbing over would definitely be covered in it. Old Li couldn't have gone that way. The commotion attracted Cao Ding's attention. She approached with a stern face. Stop the noise. Do not separate to search for him. Quickly do a head count for me. Immediately, the entire team lined up in 3 neat rows, and Cao Ding began to call the roll.
She committed every single face in her team to memory. Liu Daqiang, present. Meng Suzi, present. The responses of present rang out incessantly. When the roll call ended, Cao Ding's face turned pale. When we left Baitao Town, we still had 37 survivors. Now there were only 33. Where are the other 4? A person spoke up timidly. Leader, when you went back to your room, Tian Yuzi ran out to wash his hair. Cao Ding shouted angrily. Didn't I say everyone must stay inside the guest house?
The other guy, terrified, hurriedly explained, I tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't listen. He said he'd go quick and come back, just half an hour. Cao Ding tried to suppress her emotions to stay calm. Now is not the time to panic. Follow my orders, we will coordinate to search for them. First, everyone try to recall when the missing people were last seen. Lu Xin spoke up, breaking the extremely tense atmosphere. I haven't encountered this specific situation, but I handled many similar cases back in Qinggong. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you find them. Cao Ding looked at him with appreciation. I'm not one for pretty words. Consider me in your debt for this. Lu Xin silently calculated. Just don't pay me with flesh. Old Zhou led a few people over to report. Leader, that guy Bai Chao said he was going to his room for a nap after eating, and no one has seen him since. As for Wang Ermazi, he lost at cards and said he was going to wash his hands to wash away the bad luck before playing again, but he left and never came back. We thought he was dodging his debt. The more she listened, the more the uneasiness in Cao Ding's heart rose. Everyone had disappeared suddenly and irrationally. If this was caused by an ability user, what method did they use? Lu Xin sank into thought. Cao Ding began issuing orders. Go to the reception to check the surveillance cameras first. 2 of you go together and find a way to call Tian Yuzi back here immediately. The rest of you split into pairs. Absolutely no one goes alone. Understood? A while later, everyone returned with faces full of disappointment. The camera at the reception only pointed at the parking lot to prevent tire theft. It didn't show any people. The camera at the gate only showed Tian Yuzi sneaking out alone, with no sign of Old Li or the others. This proved they had never left the guest house. Not a single trace.
Not a single clue. Everything had hit a complete dead end. Amidst the atmosphere thick with tension, another terrified scream tore through the space. Liang Dawei has disappeared too. Clearly he was standing right here just now. What? Since when? It was just now, he stammered, terror evident in his eyes. I was just talking to him. I just turned my head away for a second and he was gone. Disappeared in the blink of an eye, Lu Xin whispered, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Strange. He scanned his surroundings, but the specialized glasses to glance no any anomalies. No mental radiation, no traces of monsters. He looked up at Xiaoshiki, who was hanging from the roof beam. Younger sister, do you see anything? Xiaoshiki shook her head vigorously, hugging her toy tightly. Nothing at all, brother. The situation was now all too clear. Lu Xin spoke up decisively to announce, It seems we have truly encountered something strange. Gather everyone. The most important thing right now is to ensure no one else disappears from our sight. Cao Ding completely agreed. You're right. I have a way. Herd everyone into a large room. The 2 of us will stand guard at the door.
I don't believe it can slip past both of us. All right, let's do that. The entire convoy gathered in a large room, panic pervading everywhere. Could an assassin have sneaked in here? If it were an assassin, that would be bearable. The scariest thing is being led away by a ghost. Cao Ding asked seriously, Mr. Lu, what do you think about this?
Lu Xun replied, I haven't found the reason for their disappearance yet. Right now, I can only offer you one suggestion. Report it to the police. Those words were like a lightning bolt tearing through the dark night. Ah? Cao Ding looked surprised. Reporting to the police is the most reliable option. In our Qinggong, there are people specialized in handling these kinds of incidents, and the main city definitely has them too. If you report the case, it might alert their special pollution handling department. Perhaps they can solve the problem. After a moment of consideration, Cao Ding made a decision. All right, Old Zhou, Xiao Zhou, follow me. Let's go to the reception desk to make a call. 3 hours later. Why has it been so long with no news? Old Zhou paced back and forth, his heart burning with anxiety. Didn't the police say they would handle it immediately? Xiao Zhou replied, I called back, but no one is answering anymore.
Lu Xun thought to himself, a vague anxiety beginning to rise. Was the work efficiency of the central city really this low? He could not directly contact the pollution handling department, because that action would put the entire convoy in a perilous situation. Not to mention, the documents related to God's brain that he was holding absolutely could not be exposed. It seemed he had to resolve this himself. Lu Xun began to issue orders. Everyone listen up, close the doors tight. A team member spoke up to ask, does closing the door actually help? He decisively affirmed, yes, unless the opponent is truly a ghost. To ensure safety, we will do 2 things. First, use rope to tie everyone's hands together. Second, go outside and get some soil to scatter around the room to check for footprints. All right, we will follow Brother Lu's instructions. Lu Xun spoke up, everyone stay here, I need to go out for a moment, I need space to think. Cao Ding atched back, anxiety clearly visible in her eyes. At a time like this and you still need private space? He spoke to reassure her. Rest assured, if something finds me, it will actually be easier to handle. Lu Xun left the room and immediately called the phone number of the pet shop.
However, the only response he got from the other end of the line was a long, hopeless busy tone. Had she gone missing too? He suddenly remembered Han Bing's warning about a silencing operation. He looked up at the ceiling. Sister, did you really not notice anything just now? Xiaoshiki seemed unsure. If I saw it clearly, I would have told you, but there were moments when I felt like I saw something, but when I focused to look again, it disappeared. I don't even know if I really saw it or not. Lu Xun sighed. Cognitive disorder? If Mother were here, who would be better? A scornful snort from Xiaoshiki rang out. He looked down at his own massive shadow. Father, did you detect anything? A manic laugh echoed in his mind. Flattening this hotel would be extremely simple. Lu Xun hit a dead end. Did that mean Father didn't detect anything either? He sighed again. If Mother were here, who would be better? The father's shadow remained silent. While he was deep in thought, the room door suddenly burst open. Brother Lu, it's bad! Xiaoshiki ran in, gasping to report. Someone else has gone missing. What? Lu Xun immediately rushed back to the room. What happened? Cao Ding recounted the event with a trembling voice. Just now, we were sitting here the whole time. Nothing happened at all, but I felt uneasy, so I asked Sun Shuzi to do a roll call. As a result, 3 more people are missing. We have absolutely no idea when they disappeared. The whole convoy fell into chaos. How could living people just vanish? It's ghosts. They must have been led away by ghosts. Lu Xun's eyes swept across the floor. The rope was still lying in place, while the footprints of the missing people abruptly cut off right in the middle of the room. A whole group of people tied together, without realizing their teammates had disappeared. If there was a mental monster strong enough that even he couldn't detect it.
Then perhaps it has always been here, right in this room. But if so, there must be some trace, right? With so many people, could it be that no one saw anything? Cao Ding spoke up in self-reproach. Right, that's right, it's all my fault. Lu Xun cut her off. No, that's not right. My point is, did everyone really not detect anything at all? Not a sound, not a strange sensation? Right, that's right, she stated decisively, but her voice held a hidden panic. That is it, the key point. Thus Lu Xun declared, his eyes gleaming with unusual sharpness. I think I have found out the nature of this monster. Cao Ding immediately grasped the crux of the problem. You mean that monster can only take away people who are not being noticed by anyone? Lu Xun crossed his arms over his chest, proposing a bold solution. Exactly. Everyone sit down facing each other immediately. Look closely at the person opposite you. Absolutely, absolutely do not blink. Cao Ding shouted, igniting determination in the others. Quick, do as he says. Old Zhou and Xiao Zhou quickly sat down facing each other. Stare at your uncle here, you brat. Noticing Cao Ding's gaze directed at him, Lu Xun offered a suggestion. About this, looking at me is useless. You should look at someone else.
When everyone was in position, Lu Xun began to focus on calculating. Just discovering the pattern wasn't enough. The crux was how to solve it. Were they supposed to just stare at each other forever? What if they got sleepy later? In theory, if just one person blinked, their teammate would disappear immediately. Right at that moment, a ghostly screech echoed in from the window. What sound is that? Everyone panicked and covered their ears tightly. Let me check. Xiaozhou stood up, squinting to look outside, then turned back to report. There's nothing there. But just as he turned around, he suddenly let out a terrified scream. That's not right. Brother Xiaolu, my uncle has disappeared. Lu Xun glanced to the side and discovered that Cao Ding's chair was empty. Their leader had also evaporated. A terrifying chaos erupted. Where is the monster? Come out here. I'll hack you to death. A man pulled out a knife and roared. This is bad. I'm not staying here to wait for death. I have to run. Lu Xun tried to reassure them, but to no avail. Their morale had completely collapsed. Calm down. Calm down, my ass. If we keep staying calm, the ghosts will drag us all away.
Only Xiaozhou and a few others maintained their sanity. He shouted, "Whoever wants to go out, step over my dead body first. The leader is no longer here. If we want to save them, we have to rely on Brother Xiaolu. Didn't you hear him say not to panic?" Xiaozhou turned to Lu Xun, his voice filled with remorse. "Brother Xiaolu, it's my fault. I heard a noise outside, so I turned my head away. Just for a moment. My uncle disappeared. He disappeared, but I didn't, which proves he was always looking at me." Lu Xun asked urgently, "How many people are lost this time?" After doing a roll call again, the number stopped at 8 people. From 1 to 2, then to 4, and now 8. A cold doubling rule. I waited for it in the room for so long, yet it didn't strike. Is it because it finds me harder to deal with, so it wants to save me for last? Lu Xun gritted his teeth. It was being smug, treating him like a joke.
A prey struggling in despair, his fist clenched so tight it trembled, it truly makes one angry. Lu Xun calmly pulled a chair to the middle of the room, placing it right in front of the door. He raised his voice, not loud, but enough for everyone to hear, a tone full of sarcasm and provocation. "Now, these words are for you. Hey you, the ability user, I know you are in this room, and you are hearing every word I say." He sat down, a frosty smile blooming on his lips, while his gaze fixed on empty space. "Someone once taught me that when facing strange events, reason is humanity's only advantage. Now, I want to battle wits with you." Lu Xun held up one finger. "First, you can only snatch away people who aren't being noticed by anyone. This proves you have always been in this room, watching all of us, a stalker." He held up a second finger. "Second, logically, to make the whole convoy panic, you should have attacked the leader first, but you didn't. You started from the restroom. Why? Because the leader locked the door. You couldn't get in. This proves you have a physical body, and you cannot walk through walls." He held up his last finger, his eyes sharp as knives. "And third, you've been dragging this out with me from afternoon till night, just like a cowardly, despicable wretch. This can only mean one thing. Actually, you have always been very afraid of me." Lu Xun laughed heartily. "Then this is easy to handle. I will sit guard right here, at the entrance. I won't give you any chance to leave, no matter where you try to escape from. In that moment, I will make you regret being born into this world."
The whole room sank into silence. Everyone held their breath, poised to tear apart anything that made a move. A dry cough echoed from outside the door. Cough, cough. The door creaked open, and a white-haired woman, who was the landlady of the guest house, walked in. She raised her voice grumpily. "What are you staring at? I heard you people screaming in here from all the way over there." Xiaozhou jumped in fright. Landlady, what are you doing here at this hour? Scared the soul out of me." Lu Xun narrowed his eyes to observe. Her posture was a bit stiff. "You and the monster in this room are on the same side, aren't you?" She spoke up in denial. "What do you mean same side? I have children with my husband." Lu Xun launched a psychological attack. "Oh, if you have a husband, why did you seduce old Joe?" She stammered. Did I?
Lu Xun bluntly exposed the truth. "You don't have it. Old Joe's salary isn't good. No matter who tries to seduce him, he won't take the bait. You've been exposed, because the real landlady would scold people right to their faces, not stammer like that." "Ha-ha!" The father's shadow behind Lu Xun suddenly stretched out, grabbing her leg. As predicted, the fake landlady screamed, her body becoming abnormally agile. She leapt to the side, dodging the attack. "You are an ability user, a very strong one." The shadow continued the pursuit. "Oh my, attacking without talking a bit more?" The chase happened in the blink of an eye, causing Lu Xun some surprise. "I didn't expect you to be faster than Dad's shadow." But just a second later, a smile curled on his lips. In that case, the father's full ability was unleashed. The giant shadow immediately engulfed the entire room, seizing the fake landlady and pinning her firmly to the floor. Her eyes rolled back, her whole body immobile. Another voice, not human, rang out from a dark corner. "You are a kind person who doesn't like to hurt the innocent. I like people like you." Lu Xun turned his head. A creature stepped out from the darkness. It had no face. Its entire head was a giant, eerie eye. "So why don't we stop for a moment and have a proper talk?"
Looking at the strange creature opposite him, an unusual expression appeared on Lu Xun's face. "What do we talk about? You actually look quite cute." The monster seemed a bit confused by the praise. Thanks. I hope we can talk first. We have always had great goodwill towards ability users."
Lu Xun smiled openly. So you are the real deal too. Speak, what do you want to talk about? The monster stepped closer. The unpleasant things you caused earlier. You killed many of our people. Of course, we want to believe it was just a misunderstanding. But most importantly, you took a very important document. He stopped, probing Lu Xun's reaction. If you are willing to return it and keep it a secret, we would be very grateful. Or, the grotesque eye bored into Lu Xun. A deformed hand reached out. There is another way. An ability user like you, if you agree to become one of our members, we would feel much more assured about you. Lu Xun casually leaned against the door, leisurely stating his price. Becoming your member? How much is the monthly salary? His question made the man in the suit pause. Money is just a number to us, not a problem. We don't even need you to do anything.
We will help you realize all your dreams. Lu Xun remained stubborn. That sounds nice, but I'd need an annual salary of at least $1 million just to have a basis for discussion. Honestly speaking, you look a lot like a scammer. The man began to show impatience. Your vision is too limited. Lu Xun had out a sigh. There's no other way. You wouldn't understand. A whole family is waiting for me to support them. The man in the suit leaned close to Lu Xun's face, his voice growling. I am very sincerely inviting you to join. Can you show a little sincerity? Lu Xun replied, his tone suddenly becoming strangely cold. I am very sincere. In fact, your organization is not only irregular, but also blatantly illegal. Now I officially announce, quickly release the people from the convoy to seek leniency. Otherwise, later when I really make a move, you might die. The patience of the man in the suit seemed to have run out. It seems you are not joking, but your people are in my hands, and you are surrounded. Where do you get that confidence from? Lu Xun pointed inside the door. My friends might be in your people's hands, but I have also blocked your people inside this room. Bang, a bullet tore through the air. Lu Xun instantly vanished from his original position, calmly dodging. This guy was very good at seizing openings, able to fire the moment his attention was distracted. The man in the suit raised an eyebrow. Oh, messing with me is very troublesome. Lu Xun voiced a warning. The man remained silent, stepping on the unconscious body of the landlady as leverage, launching himself into the air and unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Lu Xun. He dodged continuously, but another concern arose in his mind. Damn it, I can't let Dad make a move and hurt the landlady. Just as he dodged to the left.
A bullet seemed to have been waiting there. He knew Lu Xun's direction of movement beforehand. The shadow of the father was retracted to act as a shield, blocking the bullet on its path to his hairline. In an instant, Lu Xun saw through the opponent's plan. The guy realized his fatal weakness was not wanting to harm innocent people, so he used the landlady to neutralize the father's attack, then used the gun to force that energy to return for defense. Useless thing, the father roared in his subconscious. This passive feeling was truly unpleasant. Suddenly, a foul, fishy smell rushed straight into his nose. Lu Xun felt his body being tightly constricted by slimy, cold tentacles. He couldn't see them, he could only feel them. The specialized glasses continuously flashed red alarm lights. When he turned around, he finally saw clearly a giant octopus, its body almost transparent, tightly gripping him. The people who had gone missing earlier were all standing motionless around him with soulless eyes. The man in the vest approached, his voice full of triumph. I have to admit, your energy is very rare.
Earlier, when you said you wanted to guard the door, you unintentionally grasped its weakness, but quite clearly you still made a fatal mistake. He pointed towards Lu Xun's back. When you blocked it inside the room, that was also when you exposed your back to it. Now you are tightly bound, and the breath of the living on you is gradually fading. The guy jumped down, pressing the cold muzzle of a gun against the nape of Lu Xun's neck. Now, what I need to think about is whether to kill you immediately or spare your life. Why don't you just tell me everything you know? What he could not have expected was that the young man, who seemed to be at a dead end, suddenly turned his head around. His eyes had turned a fiery red, his voice filled with excitement and madness. Don't be rash. Facing Lu Xun's eerie face, the man in the suit couldn't help but startle. What? Lu Xun was talking to the empty void. Sister, you can let me go now. Xiaoshiqi's cheerful laughter rang out, and the giant octopus suddenly released Lu Xun. It shrank back in fear. Lu Xun cracked his neck, rotated his shoulders, and then flashed a bright smile at the stunned man. So, your ability is to make others unconsciously ignore your existence, not invisibility. The condition for you to contaminate someone is to make contact with them when they are not noticed by anyone else, playing hide-and-seek with those who don't know your ability. You've probably never lost, have you? Lu Xun tilted his head, the smile on his lips becoming even more ghostly. But quite clearly, this time you've lost. Xiaoshiqi looked at the man and the octopus. Her eyes gleamed with delight at the prospect of having new toys.